Where are we going? On the Kryptonian spacecraft, Zard watched Luke's back. He didn't want to break the contract and promised to work for the other party for 10 years, so he wouldn't go back on his word. However, Luke said that he would take him and his men to another world, far away. I don't know. Luke was setting the coordinates of the universe, and by the way, he was calling the Vishanti in the next studio. When the latter got in touch with Eternity, he could drag Zard and his party back to the Marvel universe. So we don't even have a destination now. Zard frowned, and anger burst out in his heart. If he hadn't been beaten by the other party before, he would have rushed up with his fist. No plan. This was a fatal problem for a general who had to lead his subordinates. Not yet, Luke smiled. A pure white light came out of his hand. Like water waves rippling, ripples came out in circles. Across studios, the signal seemed a little bad. Open up a door. After a long time, Luke got in touch with the Vishanti and sent a brief message. Just wait a little longer. Soon you will be able to board a train to the new world. Hearing Luke say that, Zard pressed his anger down and grunted. He wanted to see what new tricks the other party could do. 10 minutes later, the pure white light suddenly expanded. Boom! Like a mountain calling a tsunami, a powerful energy wave swept through. When Zard saw the soft white light engulfing him, he subconsciously stretched out his hand to cover his eyes. In the next moment, he and the other Kryptonians, even the Kryptonian spacecraft that was moving, were wrapped in it. The intense light flashed, like a violent explosion. A few seconds later, the huge spaceship disappeared, as if it never existed. Dragged by a force that was difficult to resist, it traced a shimmering trajectory and burst out of the source wall. On Mars, Dr. Manhattan was still in his seat. When the Kryptonian spacecraft disappeared into the darkness outside the source wall, he looked up. As if on cue, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Teo star system, planet Sakaar. This was a savage planet full of extremes and was constantly in a state of war. That was until Grandmaster arrived and changed everything. As one of the elders of the universe, he had a long life and transformed this place into a huge gladiatorial arena and slave trading center. He sent slave hunting teams around to find powerful warriors and threw them into the arena for entertainment, to bet on and fight. These were the Grandmaster's two hobbies. Only exciting bets and exciting battles could awaken the enthusiasm within him. An endlessly long life was enough to wear down any emotions. Without a hobby, the elders of the universe would be so bored that they would find a way to kill themselves. Outside the main city at the junkyard, whoosh, crack, crack. Scrapper 142 gazed at the piles of rubbish and wondered if she could pick up anything good to buy a drink today. Two of the most famous things on Sakaar, apart from the gladiators, were the mountains of rubbish. Its special location, together with 8 other celestial bodies, formed the Teo star system. It had 2 satellite moons, Akar and Saba. However, the latter was destroyed by the explosion energy of a cosmic vortex and turned into a meteorite ring. That unimaginable catastrophe also created the cosmic passageways that surround the planet Sakaar. A spacecraft from a nearby galaxy could easily crash into this area because of a single mistake. Therefore, many civilizations used it as a garbage dump and a place of exile. They would dump waste here or throw in a few criminals. Scrappers were one of the 3 mainstream occupations on Sakaar. They made a living by picking up garbage. Occasionally, if they were lucky, they would find engine parts for airships, second-hand household robots, and so on. These could be traded to the main city dump for a lot of money. There were 2 mainstream occupations left, either joining the slave hunting team or walking into the arena. Not much luck today. The young woman who claimed to be Scrapper 142 helplessly said so as she held a bottle. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After a few mouthfuls, she laid down on the operating platform of the aircraft. Unlike her colleagues around her, she didn't just rush over when she saw a large dumping operation. Scrapper 142's work efficiency was rather low, looking like a lazy salted fish. She looked like a social animal who was forced to work overtime to cope with her boss, with no enthusiasm whatsoever. Boom! There was a loud noise. The space wormhole that was called the Devil's Anus was utterly packed by half of a ship's body. Good stuff. There are actually people who throw complete spaceships into junkyards. If I picked this up, how much could I sell it for? The scrappers whispered, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. That's clearly a spaceship with its power systems intact. Scrapper 142 glanced at her ignorant peers. She shook her head and moved her aircraft a little further out. It would be bad if the people there opened fire and splattered blood on a freshly serviced hull. Boom! The huge spaceship finally squeezed out of the space wormhole and landed on a garbage mountain below. The heavy mass crushed the mountain of discarded items that were piled up and pulverized into pieces. Where is this place? Dazed and even a little queasy, Zard had a hard time standing still with his hands on the operating console. He saw a group of unsuspecting scrappers in strange clothing below. There was also an intense look of disbelief in his eyes, catching a whiff of the smell of garbage emanating from the surrounding area. General, the navigation instrument has failed. The map shows that there is no record of this unknown land, Jack Sir eagerly said, with a hint of panic in his tone. The Kryptonian ship was loaded with navigational maps of up to 28 star systems, and there was no way they could have jumped such a distance in a short period of time. What the hell is this place? Rushing up to a bemused Luke, Zard angrily questioned. Welcome to, I don't know where this is. Luke was going to make some sort of imposing introduction, but paused for a moment as he scanned the scrappers below and the smelly mountain of rubbish. Something's not right. Did an eternity bring me back to Earth? Or did the Vishanti send the wrong message? General, until we figure out what this place is, we should take care of the guys who are surrounding us like locusts. Luke pointed to the excited scrappers below. They were like a group of sharks smelling blood. They carried various weapons ready to rush up to the spacecraft. Wait! Scrappers. Mountains of garbage. Is this the Grandmaster's Sakar? A series of thoughts flashed through Luke's mind. Jack, sir, see if the artillery system is working. Zard was distracted. His anger was still intact, and he turned to his adjutant. Jack, sir, stood on the bridge and switched on the operating system. On the wings of the Kryptonian spacecraft, gun barrels came out. Boom, 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 boom. After one round of shooting, there was no more living people in sight in this huge dump. You're so cruel and brutal. Luke made a couple of painless remarks before asking the female commander, Feora, to move the ship out into the open space. He was also in the leader class with a general's template. No Kryptonian could disobey his orders, except for Zard. Where are you going? The Kryptonian general couldn't help but ask when he saw Luke walking off the spaceship. There were strangers here, and they had no sense of security. Although judging from the strength of the scrappers, the natives of this planet looked weak. But Zard didn't let his guard down, ready to use strategies and then kill all the creatures that wanted to become their enemies. Asking for information, don't be so nervous. Luke waved his hand and whispered. Indeed, unfamiliar surroundings could easily cause stress, but these Kryptonians were super soldiers who could kill anyone as long as they were within the radiation of the yellow sun. It was clearly the Grandmaster of Sakar's turn to get a headache. Getting away from Zard and the rest of the Kryptonians, Luke swept across the junkyard and spotted a craft resting on the outer edge. Hey friend, is this Sakar? Luke took a step forward and teleported to where the other party was. Yes, go to the east. You can see the city. Perhaps having seen the way her colleagues were exterminated, Scrapper 142 was polite to him. She didn't try to rush up and sell him into the gladiatorial arena as she did to Thor, the god of thunder. Are you from Asgard? After Luke got an exact answer, he couldn't help asking one more question. He knew of a Valkyrie of Asgard who was on Sakar, working as a scrapper and occasionally part-timing as a slave hunter. She loved to drink and was drunk all day long with obvious characteristics. But in Luke's memory, she was a black girl. Scrapper 142, standing in front of him, had blonde hair, fair skin, and heroic spirit in her brows. As what? Asgard. God, what now? Seeing the other party's reluctance to admit it, Luke didn't press the issue any further. He just thought of it on a whim. I'm going to be spending time on Sakar, and will probably need a guide who is familiar with space navigation. You could hitch a ride if you want to visit your homeland. After leaving these words, Luke disappeared into the junkyard. Sakar was a peculiar planet in a constant state of chaos, devoid of a clear government and clear laws. The rules of existence that people observe and live by came from the Grandmaster's wishes. For scrappers, as well as local natives, the Elder of the Universe, who appeared to be an elderly hippie from Earth, was the infallible god. The Kryptonian ship swiftly moved away from the junkyard, where few people were in sight. There was no more activity around other than the scrapper community. While using Kryptonian technology, Zard scanned the planet's terrain and atmospheric composition, while searching the major coordinates in the galaxy to confirm their position. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. There's no response. Jax-Ur had a puzzled look on his face. General, I didn't find any planet recorded in the database. Zard frowned even more tightly. The Kryptonian general didn't realize that he and his people had accomplished the incredible feat of crossing between studios. Keep searching. After a moment's hesitation, Zard spoke in a deep voice. He walked to the end of the bridge and opened his palm as if he was feeling the sunlight. It looks like the Hulk hasn't made it here yet. Luke, who had stepped into the main city, looked at the tallest building. The large heads were above the gladiatorial arena. Only the people who could get this honor were people with winning streaks in the competition. The fighting champions were recognized by the Grandmaster. There should have been 6, namely the Hulk, Thor, Beta Ray Bill, Ares, Ted Sally's, a humanoid, and a 2-headed man. But now Luke didn't see Hulk and Thor's faces being added to it. By deduction, during the time he was away, the Avengers hadn't fast-forwarded to the Ultron crisis and Civil War. I wonder what the situation on Earth is like right now. If Luke wanted to go back, he could always open a portal and travel across the galaxy straight to Earth. But he didn't do so. For one thing, carrying a Kryptonian ship was more strenuous. Second, finding a bunch of Kryptonian fighters for free was a rare thing. He had to put them to good use. General Zard, together with a dozen Kryptonian warriors, could thoroughly sweep away any force in the galaxy. If they were allowed to stay on Earth and deal with problems such as Hydra and the mutants, they were simply overqualified. It was a waste of resources. The vast expanse of space was the actual battleground on which Kryptonians should roam. Like an invisible man, Luke breached the heavy security and entered the unoccupied VIP room of the gladiatorial arena. There was a championship fight today, and the seats in the arena were almost completely filled with spectators who had bought tickets. Cheers, like thunder, resounded throughout the arena. Luke leaned back in his comfortable seat, quite interested in the Grandmaster. The elders of the universe might not be powerful, but they had lived long enough to have known many hidden stories, since beating the Sentry and being promoted by a level. Luke then had a brief meeting with the 5 gods of cosmic creation and was given the task of sneaking off to another studio to do some things. Intuition told him that the handful of powerful beings at the top of the pyramid was planning something. Otherwise, there was no reason why the creation gods like Death, Eternity, Galactus, Infinity, and Oblivion, which were just below the living tribunal, would have noticed him. What was even more thought-provoking, of course, was the fact that they had actually discovered the existence of another multiverse. Let's meet Sakar's greatest gladiator, Horsehead. The host's roar interrupted Luke's thoughts. He shifted his eyes from the fruit on the table to the center of the arena. Grandmaster liked to find those powerful life forms and throw them into the arena. After a grueling battle, the winner would become a champion fighter. Horsehead. When Luke heard this name, he had a vague guess in his heart. The moment the host's words fell, a reinforced metal fence slowly rose up on one side of the arena. A tall, dark figure emerged from it. The champion, known as Horsehead, wore black armor that reflected the cold light. The head, which resembled a horse's head, was encased in a steel helmet, leaving only a narrow opening and a pair of angry pupils that seemed to burn with fire. In his right hand, he held a round golden war hammer. His heavy, condensed aura resembled a mountain range and was full of pressure. Horsehead! Horsehead! The atmosphere of the whole arena was as if it had been detonated. The audience shouted in unison, shouting the same name with enthusiastic voices. You ignore the horse's face. He looks a bit like Thor. Luke smiled. Sure enough, he was right. Horsehead's real name was Beta Ray Bill. His home planet was destroyed, and only a few survivors escaped. They became refugees in the universe. In order to live a better life, they needed to elect a protector. After passing various tests and trials, Bill shouldered this heavy responsibility. His body was modified into a powerful version of a cyborg body, more powerful than a body of steel. Bill also had an impressive record. He once defeated Thor and lifted Mjolnir with one hand. He fought against the messenger Galactus had sent and defeated them. Bill was also called Beta Ray Thor because of his preference for the hammer as a weapon and had one Mjolnir's recognition. On the other side of the gladiatorial arena, a large number of Cronan warriors strode out. They were the new gains of the slave hunting team. In order to create a more exciting battle, the Grandmaster brought this well-trained team to face Beta Ray Bill together. He even gave the Cronan warriors weapons other than cold ones, such as laser guns and flamethrowers. "Whoever can defeat my champion warrior will get his freedom." The Grandmaster's voice was heard across the arena, through the speakers. Now, not only was the audience excited, but the Cronan warriors, who were in the arena, were also excited. No one would enjoy the life of a slave, herded like livestock. "Kill him! For freedom! We're getting out of here! Our families are still waiting for us." The Cronan people had a hard, rough, grey stone-like appearance. They were physically strong and born with enormous strength. They weren't afraid of pain and were immune to most radiation. Trained Cronan warriors were one of the highest-rated soldiers in the universe. Upon entering the gladiatorial arena, they took their first defensive formation and prepared for a steady advance. The champion warrior carried a reputation that no one would take lightly, even if there was only one Beta Ray Bill and his weapon was just one hammer. Behind him, there were hundreds of thousands of spectators who were screaming. The momentum was enough to outshine the Cronan warriors. "Kill them all. Do it. Smash them with your hammer." The two sides were at a standstill for a while, unable to resist the urging of the crowd and the unpleasant stares from the Grandmaster in the stands. Beta Ray Bill had a look of pity in his eyes, and then he sighed. Picking up the hammer, he charged forward. Boom! The champion warrior in the center of the gladiatorial arena stepped on the hard ground, causing a slight tremor under his feet. The whole person, like a sharp arrow, suddenly shot out. The atmosphere was compressed and pushed apart by powerful forces. With an explosion like boom, Beta Ray Bill burst in front of the Cronan warrior almost instantly. He raised his golden round war hammer and gave it a simple swing. A terrible force swept out, breaking up the solid defensive formation. In front of Beta Ray Bill, the Cronan warrior couldn't breathe. His body exploded and cracked, and the hard stones crumbled. "Shoot! Shoot!" someone shouted. The laser gun was full of energy, ready to shoot out at any moment. Crack! Beta Ray Bill opened his palm and gripped it violently. Strong muscles bulged one by one, crushing them into a ball of scrap metal. His fist, like a heavy hammer, struck the Cronan warrior in the chest. Another man was killed on the spot. A wave of fire rolled over Beta Ray Bill. He remained expressionless. His golden war hammer flung out like a raging thunderstorm, smashing the man to pieces. In this way, in just a few minutes, more than 20 Cronan soldiers were slaughtered, leaving no survivors. Such an exciting and wonderful battle naturally attracted applause from the audience. Even the Grandmaster, who was sitting at the top of the stand, couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This was the competitive game he wanted to see. "Let's congratulate." Before the host could finish his words of praise, a boom was heard, and smoke rose from the arena. A dark shadow fell from the sky and landed in front of Beta Ray Bill. "Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on here?" A deep, powerful male voice echoed in the quiet arena. The dark cloak fluttered up like a flag. "Zard!" Luke, sitting in a VIP room, froze, not expecting the Kryptonian general to find his way into the gladiatorial arena. It seems that leaving the familiar environment and coming to a strange place would really cause considerable pressure on some people. Had only been in the main city for a short time, and Zard was already impatient. It wasn't really a general-like thing to do, just the thing to draw Grandmaster out. Luke wanted to show up, but then he thought with such a powerful natural warrior like a Kryptonian, the Elder of the Universe on Sakaar would surely be happy and would try his best to get him. His lifted body sat back down on the sofa. Looking relaxed and laid back, he picked up an alien fruit and dropped it into his mouth. Kryptonian versus Beta Ray Thor. It's a rare show. Luke looked at the center of the arena, where the two tall figures were facing each other. His eyes couldn't help revealing a trace of anticipation. One was an alien warrior who had been transformed through bioengineering, could lift Mjolnir and defeat Thor. The other was a Kryptonian who was born in the leadership class, had a general genetic template, and subdued Superman. A battle between such strong men was far more interesting than the previous one-sided massacre. Compared with Zard, the Cronan warriors were just appetizers. Where did this guy come from? Did he buy a ticket? Horseface, smashed him with your hammer. Fight, fight. No one hated dramatic and unexpected twists because it added intrigue to a mediocre story. It could also give a legendary quality to the life of a mediocre person. The story of a warrior who never lost from start to finish and ended up dying of old age. That, obviously, wasn't as touching as dying at the hands of another warrior, draining the last drop of blood. As the champion of the gladiatorial arena, Beta Ray Bill's victory over the Cronan warriors had no suspense. By the time the audience had recovered from the bloody carnage, and the visual impact had dissipated, they found it boring. Therefore, Zard's unexpected entrance ignited their enthusiasm instead. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted. It swept over the Kryptonian general and overwhelmed him. Zard had a confused look on his face. He didn't understand what these people were shouting about. Is it a celebration? Hundreds of thousands of spectators, packed in the stadium, shouted in unison. A bright spotlight instantly struck Zard's body. The host, whose words had abruptly stopped earlier, also used a rousing tone to hype up the mood at the Grandmaster's command. Can't they be quiet? Zard frowned at the noisy, shrill sounds and looked over at Beta Ray Bill. He had learned the common language from the scrappers, but it was still a bit awkward. You stepped into a cage where there is no freedom. Beta Ray Bill looked at the Kryptonian general, who broke into the arena with pitying eyes. He could see that the other party was a powerful man. This conclusion could be drawn from either the violent aura or the powerful body. But what can he do? As an elder of the universe, the Grandmaster had countless slave catchers and a huge fleet of space pirates under his command. Even the strongest warrior needed to eat, drink, and rest, and simply couldn't outlast the sheer number of enemies. This was how Beta Ray Bill was captured alive and brought down to the gladiatorial arena of Sakar. He fought back, but the Grandmaster used his people to threaten him. Beta Ray Bill had no choice but to submit at the feet of the Elder of the Universe. A bunch of weak, ridiculous creatures who amuse themselves by watching you fight other creatures. Zard looked around the ring, and his face sank. The Kryptonian general reacted. The crowd applauded and shouted like crazy. They only wanted to see him and Beta Ray Bill tearing at each other like two wild animals. Are you so willing to accept your fate? To become a killing machine without dignity? There was anger in Zard's tone, although he wasn't the one confined in a cage and spent his days killing people. The Kryptonian general, however, was emotionally disgusted and repulsed by such behavior. You think I haven't tried to resist? Beta Ray Bill bitterly smiled. He was a good man who detested killing and fighting, but he became a butcher in the gladiatorial arena. Coward, Zard coldly grunted. The tough-natured Kryptonian general was simply unwilling to listen to Beta Ray Bill's explanations. From his point of view, all the misfortunes in the world were caused by people's own lack of ability. The law of the jungle, where the stronger prevailed, was deeply ingrained in his genes and blood. Who is the owner of the arena? Zard asked. Beta Ray Bill hesitated for a few seconds. His throat rolled, and he was about to say, the Grandmaster. Needle-like currents struck his neck, sending a sharp stab of pain through his body. Tear him up, Bill! The Grandmaster's indifferent voice echoed through the audience over the speakers. Zard glanced at the stands in the distance. His feet kicked up and shook the ground. Like an arrow, the tall figure sprang out and headed for the Grandmaster's VIP room. Beta Ray Bill had no choice but to follow the orders of the Elder of the Universe and swung his golden war hammer at his opponent. The atmosphere exploded with a loud, ear-splitting boom. Sensing the danger in midair, Zard could only stop his sudden advance. He turned around and opened his palm. Bang! The golden-colored round war hammer collided with the Kryptonian's torso, sending out a violent wave of air that was visible to the naked eye. The explosive sound blast shook the audience in the front row, right out of their seats. The ground collapsed into potholes of different sizes, as if it had been bombarded by gunfire. Is that all? Zard's body shook but soon stabilized. He stomped through the atmosphere, his pitch-black cloak lifting and fluttering. With amazing power, he approached Beta Ray Bill. The whole space was distorted by the blow to the head as if the sky was falling. Beta Ray Bill's eyes were horrified, but it was too late to dodge, so he raised his hands to block it. Crack! The hardened body that had been bioengineered wasn't enough to stand up to Zard. Beta Ray Bill's arms shattered, and his whole body was tossed away like a broken kite, crashing into the solid wall of the arena. Wonderful. Now this is a real game. Horse faces down. The earlier incident of the audience being caught in the flurry of battle didn't dissuade these people. Instead, they were even more excited and thrilled. They couldn't help but cheer for Zard's great strength. "You can't stop me." Zard landed on the ground. With his head held high, he looked towards Beta Ray Bill, whose body was embedded in the wall. Beta Ray Bill had never met such a powerful opponent as Zard. In terms of strength, speed, and combat sense, the latter was way above him. There was certainly an oversight on Beta Ray Bill's part, who didn't have too much of a fighting spirit. However, ending up in this miserable state in just one round was a bit of a shock to him. Even if you escape from the gladiatorial arena, you can't escape from Sakar, Beta Ray Bill gasped. Escape? Why escape? Zard's eyes flashed with anger, and he spoke with a heavy, powerful tone. When you meet a bastard who steps on your head, you should throw a punch and charge, not turn around and run. That's what cowards do. It's an irresponsible act. Your determination is unworthy of the power you possess. The Kryptonian general had always had an unwavering determination and a strong and unyielding demeanor. He despised the weak. He appreciated warriors with courage and perseverance. Obviously, Beta Ray Bill wasn't included in this list. A guy who willingly became a slave and was ordered around didn't deserve Zard's respect. Heh, I am indeed a coward, submitting at the feet of the Grandmaster. Beta Ray Bill, whose arms were shattered and chest had collapsed, seemed to be fatally injured. But the modified mechanical body, with its nano-repair technology, had long since enabled the wounds to heal rapidly. He pulled himself out of the solid wall and gripped the golden war hammer. For Zard, the reckless guy who barged into the gladiatorial arena and attempted to threaten the Grandmaster's personal safety. There was actually some admiration in Beta Ray Bill's heart. But he was only a slave, without free will, let alone the ability to disobey the Grandmaster's orders. Couldn't even remind the other party to escape. In that case, the Grandmaster would surely fly into a rage. The Elder of the Universe on Sakar might not spare Beta Ray Bill from punishment. For a trifle, flogging the gladiatorial arena's most popular and lucrative champion fighter. It wasn't worth it. But no one knew if the Grandmaster would do something to Beta Ray Bill's people. Thinking of his people being in danger, Beta Ray Bill looked pale. Holding the hammer, he stepped forward. Bang. A muffled, thunderous sound came out, like a mammoth elephant trampling on the ground. The golden hammer, like a thunderbolt, slammed straight into the imposing Kryptonian general. The terrifying force struck through the atmosphere, setting off a furious roar. Zard seemed to have expected this, but still didn't dodge. He faced the fierce attack head-on, clenching his right hand and striking straight out. The air was squeezed into a solid strip that seemed to cut through the void. Boom. When the fist came into contact with the hammer, the ground on which both sides stood collapsed, and the arena shook. The smoke and dust rose up like a sandstorm, obscuring the view. Then, the cacophony of vibrations turned into a circle of sound waves that crashed towards the audience. The breathless spectators, like wheat being harvested by a scythe, fell, row after row. The lucky ones felt their eardrums tingle and buzz. The slightly less lucky ones simply couldn't take it and passed out. The aftermath of the battle was so violent that it was threatening to spill over outside the arena. Those who sat in the back of the audience scattered and fled. The formerly intense applause disappeared in an instant. What a wonderful game! The Grandmaster, who was in the VIP room, clapped his hands and laughed. He didn't care about the hapless audience. He looked towards the pitch-black figure standing amidst the rolling smoke and dust, and a glint of blazing heat appeared in his eyes. Tough, brave, and imposing. A creature like this could definitely be another big hit as a champion fighter if thrown into the gladiatorial arena. It's so exciting to actually have a natural-born warrior delivered to the door. The Grandmaster couldn't help but sigh with emotion over his overwhelming luck. His slave hunting team traveled to and from many planets, searching for gladiators worthy of training. But none of the goods brought back could compare with the uninvited guest who rushed into the arena himself. Strange, I can't tell what race he is or what planet he's from. After the Grandmaster's excitement passed, he felt a little confused. The Elder of the Universe had lived a long life, had experienced and seen more than any ordinary person could ever imagine. But he had never seen a race of beings with such an impressive physique as Zard. He was powerful, incredibly fast, and with extremely high stats in all areas. If anything, Beta Ray Bill was a rare S card. Then, there was no doubt that Zard had an amazing potential to become an SSR. I have to have him. The Grandmaster made up his mind and immediately mobilized the space fleets positioned in the main city. Against tough fighters, using overwhelming numbers was the most effective. As long as they couldn't escape the constraints of the planet's gravity, even the most formidable warriors could only bow down before the fleet's onslaught of weaponry. Reporting. Fleet. Out of control. Crashing down. There's an enemy invasion. However, before the Grandmaster's plan could be realized, he received an alert from his men. A tragic video was projected in front of him. It was a human being wearing something similar to Zard. Somehow, he stood in front of the fleet. Compared with the huge space warships and a large number of space fleets, the man's figure was incredibly small and not worth mentioning. But before the commander could give the order to fire, the dark red cloak disappeared into thin air. He turned into a sharp straight line and easily penetrated those indestructible warships. Boom, boom. The Grandmaster's fleet looked like it was as fragile as paper, unable to block the mysterious man's trajectory. The explosion of fire, like a spectacular display of fireworks, slowly blossomed. The Sakar fleet that could roam the galaxy was turned into a pile of scrap metal in a matter of moments. A space battleship, deprived of power, helplessly fell down. The Grandmaster was utterly stunned to see that. The Elder of the Universe wasn't distressed to see that. He could assemble another one at any time, given enough time. Those space pirates who sold themselves for riches and expensive space battleships also weren't a problem. The Grandmaster was amazed at the incomparable strength of the mysterious man. In less than half a minute, the other party destroyed an entire space fleet. What kind of power is this? Where is the intruder? Where did he go? The Grandmaster gathered his composure and calmly spoke to the communicator. Seeing Zard, he wanted to capture the other man and throw him into the gladiatorial arena. But after seeing the terrifying strength of that mysterious man, the Grandmaster had no thoughts of that at all. He only hoped that the other party would leave Sakar as soon as possible and not cause any more trouble. Unfortunately, it backfired. He's in the arena. The leader of the slave hunting team was somewhat incoherent. He found the whereabouts of the mysterious man through satellite tracking. As if he was capable of teleporting long distances, the opponent had suddenly appeared in the gladiatorial arena where the Grandmaster was. What? The Grandmaster couldn't believe it. The space fleet was only starting to depart and was a considerable distance away from the main city. How long has it been? He's already here. Knock, knock, knock. A slow and rhythmic knock sounded from the door. The Grandmaster, sitting on the sofa, jolted to his feet. The door was pushed open. Grandmaster, got a minute. I'm here to make a deal. Luke walked into the VIP room with a gentle smile on his face. Make a deal. The Grandmaster paused and stared at the young man who broke into his VIP room. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. The video captured by the satellite before was too blurred. The Elder of the Universe only caught a glimpse of the dark red streak, but didn't see his true face clearly. However, when Luke appeared in the VIP room, the Grandmaster couldn't help but wonder what happened in the video. Was this the terrible enemy who destroyed his entire space fleet? He looks unremarkable. This was the first impression the Grandmaster got. There was no strong sense of oppression. There was no such violent momentum as it did when he broke through the space warships with his bare hands. Then, the dozens of detectors scattered around the room reinforced this suspicion. All the statistics shown were average, not even comparable to the few guards in the room. If anything, Beta Ray Bill's combat power was above 300. Zard's combat power could break 500. Then Luke's combat power didn't exceed 20. Too weak. The Grandmaster thought that, even if he picked one of the trashiest fighters from the gladiatorial arena, they would still be able to rub this guy to the ground. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. The Elder of the Universe was frowning and somewhat torn. How could such a powerful man that could destroy a space fleet be mediocre? The Elder of the Universe's senses constantly reminded him that Luke was by no means the gentle-looking man he appeared to be. On the contrary, the other party was potentially very threatening. It was just somehow hidden from the scanners. "If you're going to make a deal, aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Grandmaster asked cautiously, as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Two strong, powerful warriors from an alien planet stood in front of him like a wall, protecting him from any kind of attack from the other party. "Luke, you can call me Luke." The young man faintly smiled. His tall, sturdy figure looked a little skinny in front of the two nearly 10-foot aliens. "Earthling." The Grandmaster narrowed his eyes and came to a conclusion. He knew a lot about the blue planet in that solar system. "What do you want to talk about?" the Elder of the Universe hesitantly asked. The corners of Luke's mouth hooked up. He spoke in a natural tone. "I need to find a young planet that's habitable for life and located within the solar system. In addition, a large number of people are needed for construction work, as well as a space fleet that can make space jumps." The more the Grandmaster listened, the more confused he was. "What does this have to do with me? Wasn't running a planet construction company. I hope you can prepare these things." After making a list for several minutes, Luke finally said so. A series of question marks popped up above the Grandmaster's head. The confused look on his face grew obvious. He even wondered if he had misheard. This young man was from Earth. Why is he making such rude requests with such a light-hearted tone? "I'm sorry. I'm running a gladiatorial arena, not a VIP service company. You're at the wrong place." The Grandmaster managed to keep a decent smile and didn't lose his temper. At least, he was an Elder of the Universe. There was a certain level of respect for him wherever he went. His company itself operated the largest manpower trade in the universe, and he had a large number of slave-catching ships and fleets under its hands. Moreover, he also had a brother that was also an Elder of the Universe. Tainlir Tivan, the Collector, was extremely wealthy, owning the largest recruitment market for mercenaries in the universe and the black market trading center. Noha was his territory. So, when it came to reputation and heritage, the Grandmaster wasn't any weaker than the three galactic empires. "Maybe you didn't understand my meaning." Luke spoke to the Grandmaster through the two guards. "This is a notice, not a request." He didn't mean anything by looking for the other party. He just wanted to get some benefits from him, intending to equip Zard and the others with a space fleet, and then complete the plan to rebuild New Krypton. Therefore, Luke deliberately opted for a high-profile entrance. He destroyed a space fleet with his bare hands, fully demonstrating his own strength, and then put forward the above requests. Good plan. But it seems that the Elder of the Universe had quite the strong mental fortitude. It looked like he wasn't shocked. When he heard Luke's arrogant reply, the Grandmaster sneered, not even bothering to reply. He was skeptical about his opponent's display of blowing up his space fleet. Besides, a creature with such great power. Why would he need to intimidate me and try to take things away from me? The Grandmaster looked a little annoyed. The two guards, sensing the situation, took 2 steps forward and approached Luke. They reached out to push the skinny man, ready to throw him out of the VIP room. Putting all your trust in machines isn't a good habit. Luke scanned around and seemed to notice. Why is the Grandmaster so calm? With the bio-force field wrapped around him, and with his promotion into a singularity, his overall aura seemed calmer and less intense than before. It was understandable that he was mistaken for an ordinary Earthling. Let's just say that, no matter what kind of alien species, they could easily be blinded by their own senses and data. Boom. Luke didn't make a move but released his bio-force field. The 2 burly guards tried to grab hold of his shoulders. As a result, before they could even touch him, they turned into a cloud of atomic dust, as if they were sketches, erased with an eraser, scattering into nothingness. The ceiling of the VIP room, as if lifted by a strong shock wave, blew out a huge hole. The entire spacious, luxurious room, except for the ground they were standing on. All 4 walls were leveled and disintegrated into the tiniest of substances. This time, a dozen detectors finally sounded an ear-splitting alarm before being crushed into dust. The various figures given weren't in the hundreds or thousands. It was a terrifying value that exceeded the detection range and broke through the upper limit. The Grandmaster opened his mouth wide. He could feel a frightening wave of energy, like a tidal wave, destroying everything around him. The Elder of the Universe was in the center of the storm and could hardly take even one step out. He felt like, if he even moved an inch, like the force of destruction from an exploding star, he would be crushed and disintegrated. "Sir, I think the request you just made was just too simple." The fancy-dressed Grandmaster quickly changed his expression and squeezed out a smile. In addition to a habitable planet in the solar system, there should be 3 more space fleets, more than 1 million free laborers, as well as terraforming atmospheric modification supporting equipment. I'll fund them all personally, for no other reason than to simply make a friend. Looking at the Grandmaster, who had cold sweat on his forehead and an extremely stiff smile, Luke opened his bio-force field and withdrew the suffocating pressure. That's what a wise man should do, follow his heart. He lightly said so. Indifferently, the Elder of the Universe secretly sighed and lamented. If you had been so high-profiled from the start, nothing would have happened. When will it be delivered? Luke tried to find a couch to sit on, but found that the entire VIP room had been wiped out, except for a part of the floor, which was temporarily intact. He could only teleport himself and the Grandmaster to the next room. Fortunately, in terms of power control, compared with his Kryptonian younger cousin, who was a humanoid demolition machine, Superman's older cousin was more skillful. The VIP room next door wasn't affected. Luke found what he wanted and sat on the sofa. If he let go of his control, not only the fleet and a room but the entire planet of Sakaar would cease to exist. I'll get it done in the shortest possible time. The Grandmaster glanced at Luke from time to time, wondering when such a powerful person had appeared on Earth. About that backward planet located in the solar system, he had only heard the name Odin of Asgard and the spokesperson of the Vishanti, the Sorcerer Supreme. Beyond that, there was nothing noteworthy. It was said to be a mysterious place. A long, long time ago, the Celestials visited Earth and left their creations behind. Thanos, the fierce and famous Mad Titan, was always thinking about the blue planet and coveting the legendary Infinity Stones. 3 space fleets will soon be assembled and forwarded to you, and all kinds of supporting equipment for terraforming planets will be purchased as soon as possible. It won't delay you, sir. The Grandmaster restrained his distracting thoughts and readily agreed. Having lived for such a long time, wealth and dignity were things the Elder of the Universe didn't really need to place importance on. As long as it didn't deprive him of his only 2 pleasures, betting on things and setting up competitions, everything else was negotiable. That's just how they were. Losing a hobby was simply worse than death, because by then, an endless life would be a curse. However, the search for a habitable planet in the solar system may take a little time. The Grandmaster carefully said so. A supreme being at least a Skyfather level, was entitled to respect wherever he went. And thinking of Luke's previous delicate control of breaking matter into atomic dust and the terrifying momentum that made the planet tremble, the Elder of the Universe thought that the other party might be above a Skyfather level. A singularity. The Grandmaster's body slightly shook, and he quickly got rid of the speculation in his head. The Celestials, which once used the universe as a testing ground, were on par with the singularities. If Luke had such terrifying strength, killing the Grandmaster would be easy. Even if he had dozens of space fleets, they wouldn't be able to stop the other party. Your slave catcher ships travel through the galaxy and spread throughout the stars. Don't you have a detailed star map? Luke raised an eyebrow. He wouldn't have cared much about such issues. It could be earlier or later. But considering the Grandmaster's nature, as someone who only listened to harsh words, Luke made himself look stern. Why did people call him an Elder of the Universe? He's really underwhelming. He was almost blown out of the room when Luke got a little serious. You didn't know. I'm just doing some manpower trading. The slave-catching ships mostly stay, hovering in the galaxy's 3 empires in various starports or interstellar routes of the transit planets. The Grandmaster didn't have the proper bearing of an Elder of the Universe at all. He looked like someone being bullied into submission, whining that it wasn't fair. Luke nodded, then shook his head again. He understood the reasoning, but the other party should be the one to solve the problem. For any creature, the more they were forced, the easier they were to talk to. The more they talked, the more they would relax and forget about the pressure. For example, Zard. The Kryptonian general wasn't acutely aware of the brutal fact that he had been reduced to a worker. If there was a chance, Luke had to pummel that fact into his head. Oh, I have a brother. The Grandmaster looked bitter but soon found a way. I wonder if you have heard of Tainlia Tivan, sir. Luke hesitated a moment and lightly said, The Tivan Group, the collector in Noha. That's right. The Grandmaster rubbed his hands. A look of joy flashed through his eyes, somehow making him look like a thief. He's the owner of Noha, where the Tivan Group is stationed all year round. Since it isn't subject to the laws of the three major galactic empires, people like cosmic mercenaries, space pirates, smugglers, slave traders, wanted criminals, talents of all kinds have gathered there. Any kind of news from all corners of the galaxy will eventually flow into Noha. I believe that the Tivan Group could meet all your needs, sir. Luke paused, took a deep look at the Grandmaster, and whispered, You have such sweet brotherly love. If the collector knew that his brother was ready to move the disaster that came to the garbage dump to him, he would be moved to tears. How could that be? This is nothing, as long as I can share your worries and solve your problems, sir. The Grandmaster didn't have any problems placing himself in the role of a lapdog. As for screwing over the collector, they were brothers. What's wrong with blocking a blow for your brother? Luke was amazed at the chutzpah of this elder of the universe and the lack of dignity, thinking it wasn't without reason that this guy could live such a long life in the dangerous Marvel universe. I'll convey your deep feelings to Tivan. As the saying goes, no one has the heart to slap a clown. The Grandmaster was so fawning that Luke didn't have the heart to make excessive demands. He had to turn his eyes to the two figures in the arena. One was standing while the other was on the ground. As Luke was extorting the Grandmaster, Zard had beaten Beta Ray Bill to the ground. As long as there was no magical attack, mind control, and Kryptonian weapons. Usually, Kryptonians would seem invincible, even if Beta Ray Bill was a powerful warrior. Compared with Zard, he was still inferior. That brave warrior. Is he one of your people, sir? Thinking of the space fleet that was destroyed by Luke, that he actually wanted to use against Zard, the Grandmaster couldn't help but come to that conclusion. Not really. I'm just employing him for now. Luke smiled and waved at the Kryptonian general standing below. The Kryptonian general slightly scowled, seemingly not too fond of such a casual gesture. After a moment's hesitation, he still obeyed Luke's wishes. Smashing through the floor-to-ceiling window of the VIP room, he strode in. What's the matter? Zard coldly asked. He looked over at the Grandmaster on the sofa, and a cold glint passed through his eyes. Perhaps sympathetic to Beta Ray Bill's plight, the Kryptonian general was disgusted with the owner of this gladiatorial arena, the Lord of Sakaar, the Grandmaster. His name is Drew Zard. He is one of my employees. Luke didn't seem to notice the coldness. He smiled and introduced him to the Grandmaster. On the distant planet of Krypton, General Zard was hailed by the people as the greatest freedom fighter, the one who broke the shackles. What he hates most in life is slave owners and gladiatorial proprietors. He hates them so much that he can't wait to rip off those guys' heads. I'm not talking about you. Don't be nervous, don't be afraid. Grandmaster wiped the sweat on his forehead, forced a smile and said, In fact, I'm also a freedom-loving person. I wanted to disband the gladiatorial arena a long time ago, but I just never found the right chance. Since this, General Zard is a freedom fighter and the new champion fighter who defeated Beta Ray Bill, I'll simply give all those gladiators to him. I believe that those strong warriors will be able to live a better and free life under your command, sir. Luke waved his hand, pretended to refuse with a few words, and then said, How embarrassing. You're really too polite. The Grandmaster, who was too afraid to speak his mind, continued to praise him. Only Zard had a big question mark on his head. A freedom fighter? What the hell? Zard was neither a fighter nor a freedom seeker. He simply hated the weak who succumbed to fate and cowards. A true soldier would never bow his head, much less be willingly imprisoned in a cage. Therefore, when Luke called him over, Zard wanted to teach the Grandmaster a hard lesson. Better yet, throw the other party into the gladiatorial arena and let the angry people who lost their freedom and were reduced to slavery tear the damn guy to pieces. This was a logical ending. It was only when the Kryptonian general heard Luke say that the Grandmaster was willing to offer 3 space fleets, as well as his willingness to help find habitable planets, and was responsible for providing free labor, working for the reconstruction of Krypton. Zard chose to remain silent. He couldn't help it. The Grandmaster gave too much. His position was simple. Everything for Krypton. Then it's a deal. Zard, why don't you thank the Grandmaster? Luke glanced at the Kryptonian general, coughed twice, and reminded him. For the sake of the Grandmaster's selfless dedication, Zard, who was full of arrogance, reluctantly thanked him. With that, the Kryptonian general secretly sighed. He helplessly lamented that his dignity and integrity, which he was so proud of, were slowly being eroded. This was probably the heavy price that must be paid for the rebirth of Krypton. After talking about the deal, Luke refused a banquet from the Grandmaster. He wasn't interested in those alien beauties, and he wasn't in the mood to socialize with the smooth, talking elder of the universe. Luke considered himself someone very different from Star-Lord. He didn't have such a big appetite, being turned on by any female of any race. Returning to the Kryptonian ship with Zard, he had just walked onto the bridge when he saw a group of Kryptonian warriors waiting with a lot of questions. This scene made Luke inexplicably feel the odd feeling of trafficking people. What the hell is this place? Commander Feora stared at the young man, who was also a Kryptonian general. Sakaar. Latter shrugged his shoulders and replied. What's Sakaar? Feora asked again. A barbaric planet in the Teo system. The corners of Luke's mouth hooked up, teasing the Kryptonian commander. I'm guessing that in your next question you'll be asking, what the hell is the Teo system, right? Realizing that she had been teased, Feora was furious, her eyebrows raised and her fists clenched. Don't talk in circles. This isn't the universe we know, isn't it? Zard interjected, narrowing his eyes at the smirking Luke. If the other party weren't his nominal boss, this Kryptonian general wouldn't be so patient. That's right. This is another universe. There are no guardians of the universe, no Green Lantern Corps, and no Earth where Clark is located. Luke nodded in acknowledgement, ignoring the angry-looking Zard and the Kryptonian warriors as he continued. Fellow remnants of Krypton, ask yourselves, is there a difference to you between the original universe and the strange universe you're in now? Does it matter? The people I listed are not going to help rebuild Krypton. They might even be a hindrance. You guys don't think that those little blue people, or any other civilization, would like to see a whole new Krypton emerge, do you? Luke's several questions left Zard contemplating. Reason told him that the other party was right. When Krypton was reborn, other cosmic forces wouldn't necessarily sit idly by. An unfamiliar place often means a new beginning. Luke smiled, leaving the room for Zard and the Kryptonian warriors. A few days later, the Grandmaster was really efficient. Without much delay, the 3 space fleets had been handed over to Luke. The space pirates were still defiant at first, but after being persuaded by Zard through a physical persuasion, they all turned into obedient students. The Kryptonian general was truly talented in disciplining new recruits. 3 space fleets flanked the Kryptonian ship as it left Sakaar and headed for the collector, Tainlia Tivens Noha. Fortunately, the 2 sets of space technology operating systems were roughly the same, and the gap in technological power was minimal. Without having to go through a long process of learning, Zard and the Kryptonian warriors had learned how to fly the battleships. Under Luke's assignment, General Zard himself, Commander Feora, and Jack Sir piloted the 3 space warships from the Grandmaster's friendship gift. With the strength of Kryptonians to suppress them, the group of space pirates that had no loyalty naturally would submit. Even if they had some ideas, they had to hide them to avoid being used as an example for others. Luke didn't have time to worry about those complicated problems. If Zard and the Kryptonian warriors couldn't even restrain space pirates, then the task of rebuilding Krypton might as well be given to someone else. Boss, we're approaching Noha's sector. A one-eyed cyberpunk-like pirate with a mechanical prosthetic body respectfully said so. Luke nodded his head, indicating that he was aware. He didn't like being called captain, commander, and so on. Therefore, the pirates chose to call him boss as the next best thing. The interstellar voyage was a boring thing, although in the beginning, the gorgeous and colorful vast space could deeply move people. But the monotonous and boring dark space would only create a depressing atmosphere. Let's start the next jump. Luke leaned back in his chair and commanded the space pirates. The Kryptonian ship pinpointed the space coordinates, and the engines spewed out ghostly blue flames. It violently accelerated and broke into the grid like transition point. Luke closed his eyes, and felt like he was walking through a long tunnel. By the time the Kryptonian ship burst out from the other end of the spatial grid, the first thing that entered everyone's sight was a spectacularly beautiful dusty nebula. "This is Noah," the one-eyed pirate cautiously stated. Luke was silent, staring at the huge, weird skull. Like a small planet, it floated quietly in the nebula. "Sail into the starport." Luke waved his hand. Noah was originally the head of a deceased Celestial's avatar, which was discovered by the collector's Tivan group a long time ago. After occupying it, mining activities were gradually carried out. In the vast and infinite dark expanse of the universe, the once immensely powerful Celestials were the driving force behind the origin of civilizations on various planets. But right now, all they had left was a head for people to look at. Bones, brain tissues, and spinal fluid were all sold as rare resources. Luke lightly sighed. The Kryptonian spacecraft slowly sailed into the starport and anchored on the dock. For hundreds of years, under the intentional management and construction of the Tivan group, this chaotic area, which wasn't under the jurisdiction of the three galactic empires, had gradually turned into a well-known illegal black market area in the universe. There were no laws here. So long as you had enough wealth, you could buy anything. The well-known collector built this asteroid, like head of a celestial, into a huge trade center. Here, no one would ever have to worry about being hunted or arrested by other powers. Even the three empires would have to get prior permission from the Tivan group. Therefore, they could safely sell and deal with those who had obtained wealth and gains by illegal means. Over time, not only smugglers and space pirates enjoyed trading here, even the mercenaries, who loved money even more than their own parents, and information brokers from various forces, had used Noah as a secret and convenient private channel. The Kryptonian ship was docked in the spacious hangar, attracting many curious, speculative glances due to its massive size and the presence of clean-cut space pirates as its crew. Was this a new space pirate group? They were all speculating. Luke did not care about the hidden glances of the others and swaggered out of the dock with those space pirates. The three space fleets led by Zard, Commander Feora, and Jax-Ur were still behind and presumably close to arriving. "Boss, did you come to Noah to buy information or to attend the auction?" the one-eyed man asked, bowing his head like a follower. Although this group of recruited space pirates hadn't seen Luke's powerful strength, which destroyed a fleet with his bare hands. But they all had experienced Zard's iron fist and naturally behaved well. Even the Kryptonian general had to maintain a certain level of respect when facing Luke. Thus, this human boss from Earth either had a more significant background or was stronger. Space pirates weren't all a bunch of illiterate people without a proper education. Some intelligent people fought their way up. They knew exactly what kind of guys they could bully and what kind of big guys they couldn't offend. Auction. Luke's eyes lit up. He hadn't been this kind of face-slapping, pretentiously grabbing a treasure occasion yet. Yes, there's an annual collection festival in Noah, a celebration established by Tainlir Tivan. A grand auction is held the day before the festival. The one-eyed man saw that the boss was interested and made a point of explaining. The main purpose is to attract more guests and, incidentally, promote the reputation of the Tivan group. Space pirates were always the most well-informed group of people in the universe, with knowledge of many secrets. Luke narrowed his eyes, seemingly somewhat moved. He opened his mouth and asked, "So is there any shtick to this auction?" As everyone knew, no matter which auction house was doing business, they would surely prepare a grand finale item that would attract customers. It seems to be a resource planet containing some kind of special mineral veins. The one-eyed man thought for a moment and whispered. This auction had been warming up for a long time. The Tivan group was spreading its advertisements around. It was clear that they wanted to lure the warlords, dictators, or powerful empires into taking the bait. A resource planet with considerable value added for lone wolf space pirates and generic mercenaries had little meaning. It wasn't safe enough and would fall into the hands of merchants and trading groups. Only powerful empires like the Kree and Skrulls would find it useful. Resource planet. Sure enough, Luke curled his lips when he heard it. Spending a large sum of money on a small resource planet for ore mining served no purpose other than to waste time. What Zard and the other Kryptonians needed was a young planet with vitality. Find a hotel first and wait for Zard to come over. Luke waved his hand and dismissed the idea of attending the auction. With the recommendation of the Grandmaster, plus the 3 space fleets with sufficient firepower, he felt that he should be able to reach an agreement with the Collector and obtain a lead about a suitable planet from the other party. As for being penniless and not being able to pay, it didn't matter. Luke had always relied on reasoning with others to do things, and the ability to pay out money was only an occasional thing. If it didn't work, he would just ask Zard to locate the orb and sell it to the Collector. He believed that at that time, Tainlir Tivan would regret that he didn't make a deal with him when he could. Anyway, the 6 Infinity Stones were of no use to Luke. He just needed to properly secure the Eye of Agamotto, originally the Time Stone of the Sorcerer Supreme. At best, add Shild's Tesseract, that's originally the Space Stone, and avoid letting Thanos collect the full set and snap his fingers. Perhaps, if Luke's fellow Traversers crossed over to the Marvel Universe. Collecting the Infinity Stones and wearing the Infinity Gauntlet would be the main plot. But Superman, who had experienced the thrill of the snap early and also rubbed Thanos to the ground, didn't need to do so. Luke's current small goal was to jump out of the multiverse box and push open the door to the Omniverse. This way, whether it was a big event or a cosmic crisis, it wouldn't affect him. He just wanted to live in peace. Through the comic book universe, the only people who could barely live a quiet life were those big characters of the Omniverse. Even if the multiverse restarted, their existence wouldn't change. But an almighty Omniverse level couldn't be reached by simply upgrading his cards. They were equivalent to editors and creators. The only way to push open that door was to take advantage of the opportunity in big events. Luke thought so and walked through the hotel doors. "General, we've arrived in Noha." The space fleet led by Zard followed the direction of the Kryptonian ship and entered the mesmerizing and gorgeous nebula through continuous space jumps. "Have Fiora and Jax find an open area to anchor the fleet." The Kryptonian general said so in a deep voice. The 3 space fleets were so large that the starport on Noha couldn't accommodate them. They were just stopping for a while to resupply and search for a location for New Krypton. There was no need to stir up the crowd, making it look like a battle. General Zard considered a low-key approach and decided to go in by shuttle and meet up with Luke. "Yes," the space pirate leader nodded his head. They wouldn't dare to question Zard's order. Those defiant and unruly brothers had all become space mummies. The Kryptonian general never hesitated to use the simplest, most violent solution to a problem. After wringing the necks of several space pirates with his bare hands, these guys were as docile as sheep, and they never caused any more problems. "Fiora and I will take a shuttle to Noha. The others should stay on the battleship." Zard left these words and left the bridge. Reaching the lower deck, he sat down in a small, pitch-black shuttlecraft. There were other Kryptonian warriors to suppress and supervise the space pirates, so he believed that there wouldn't be any problems. The shuttle slowed down, pulled into the starport, and was just about to pull into the dock. Boom! There was a sudden violent shake. Zard's shuttlecraft, like a bouncy ball, whirled and flew out. It was like reversing into a garage halfway through, and suddenly someone forced their way into the only parking space and scraped the car, leaving a huge scratch. "General," Commander Fiora was pissed. Except for Superman, who grew up on Earth, the majority of Kryptonians weren't actually good-natured. Especially the ones with warrior gene templates. If they had a disagreement, fists would swing around. "Who are they?" Zard's face sank. When had he ever been treated this way? A Kree warship, probably the top brass of the military. After Fiora came to the Marvel Universe, she familiarized herself with the data of the cosmic forces of this universe. The space warship had the flag of the Kree Empire and a striking symbol resembling a Kryptonian family crest. The Kryptonian general narrowed his eyes without immediately attacking. They silently looked for another dock and docked the shuttlecraft there. After paying the fees, Zard quickly led the commander to the warship. "You just hit." The tall body of the Kryptonian general stopped in front of the other party. "Tell him to fuck off." The tall, blue-skinned male-looking creature, surrounded by a cluster of people, faintly glanced at Zard and chided. Hearing the command from the superior officer, two Kree warriors with firearms stepped forward, ready to chase away the loiterer who appeared out of nowhere. Telling me to fuck off. Zard was able to understand the universal language of this universe. His inner fury soared. It's another beautiful day. The collector, Tainlia Tivan, who was standing in his private museum. With his eyes full of satisfaction, he admired the rare items he collected with great care. Is there anyone who can possess a greater number of precious treasures than I do? The elder of the universe's face was filled with a sense of accomplishment, like an otaku looking at a wall full of limited edition figures. Sometimes, happiness was as simple as that. Master, there's an earthling who claims to have a referral from the Grandmaster, hoping to purchase a young and vibrant habitable planet from the Tivan group. The red-skinned maid cautiously entered the collector's private area and whispered. There were display cases around her. There were both dead and living things among them. For example, a certain technological item originating from an ancient civilization, some endangered species, and even a dog in a spacesuit. For Tainlia Tivan, the criteria for his collection were simple. It wasn't just a matter of being valuable, but its own value, as well as the time it took to preserve it. While the elders of the universe had long lives, to begin with, the collector was even more unusual. He once made a bet with one of the 5 deities, Death, and was lucky enough to be the loser. The price of losing was not being able ever to set foot in the realm of the dead. In other words, Tainlia Tivan had an immortal body, in a philosophical sense. For the foreseeable future, the collector would probably be one of the longest living elders of the universe. Unless the multiverse was rebooted and the concept of death was rewritten. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Tainlia Tivan to die in a true sense. And because of this, the collector's favorite pieces were things that could be permanently preserved and wouldn't be corrupted by time, like the infinity stones that belong to this category. In the comic book, Tainlia Tivan once thought about collecting the Avengers, throwing Captain America and Iron Man into a display case, but it didn't work. The mutants and Inhumans were all targets. The Grandmaster, an Earthling, the collector frowned. The elders of the universe had lived for so long that their relationships had long since faded. They were only interested in their own hobbies and desires. They didn't care about anything else. Could he be getting me into some kind of mess again? The collector thought about it for a moment and told the maid, "Take that Earthling to the reception room. I'll see him later." Every time the Grandmaster approached him, nothing good would come of it. Last time, the other party said there was a shortage of champion fighters on Sakaar. He made a bet with Tainlia Tivan and finally snatched Beta Ray Bill. It was a precious item that he had managed to get his hands on, one that had undergone a cybernetic transformation, a powerful warrior like no other. There were also tournaments in Noha, and Beta Ray Bill was supposed to be the collector's trump card. Used against the captain of the guard of the Shi'ar Empire, Kalak. Yes, master. The red-skinned maid nodded and then said, "The Kree Empire's warship has just entered the starport. The representative involved in this auction house is Ronan the Accuser, the famous warlord." How could it be him? The collector's relieved brow knitted together again, and his face looked a little depressed. Noha was the territory of the Tivan group. Even the 3 galactic empires had to show respect. Ronan the Accuser was not only overbearing in character, but he was also exceedingly arrogant and a warmonger. And there was also a strong racist sentiment, discriminating against any life other than pure-blood Kree. If some Skrulls or some Shi'ars passed by and provoked this guy into a killing spree, it would be bad. After all, it wasn't as if Ronan hadn't done that kind of thing before. Did you send someone over to greet him? The collector instantly forgot about meeting the Earthling. He didn't want Ronan to cause a mess and disrupt the auction. No, not yet. We tried to contact the Kree Empire's warship before, but they refused to communicate. We don't know when Ronan would arrive in Noha. The red-skinned maid bowed her head and replied with a trembling voice. The collector was furious, but at this time, he wasn't in the mood to punish anyone. He quickly walked out of the huge room filled with display cases and was ready to contact the person in charge of the starport. But before Tainlia Tivan could do so, his communicator received a message. What? Someone got into a fight with Ronan the Accuser. The collector's eyes widened in disbelief. Who would have the guts to mess with that notoriously evil warlord? back 20 minutes ago. Are you telling me to fuck off? Zard stared at the tall, blue-skinned male alien. The other party looked like a big shot, with people following behind him. Moreover, when the Kryptonian general blocked the way, a number of warriors instantly raised their firearms and pointed them at his body. Looking at their cold eyes, it seemed that as soon as the blue-skinned alien gave the order, they would immediately shoot to kill. Such nonsense. Zard sneered without trying to avoid it. He didn't exactly have a good temper either, but he was a Kryptonian general who had never needed to raise his fists to teach other people a simple lesson. But this blue-skinned guy not only rammed his shuttlecraft with his warship, but he was also threatening him with force. Inferior races. Zard clenched his fist and was about to teach the other party a lesson when he suddenly heard such words. As if another bucket full of oil was poured in, the existing blaze of anger boiled up even more. It had to be said, the Kree were simply dancing in a minefield. Zard, as someone with the general genetic template, had to protect Kryptonians' honor. In order to fulfill the great cause of rebuilding Krypton, he even went as far as to work for Luke and sell his freedom. But someone actually insulted Kryptonians as an inferior race right in front of him. It goes without saying what the outcome would be. Furious, Zard didn't say anything else. He directly opened his palm and fiercely gripped the energy weapon. It was instantly crushed into scrap metal. Then his right hand choked the Kree soldier's neck and twisted it. Crack. The fragile neck was instantly broken. Even if the Kree had a tougher physique than other races, being able to accommodate multiple copies of organs and immune to certain levels of radiation. But in the hands of Kryptonians, they were still like lambs to the slaughter, powerless and defenseless. The pitch-black cloak rose up high. Zard's entire body rushed into the line of Kree warriors at a speed that far exceeded the dynamic vision of the Kree. His fist was like a war hammer, beating out heavy and dull sounds. It could be said that he mopped the floor with them. In a few breaths, all the khaki Kree warriors were on their way out. The scene was quite bloody. Someone's neck was broken, someone's chest had collapsed in, and someone's head was crushed. The Kryptonian general mowed them down like grass. He was extremely efficient without giving the Kree a chance to react. Now, is someone going to come forward and apologize to me for being rude? Zard asked as he stared at the bigwig from the Kree Empire, whose veins were throbbing at the corners of his forehead, and killing intent was oozing out. Do you know who I am? The tall, blue-skinned alien pushed aside the Kree warrior who stood in front of him and emerged from the crowd. He held a long-handled war hammer in his right hand, with a very imposing and oppressive aura. On the surface, he didn't look like a weak person. I am the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, Ronan. The blue-skinned alien gave him his name. However, he didn't see the anticipated look of fear and panic coming from the other party, until a petite woman came up to remind him. The rugged man who had exterminated a squad of Kree warriors in a split second nodded his head in realization. So, you're Ronan the accuser. Zard pondered, contemplated for a moment, then continued. I already know who you are. For the sake of the Kree Empire, you can leave after you apologize. After the reminder from Commander Feora, Zard finally knew. He knew who this tall, blue-skinned male alien in front of him was. The center of power in the Kree Empire, Ronan the Accuser, the most famous warlord and cold-blooded executioner in the galaxy. He had committed inhumane massacres in the war against the planet Xandar. His fierce reputation wasn't inferior to that of the mad titan, Thanos. The Nova Corps had, on more than one occasion, strongly condemned such behavior. However, due to the huge military power of the Kree Empire, it could only remain as a verbal warning to avoid conflicts. In that case, considering that further entanglement may lead to more problems, Zard eased his tone. Before the grand reconstruction of Krypton could take its first steps, starting an irreconcilable conflict with the Kree Empire, one of the three major powers in the galaxy, was obviously unwise. Therefore, the Kryptonian general was willing to compromise and back down. For the sake of the Kree Empire, you can leave after you apologize. Zard considered himself magnanimous and refrained from further commenting on Ronan's outburst and arrogant disrespect. However, the warlord from the Kree Empire only felt that this was a blatant provocation. Have you always been so fearless? Ronan gripped the long-handled war hammer tightly, and his sharp eyes, like knives, stabbed at Zard. How dare you ask me to apologize? It would be the greatest mercy for me not to take your lives today." The originally relaxed atmosphere, with the drop of this sentence, became tense once again. The Kryptonian general's face sank. He knew that the laws of survival among the universe were no different from the natural world, focusing on individual strength and group forces. The existence at the top of the food chain could really take whatever they wanted from the creatures at the bottom and kill them at will. But what surprised him was that Ronan, who was heavily armed and had control over the fleet, hadn't seen the current situation clearly. Courage is the basic quality of a warrior. I'd like to ask, are you so confident about yourself or the Kree Empire's fleet? Zard took a general glance, in terms of the strength of the other party. If they really fought, at best, they would be in a 50-50 situation with the Kryptonian warriors. If they simply competed in physical fitness, Ronan may also be inferior. After all, having been enriched by the yellow sun, his Kryptonian physique was constantly evolving. Not to mention the Kree, even the Eternals might not be enough. Confidence is a fundamental quality in a leader. Ronan emerged from the crowd and looked towards the Kryptonian general. You turned down your only chance to survive. Do you have any last words? The two faced each other like gamblers who felt that they had a winning hand. Zard thought his fists were enough to pin his opponent to the ground. On the other hand, Ronan felt that with the Kree Empire's fleet backing him up and his own strength as a guarantee, there was no need to even look at the other party. In all his years of conquering the galaxy, he had never met an enemy that could threaten his life. Not long ago, the supreme intelligence of the Kerry Empire gave Ronan a powerful weapon as a reward. As a result, the accuser's confidence in his own strength was inflated as never before. Heh, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you. Zard took a step forward. His terrifying momentum built up as if he was ready to slam his fist into Ronan's head. Gentlemen, please show some respect. Just as the battle was about to break out, a projection of Tainlia Tivan appeared between the two men. Although private duels aren't forbidden in Noha, this is a starport, not a gladiatorial arena. The collector, who was on the top floor of the Tivan group building, saw the situation getting worse and had to intervene. He knew exactly what kind of madman Ronan was. The Nova Corps turned a blind eye to the existence of Noha. The three galactic empires also give basic respect to the elders of the universe. But this war madman of the Kree Empire wouldn't follow those rules. In case Ronan got angry, his fleet might fire at Noha, destroying it. Afterwards, the collector couldn't hold him accountable. The status of an elder of the universe may seem high, but their military power may not be comparable to that of the three galactic empires. As for Zard, although Tainlia Tivan didn't know who the other party was, but his vision and insight were much greater than that of this arrogant accuser. Powerful. This was the collector's first impression when he saw the Kryptonian general through the ubiquitous surveillance devices. That terrifying aura, like that of a silent volcano, wasn't something that could just be faked. Only a powerful warrior who had fought many battles and won numerous victories could develop an unbreakable mental will of steel. The Grandmaster sent out slave-catching teams all year round, looking around for qualified warriors. On Sakaar, there were even competitive matches all year round. Having been exposed to it, the collector's ability to judge was evident. I'm tempted to show you some respect and let this reckless guy off the hook. Ronan, the accuser, spoke faintly, but his right hand, which held the long-handled warhammer, didn't loosen its grip. But you should also know that the Kree have always valued honor and dignity and will never refuse a challenge. The collector paused and remained silent. Of course, he knew the Kree Empire was famous for its warrior culture. Every blue-skinned, pure Kree was born an aggressor and predator. Ronan was one of the best. So, this brave warrior Tainlia Tivan turned his attention to Zard. However, the latter didn't show him any respect either. Kryptonians will never forgive any arrogant people who insult our race. This time, Zard didn't back down. Kryptonian. Both the collector and Ronan were surprised to hear that. This was a planet they had never heard of. In that case, you can go to the gladiatorial arena. Anyway, the warrior tournament of Noha will be held in 2 days. Seeing that both of them didn't give him an ounce of respect, the collector was a little offended and spoke in annoyance. The Tivan group did business on every planet in the galaxy, and the most lucrative trade in the interplanetary colonization era, the labor force, was undoubtedly one of them. In fact, in the arena on Sakar, half of the gladiators there were sent over by the collector. Unlike the Grandmaster's private hobby, Tainlia Tivan regarded it as a lucrative and popular business and managed it carefully. In order to create momentum for the annual auction, Noha would open the arena and hold a contest. The winner would receive a huge reward that would be envied by the entire galaxy. The arena. Good. I heard that captain of the guard from the Shia Empire will also be coming over for this auction. Ronan, the accuser, seemed to remember something and loudly said, "When the arena is officially opened, I can use this Kryptonian to warm up before the battle with Gladiator, the Gladiator." His real name was Kalak. He was the captain of the guards of one of the three great forces of the galaxy, the Shi'ar Empire. He was also recognized as one of the strongest in the universe. In the comics, the Gladiator had fought Hulk and Thor. His personal combat skills were quite remarkable. He could smash asteroids with his bare hands, survive in the sun's core, and was tough enough to withstand gamma-ray blasts. The Gladiator's strength level was dependent on his confidence. As such, the more confident he was, the stronger he got. When he firmly believed that he could win, all aspects of his ability would significantly improve, with no limit. Therefore, he had entered the ranks of the four supermen of the Marvel Universe. Ronan had wanted to fight the Gladiator a long time ago and take the supreme honor of being the most powerful warrior in the universe from his opponent. Captain Kalak, who came for the auction, might not agree to the duel. The collector's head ached beyond belief. He knew that nothing good could come from Ronan, the accuser coming to know her. "Then I'll take that resource planet in the finale of the auction as a bet for the battle," Ronan spoke with confidence and certainty. Tainlia Tivan was stunned, seemingly unprepared for the magnitude of the other party's offer. Where did this warlord of the Kree Empire get his confidence from? The Gladiator's reputation was spread throughout the galaxy. In terms of combat capability, Ronan wasn't at the level of the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire. "I hope you'll stay in Noha for 2 days. Don't try to escape." Taking a deep look at Zard, Ronan, flanked by the Kree warriors, left the starport. The Kryptonian general simply raised an eyebrow without saying anything. All enmities were reserved for the gladiatorial arena in 2 days' time. After Zard left the starport, he quickly contacted Luke, who had long since checked into a hotel at the core. The latter heard about the trouble caused by the Kryptonian general, and his mouth turned up with a relaxed smile. He stood in front of the wide floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city outside, ignoring Zard and Feora, who had entered the door. Noha was divided into a mining area, residential area, and core area. The outermost mining zones were populated by workers earning meager salaries. Moreover, there were multiple small groups of unscrupulous elements that specialized in keeping an eye on outsiders. Once they found a fat sheep that they could lay their hands on, it wouldn't take long for some of their organs to appear on the black market. This kind of thing would happen from time to time, although there were patrols and law enforcement teams in Noha. But those were the private armed forces of the Tivan group, which only served the big shots. The bottom level of the mining area was the slum. As long as there wasn't too much mayhem, they generally wouldn't interfere. Public security in the residential area was slightly better. Most of them were mercenaries trying to make a living, wanted criminals being hunted, as well as service providers. Only when someone stepped into the core area could they be considered an elite. They could enjoy a privileged life, as well as a comfortable environment. People at the bottom of the mining area often compared the core to a city that never slept with nightly entertainment. Life there was like paradise. The philosophy and law of Noha, in Tainlia Tivan's words, was a life that can't create value, has no need to exist. "Why did you almost get into a fight with Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire?" Gathering his distracting thoughts, Luke turned to ask. He had intended to meet with the collector, accomplish his goal, and then leave. Who knew that his meeting with Tainlia Tivan would be scheduled for the afternoon. However, because of the conflict between Zard and Ronan the accuser, a number of changes have taken place. Luke hadn't seen the most famous collector in the universe yet. It's Ronan's rude remarks, insulting us first. Perhaps worried that Luke would ask for accountability, Commander Feora started to explain. After all, the other party was their nominal boss. The 10-year employment contract had already been signed, and it was impossible for them to go back on their word. You misunderstood, MS Feora. I have no intention of blaming anyone. Luke slightly smiled, looking relaxed. The three great galactic empires, Kree, Shi'ar, and Skrull. These vast empires with their powerful armies, their advanced technology, their influence radiating over dozens of star fields and thousands of celestial bodies, were nothing in his eyes. I'm just sorry that I wasn't there myself. Luke chuckled a little. If he replaced Zard, Ronan would be dead by now. There would be no such thing as waiting for 2 days. But did they just say that the Gladiator, the guard captain of the Shi'ar Empire, will also be coming to know her and participating in the auction? Luke asked. He was particularly concerned about this issue. Feora gently nodded. This was something Ronan said himself. He was going to use the resource planet that was the final item for the auction as the stakes to invite the Gladiator to the arena. Luke's eyes flickered for a moment. He hadn't forgotten that he had a side quest, defeating Marvel's 4 Supermen. The sentry's name was stroked through. There were 3 people left, Hyperion, Gladiator, and Blue Marvel. With 3 lucky draw chances in front of him, Luke was naturally tempted. What do you think of Ronan's invitation? Luke finalized the plan in his mind and turned his attention to the silent Zard. Average, the Kryptonian general whispered. Luke's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Zard's judgment wouldn't be wrong, but if Ronan had no chance of winning against the Kryptonian general, where did he get the courage to challenge him? General. Commander Feora hesitated for a moment, but succumbed to her genetic template and chose to call Luke General. Ronan's probably relying on his weapon. Luke raised an eyebrow. He remembered. The supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire once gave Ronan a powerful hammer called the Universal Weapon. He wasn't like the embarrassing villain who died in a dance-off with the Guardians of the Galaxy. In the comics, after Ronan, the Accuser, obtained his weapon, he could manipulate matter, create gravity, and control lightning, which granted him tremendous combat strength. Perhaps this is where the initiative to challenge the Gladiator came from. Are you confident that you can beat Ronan? Luke sat down on the sofa and subconsciously tapped his fingers a couple of times. For the chance to draw a prize, even if deep down he detested violence and advocated for peace. He had to go down to the arena personally and have a fair fight with the captain of the Shi'ar Imperial Guards. As for Ronan, even if he had the universal weapon at best, he had only gone from being an ant to a slightly stronger ant. You could order a nice meal, and by the time you had finished your meal, I would be done ripping that guy's head off. Zard's face looked calm, and his tone seemed certain. In all his years of conquest, except for Luke, who made him feel threatened, there was no one else. Then I'll leave Ronan to you. Luke snapped his fingers and nodded with satisfaction. 2 days later, Noha's arena was officially opened. It was a full house, crowded with people. Most of the audience were elites from the core area. There were also a few gamblers from the residential areas. They all heard that Ronan spent an ungodly amount of money to get the resource planet that held the rare mineral veins. This was despite the fact that the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire was also bidding a high price. But Ronan the Accuser, a dictatorial warlord with a dozen planets under his control, was superior with his deep pockets. The resource planet that broke the auction record in Noha would be used as a bet. Whoever could defeat Ronan, the Accuser in the gladiatorial arena, would win this astonishing prize. The Shi'ar Empire's gladiator didn't respond in kind, but he was graciously invited by the collector. He promised to come to the gladiatorial arena to see in whose hands the planet would end up. The atmosphere was sufficiently warmed up as the audience shouted loudly at the impassioned voice of the host. Ronan, the Accuser, was clad in black armor and armed with a long-handled hammer. He strode to the center of the arena in full view of the crowd. Is there anyone who would like to be the first challenger? The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. Despite the chance, no one was brave enough to step forward. With the Kree Empire as a backing and his own great strength, this kind of challenge should be for someone on the same level. Otherwise, it was meaningless to win. They wouldn't be able to keep the prize. If they lost, they would lose their lives. Any warrior. The host asked several times in a row. Yet no matter how much he stirred up the crowd, no one wanted to be the first. After a few minutes, Ronan, somewhat impatiently, raised his right hand, gripped his war hammer and pointed to one of the viewing platforms with the best view. To the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire, the most powerful warrior in the universe, the gladiator. He was sitting there, no doubt about it. It was a blatant challenge. The corner of the gladiator's forehead twitched, and he slowly rose to his feet. But before he could respond to the challenge, someone else landed in the gladiatorial arena first. There was a loud boom, and the atmosphere exploded. A tall figure slammed onto the hard ground as the pitch-black cloak rose high in the air. "I'm here," Zard spoke in a deep voice. Without bothering to look at Ronan, his eyes passed over the other man and caught a glimpse of Luke and Feora sitting in the front row. "Feora, what are the odds for this fight?" Luke, sitting in the front row, took his eyes off the confrontation between Zard and Ronan. "Odds?" The Kryptonian commander glanced around and found a lot of people sneaking around in the audience, moving back and forth in various positions. They should be employees from the casinos, looking around for customers. As we all know, any competitive tournament would inevitably give birth to the gambling industry. Even if it was in Noha, there's no exception. Moreover, the publicity leading up to the battle was sufficiently loud and full of hype. A resource planet at stake, supreme accuser of the Kree Empire and the captain of the Shi'ar Guards. Too many topics to discuss, attracting countless viewers. Besides, in the duel between Ronan, the accuser, and the gladiator, the captain of the Shi'ar Guard. If the odds were balanced, and there was nothing exciting. The fierce collision between the warlord of the Kree Empire and a passer-by dark horse who appeared out of nowhere was even more interesting. Although most of the audience thought there was no suspense, and Ronan had a good chance of winning. However, there were always a group of experienced gamblers who were greedy for the amazing odds and ready to make a single blowout bet. In the arena, the confrontation between the two men hadn't yet started. Instead, the audience was buzzing with enthusiasm. "Is this really necessary?" Feora hesitated. It's not that she didn't believe in her superior strength. Instead, gambling was illegal and considered a bad practice among Kryptonian values, especially if Zard knew the consequences would be horrifying. "It's just a recreational pastime. Don't take it too seriously." Luke waved his hand and comforted the Kryptonian commander. "Besides, could you have rebuilt Krypton with your bare hands?" Even with the resources provided by the Grandmaster for the prosperity of a civilization and a race, it's an insignificant thing. Feora looked torn, but eventually got up in silence. "You shouldn't have come." Ronan, the accuser, tightened his grip on his long-handled war hammer and looked towards Zard, not far away. He thought the other party would find a place to hide instead of showing up on time. After all, in the galaxy, everyone knew Ronan's fierce name. "Kryptonians won't turn down a challenge, let alone run away," the Kryptonian general grimaced. His metallic armor vibrated like a lava volcano ready to erupt. "Very well, I'll bestow upon you the highest glory, death, by the war hammer of the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire." A hint of appreciation passed through Ronan's eyes. The Kree Empire was the top-ranked military empire in the galaxy. The Kree were also known for their belligerence and ferocity. They could slaughter all life on a planet without changing their expressions, while at the same time respecting those who would fight for their faith. Without further nonsense, Zard's pitch-black cloak flared high as his tall body took a violent step forward. Bang! Invisible waves of air tumbled and roared, spreading in all directions. Space seemed to stagnate, and the Kryptonian general's every move seemed to slow down. This was actually a visual illusion. Zard was extremely fast, transforming into an unstoppable black shadow. When the crowd was caught off guard, he rushed towards Ronan with unparalleled momentum. For the Kryptonian general, a battle was always a matter of killing and slaughter. There was no point in preaching battle ethics. It would be foolish to announce before striking. "Heh!" Ronan, the accuser, spat out a sneer and swung his long-handled war hammer straight into the air. The airflow was squeezed into streaks of white wisps, and rumbling bursts of sound spread across the vast gladiatorial arena. Wherever the war hammer passed, it was as if space caved in, releasing a wave of destruction. There was no hint of fear in Zard's eyes, let alone any intention of avoiding him. His right hand was clenched into a fist, his muscles tensed up, and his heavy strength condensed into it. In the next moment, the divine weapon given by the Supreme Intelligence collided with the Kryptonian's iron fist. Bang! There was a loud bang. The solid arena shook a few times as if there was an earthquake. The ground beneath their feet instantly cracked open like an ever-expanding spider's web. The surging air billowed, setting off a wave of dust like a dragon soaring into the air. The deafening, dull sound irritated the fragile eardrums of all the spectators in the gladiatorial arena. Is that all? Receiving the force of the impact, Zard took a few steps back, withdrew his fist, and let out a taunt. That long-handled warhammer is indeed indestructible. It's a bit of a shame that it landed in Ronan's hands. The Kryptonian general's eyes were solemn as his feet launched into his opponent once again. The ground crumbled and furrowed. In the space of a few breaths, the two figures exchanged blows with each other hundreds of times. The terrifying wave of sound rippled out in rings, visible to the naked eye. Faced with such a fierce attack, Ronan couldn't help but feel a suffocating sense of pressure. Zard's combat sense was too good, dodging the shockwave fired by the warhammer at exactly the right time, every time. It made his universal weapon useless. Moreover, the Kryptonian's iron fist was powerful. Had it not been for the warhammer's energy shield, Ronan the Accuser would have been caught in danger several times, welcoming the bitter fruit of defeat. You're a tenacious fighter. It's just a shame you ran into me, the Supreme Accuser of the Kerry Empire roared, his warhammer releasing heavy pressure from his hands. The air seemed to grow thicker as Zard felt a powerful force field around him. It was as if he was stuck in a swamp like a towering mountain was pressing on top of his head. This was one of the abilities that the divine weapon, forged by the Supreme Intelligence, possessed. Manipulate gravity, absorb energy, create force fields, emit shock waves. The Supreme Intelligence of the Kree Empire named the Warhammer Universal Weapon. It was worthy of its name. Capturing the rare opportunity, Ronan the Accuser went on the offensive. His hands clenched, his hammer raised. With a terrifying force, it slammed directly into Zard's chest. The metal armor from Krypton crumbled apart with a few cracks and then fell to pieces. Before Zard could react, he was sent flying into the air. He felt a sharp pain in his body, and his eyes were glazed over as if he had been hit head-on by a battleship. In a groggy daze, Zard quickly slammed down. There was another loud bang. The ground shook. The solid alloy wall of the arena was almost broken through, revealing a deep, human-shaped dent. Embrace death. Ronan rose into the air like a predatory falcon and swooped down on the fallen Zard. The black armor that covered the surface of the torso buzzed and vibrated, emitting a shrill sound. The hissing air currents twisted like a swarm of snakes, framing the accuser of the Kree Empire like a god or a demon. Boom! The fierce energy, like a detonated explosive, unleashed a terrifying wave of destruction. Feora, who was sitting in the front row, was so distraught that she couldn't help but stand up. She never expected that General Zard would slip up and give Ronan a chance to catch him in an extremely dangerous situation. Feora, you underestimate the will of a Kryptonian general. Luke was as calm and steady as a mountain. Zard was at least strong enough to go a few rounds with him, not so weak that he would lose to Ronan the Accuser, who relied on his weapon's abilities. There was silence in the arena. People in the audience stood up and poked their heads out, trying to see the situation. The battle was like a roller coaster ride, with ups and downs. Ronan the Accuser, who was favored by the public, was caught in a passive position at the beginning. Zard became a dark horse, revealing his skills. When the scales of victory tipped in favor of the Kryptonian general, the Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire struck a surprising blow. The smoke slowly dispersed, revealing a vague figure. Cough, cough. Zard, who was smashed into the alloy wall, opened his palm. In a flash, he was tightly gripping the warhammer. The violent energy cut through the Kryptonian's hard as steel skin like a knife. The wound was so deep that they could almost see the white of his bones. Drip, drip, drip. Scarlet blood spurted onto Zard's face, giving him a particularly grim look. Despite the loss of his right arm, the Kryptonian general was able to deflect a fierce blow from Ronan the Accuser. Crack, crack. Zard gritted his teeth and moved the warhammer away with great force. His eyes were full of anger, steely and unyielding. It's my turn. He coldly spat out the words. Die, Ronan the Accuser tightened his grip on the warhammer and lashed out once more. Your turn. It's not a turn-based game. He just needed to keep adding leverage and deal another lethal blow to his opponent. The scales of victory would inevitably tilt in his favor. Crack, 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 crack. The white bones sounded like toothache-inducing, unoiled, rusty machinery cracking and squeaking. The broken bones pricked the skin and appeared quite shocking. Perhaps because of the pain, Zard's expression turned distorted. He roared, and blazing energy surged forth, coalescing into 2 points of crimson. Zai Zai, his eyes glowed red. They were like 2 laser swords sweeping across the arena. The almighty weapon, which was filled with raging energy, seemed to have been drained. The dazzling light turned dull and weakly faltered. Ronan, the accuser, froze, seemingly unresponsive. A few seconds passed before he could clearly feel the excruciating, bone-chilling pain transmitted back to his brain. Ah, my hand! Along with the universal weapon, a beefy arm fell to the ground. It belonged to Ronan, the accuser. I'm not the one who's going to meet death. Zard's eyes glowed red, as if he were a demon from hell. His left hand reached out like lightning and tightened around the neck of the Kree's supreme accuser, interrupting the screams of pain that echoed through the gladiatorial arena. Crack, a crisp sound echoed. The hard skull of the Kryptonian general smashed into Ronan the accuser's nose. Blood flowed out like a faucet with its valve broken off, splattering all over his face. 5 fingers, like iron pincers, squeezed the head of the supreme accuser of the Kree with force. The arm, which was almost ruined, struck the opponent in the jaw. Boom! The latter was struck high into the air, like a cannonball in full force. Zard took a few deep breaths and bent down to pick up the long-handled hammer. Squinting his eyes, he waited for Ronan to fall. Then he swung the universal weapon created by the Supreme Intelligence. Bang! The Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire looked like he had been struck by a baseball bat, tumbling and flying off into the air. The tall figure tore through the atmosphere and heavily smashed into the alloy walls of the gladiatorial arena. The sound was thunderous, and the smoke billowed in all directions. Ronan fell. The Supreme Accuser has fallen. The Kree warriors in the audience were reduced to tears, as if they couldn't bring themselves to believe what they were seeing. The Kree Empire had an extremely fervent military culture, and Ronan, at such a young age, was able to become an accuser, a member of the Accuser Corps and a member of the Kree aristocracy. Apart from his noble lineage and family support, these factors were also closely related to his own strength. But Ronan, who was recognized as the #1 warrior in the Kree Empire, had lost. And what was hardest to accept was that he didn't lose to the Gladiator, the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire. Instead, he suffered the biggest failure in his life at the hands of some unknown guy. Others were shocked at the result, too. Only those gambles who were betting on the unknown guy cheered loudly and celebrated their victory. We won, we won. We finally won something. No more debts. Remember this feeling, Supreme Accuser. Zard strode forward and approached the seriously injured Ronan. You're not a guard. You're not invincible. You'll bleed. You'll get hurt. And you'll... No fear. The universal weapon, shaped like a war hammer, didn't hold back and smashed the head of the Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire. The Kryptonian general was never about that whole forgiveness and letting go. For him, the best way to show respect to his opponent was to lay a bunch of flowers at his enemy's grave, nothing more. A look of fear flashed across Ronan's eyes as his consciousness drifted away. It was the fear of death that was engraved in every creature's bones. Battle over. The space battleship, hovering above the gladiatorial arena, shot down a repulsion beam, just in time to shove Zard out of the way. The Collector couldn't help wiping the cold sweat off his face. There was no way he was going to let the Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire die in Noha. That would definitely start a new war. When that happened, the Tivan group would be the one to suffer. Congratulations to the powerful, unknown warrior for winning the final victory. To avoid further complications, Tainlia Tivan was eager to announce the results. His Excellency, Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire, had wagered the resource planet we had auctioned off, so... Bang! Another figure landed in the arena. The red cape, the high collar, the tight combat suit, and the rather distinctive mohawk haircut. A mountain of applause and cheers broke out like a tidal wave, because the man who stepped into the arena was the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire, the one recognized as the most powerful warrior in the galaxy, Gladiator. I remember Ronan saying that this was an open challenge with no restrictions, right? Kalak loudly asked. His eyes were fixed on Zard. If the winner standing in the arena was Ronan, the accuser, Gladiator wouldn't come down in person. The reason was simple. In his opinion, the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire wasn't a true warrior. Relying on powerful weapons without the determination to fight to the death, what qualifications did he have to fight himself? This was what Kalok had in mind. I don't care about the stakes, but I'm looking forward to the fight. The Gladiator sincerely said so. You can go down to rest and recover from your injuries. Zard ignored his opponent and silently gripped the trophy he had harvested, the universal weapon shaped like a war hammer, and walked to the audience. Ronan, the accuser, belonged to him and Gladiator to Luke, something they had agreed on earlier. Having said that, the big man with the odd haircut looked strong and worthy of a fight. But the Kryptonian general was exhausted and had lost all interest. I'll answer this challenge. Luke, who was sitting in the audience, slowly stood up and gave his seat to Zard. He didn't make a stylish entrance like the Kryptonian general and entered the gladiatorial arena very calmly along the stairway. The sudden turn of events not only left the collector and the audience frozen, but even Gladiator himself was a little surprised. His stern eyes swept over Luke, not noticing anything out of the ordinary. He could even be considered plain compared to Ronan and Zard. You. Forget it, I'm not interested. The Gladiator waved his hand. Fighting a warrior as powerful as Zard would be passionate and glorious. But killing a passerby in one punch wouldn't give him any sense of accomplishment. In his view, Luke was the passerby, with little sense of existence and momentum. The captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire had his own pride. He didn't even have any respect for Ronan, let alone for a guy who came out of nowhere. I'm his boss. If you want to fight him, you have to ask for my permission. Luke gently said so. He looked at the Gladiator like an old farmer looking at the wheat that he was about to harvest. As long as he could beat him, he would get a chance to draw a lottery. Boss, the Gladiator revealed a skeptical look. The universe was no different from the natural world. To some extent, they all obeyed the cold law of the jungle. Thus, the measure of a person's weakness and strength was divided into a number of criteria. Wealth, status, planetary background, individual strength. And so Ankala itself is one of the three major forces of the galaxy and the captain of the Imperial Guards of the Shi'ar Empire. Coupled with a reputation as the strongest warrior in the universe, even a war madman like Ronan, the accuser, wouldn't randomly try to mess with him. It could be said that the galaxy was similar to a huge building with a pyramid configuration. Then the Gladiator was already standing on top and had the capital to look down on other creatures, so he was full of confidence. He only had admiration for Zard, who had defeated Ronan, rather than thinking that the other party could really compete with him. Yes, I'm his boss, Luke nodded, looking candid. No matter how powerful Zard was, he was just a worker under his hands. Gladiator thought for a moment. Seeing the Kryptonian general sitting in the audience and closing his eyes, recuperating his spirit without refuting it, he reluctantly believed it. Well then, this challenge is yours to take up. Kalok clenched his fists and went into combat position. An amazing aura erupted from that incredibly strong body. As if it were a substance, it formed a pale flame of light. What a spike in combat power, Luke whispered, a little chuckle. It looked like the Gladiator he was encountering was full of confidence and at the top of his game. This captain of the Shi'ar Imperial Guards, ranked as one of Marvel's 4 supermen, was known for becoming increasingly powerful the more confident he became. A very idealistic ability. As long as the Gladiator believed in himself, he would be able to use 200% of his strength and even make a breakthrough on the spot or something. On the contrary, the slightest inner doubt would soon reduce him to a third-rate piece of crap who couldn't even do the job of a miscellaneous soldier. So Kalok had a great record of winning, but also a history of losing. I take fighting seriously, and since you have to challenge me, don't delude yourself. The Gladiator wanted to dissuade Luke with a few solemn warnings, but the latter didn't have the heart to listen any further and interrupted Kalok by stomping heavily on the ground. Unlike Ronan the accuser, Zard opened his eyes with great enthusiasm. Luke's foot went down without the slightest movement being transmitted due to the subtle manipulation of the bioforce field. Silently, the floor of the arena crumbled and collapsed, turning into a cloud of extremely fine atomic dust. The flow of time seemed to slow down, and the scene of destruction was captured, frame by frame. The people sitting in the audience saw this scene, felt as if their hearts were tightly grasped by a large hand, and felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. It was as if death had appeared in front of them, about to swing its scythe and harvest their lives. The fear was so intense that it couldn't be contained. The wave of destruction, rapidly expanding outwards with Luke as the center of the circle, soon reached the gladiator. Strong. Kalak, who was originally dismissive and skeptical, looked stern. He hadn't anticipated such a terrifying force within Luke's tall and sturdy frame. Gladiator was discerning enough to understand that this stomp demonstrated a level of intensity that was far superior to that of Ronan and Zard. It didn't solely rely on strong brute force, but displayed an extremely frightening degree of control. If anything, Ronan the Accuser and Zard were two unskilled, reckless men competing with each other to see whose fist was harder. Then Luke was a world-class boxing champion, not only with crushing power but also outstanding skills. The difference between the two sides couldn't be more different. Just what I was looking for. Kalak simply felt energized. He always wanted to meet an opponent like Luke who could place a lot of pressure on him. There was no flinching, no backing off. The gladiator swung his fists. The muscles of his entire body, like a block of solid steel, exuded an intimidating and oppressive momentum. He took a step, bang, like a fist hitting an indestructible wall. Kalak felt the strong recoil, and his whole right arm felt a little numb. The energy field alone was extremely robust. In the name of Majestrix Lilandra, this is a worthy fight. The battle-ready gladiator brutally slammed into Luke. The knotted muscles sent out a ripple of air, and a pale flame of light shot up into the sky. Fighting with all his might, Kalak finally tore through the bio-force field, breaking through the invisible barrier and closing in on Luke. The huge fist struck through the air with a fury no less violent than that of a typhoon sweeping through. "The way you're putting in the effort is truly awe-inspiring," Luke quipped, seemingly with no intention of dodging. His expression remained unchanged as he took a deep breath. The air currents, enough to turn steel into scrap metal, were all directed at the tall, mountainous figure. Like a bottomless pit, it sucked out the air at the center of the gladiatorial arena, creating a semi-vacuum environment. The gladiator didn't care. He was perfectly capable of surviving in a space-like environment, and he didn't need to breathe. In an instant, a strong and powerful fist smashed through. This was a terrifying blow that could shatter mountains and alter the landscape. Kalak, without reservation, threw everything he had at Luke in the most powerful and ferocious attack of his life. Boom, the astonishing sound dissolved into nothingness before it could be heard. Luke simply raised an eyebrow and opened his palm, firmly catching the punch. Even though it carried an unimaginable and terrifying force, it still couldn't move an inch. Luke's body wasn't even shaking. The stagnant air currents roared like wild dragons, emitting a sharp whistling sound and forming a furious hurricane. The arena was on the verge of collapse, and the spectators sitting in the front rows were rolling away from the scene for fear of being involved in the aftermath. How is this possible? The gladiator's eyes widened, as if he was greatly agitated. He couldn't believe that all the will he had consumed, and all the power he had gathered, hadn't caused any damage to Luke. "Is it my turn?" Luke gently asked. He had long since graduated from the stacking battle power level. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter a planet and destroy a world. It was a breeze for today's Superman. Therefore, even if Kalak was as powerful as he could be and could be called the most powerful warrior in the universe, once faced with Luke, they were like two different dimensional creatures, completely incomparable. Between the flicker of his eyes, a raging burst of energy was erupting. Before the gladiator could recover from the shocking, frustrating, and brutal reality, he was blown away. The distinctive mohawk haircut drooped down, and the combat suit, capable of withstanding artillery bombardment and space radiation, was charred and blackened. How did this happen? Kalak's eyes were vacant. He kept muttering as if he was caught up in endless doubt. Sometimes life's ups and downs were too fast. 10 minutes ago, the gladiator was full of confidence. He thought he was the strongest warrior in the universe, and even Ronan, the accuser, wasn't taken seriously. 10 minutes later, this pride and honor were like fragile bubbles, punctured and disappeared without a trace. Why is this happening? Clearly, meeting an opponent who can put up a fight should be a source of joy, Kalok muttered to himself. He couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. The gladiator could accept the fact that he suffered a failure, because any warrior would experience setbacks and trials soaked in blood and fire. Just like forging a sword, it was constantly beaten and quenched, repeated countless times to bring out the sharpness. The only difference between the strong and the weak was to see who could successfully persevere and come out the other side. So the gladiator wasn't afraid of failure. But he couldn't accept that he'd lost so badly. If the two sides were fighting a fierce battle, fighting each other to the death, blazing through everything. In the end, Kalok was slightly inferior and was narrowly defeated by his opponent. It didn't really matter. But judging from Luke's actions just now, the gladiator could feel the gap between himself and the other party. Not a chasm that he could cross, but a vast galaxy with no visible edge. He's too strong. It was the kind of power that far exceeded Kalok's perception. The gladiator, once proud of his strength and physique for the first time, found that he was weak and powerless. "Can you stand up?" Approaching the collapsed Kalok, Luke looked down at him. He wasn't heavy-handed, and with the strong physique of the captain of the Imperial Guards, there shouldn't be a severe injury. At his peak, the gladiator was at a terrifying level, capable of penetrating deep into the core of the sun and tearing through a black hole. Cough, cough. Kalok opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. The legs supported the charred body, which kept swaying like a child learning to walk. When his eyes made contact with Luke's, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body shook and fell down with a bang. There was a flash of sorrow in the gladiator's eyes. He would forever live in the shadow created by the other party from now on. The man's confidence could never be recovered. That shouldn't be. Luke's mouth twitched. The captain of the Shi'ar Imperial Guards was obviously mentally scarred. He didn't feel like he had done anything excessive. Why did Gladiator suffer such a big blow? Seeing that the other party couldn't stand up, Luke had no desire to continue the fight. Once the system had ruled that he had won, he looked up at the collector. "Let's congratulate." Tainlia Tivan trembled as he picked up the microphone. There weren't many people left in the spectator stands of the gladiatorial arena. Apart from the warriors of the Kree Empire, only the royal guards of the Shi'ar Empire were left, in addition to Zard and Feora. The rest of the crowd had long since fled, scrambling out of the gladiatorial arena. After all, no one wanted to be the unlucky victim caught in the crossfire. According to Ronan's agreement, the stakes belong to the winner, and Noha will be responsible for supervising the transfer and handover. Seeing that there was no one there, the collector didn't bother to maintain his poise and simply finalized the rights to the planet. By definition, as an elder of the universe, what big scenes had he not seen before? But when the gladiator was defeated, with no room to fight back, Tainlia Tivan was a little scared. When did another terrifying supreme being appear on Earth? The days that followed were devoid of unnecessary twists and turns. Luke defeated the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire, and Zard defeated the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire. They were undoubtedly powerful and succeeded in winning that resource planet. The gladiator and Ronan were both sent back to their home planets to recuperate from their injuries. No one had the courage to say anything else about where the stakes would end up. Because Luke and Zard weren't only powerful individuals, they also had 3 fleets parked at the gates of Noha. Finding out about that, the collector's attitude became welcoming and respectful. Tainlia Tivan treated them like supreme VIPs, honestly searching for a suitable habitable planet for Zard and graciously granting numerous requests. It was only at this point that he sort of understood why the Grandmaster had sent these atomic bombs to Noha. Despite cursing in his heart, he still had to put on a good face. The collector was generous enough to give Zard several ships full of slaves that were supposed to go to Sakaar. This made a big change to the Kryptonian general's impression of Tainlia Tivan. After settling the chores at hand and leaving the task of rebuilding Krypton to Zard, Luke found a quiet room and started the lucky draw. As usual, a dazzling mass of light bursts forth, like a spinning wheel with various Superman cards. "Stop!" Luke's eyes flashed with anticipation. Card extraction completed. Cyborg Superman. Hank Henshaw. Luke's lips curled up at the corners. The addition of a mechanical control like tech-making ability would be nice. Cyborg Superman, whose real name was Henry Hank Henshaw, was a human scientist who first appeared as part of LexCorp. The character was the all-too-common genius scientist from the villain's camp who, together with his wife, went on a scientific research trip on a spacecraft and was accidentally exposed to high levels of solar radiation. The spaceship crashed, but Hank Henshaw survived, taking a different form of life. At the last moment, he uploaded his consciousness to LexCorp's mainframe and assembled a body with machinery. This was the earliest version of his origin story, somewhat similar to a mix of Fantastic Four plus Ultron. Of course, given that the two companies have borrowed from each other, it was hard to say who was paying tribute to whom. The Cyborg Superman story, which was later changed a couple of times, became Hank Henshaw was picked up by Darkseid in Superman Dynasty and modified using Apocalypse's technology. All in all, this card was characterized by extremely impressive mechanical modifications, as well as capabilities such as computer hacking. When he opened the character panel, the stats had been refreshed. Host: Luke Cavill, loaded card. Super Demon, Devastator, Super Kryptonian, Cyborg Superman. Level: LV4 ability. A lot of relevant knowledge came out of thin air and entered his mind. Luke closed his eyes and digested it for a while, then slowly exhaled a long breath. He scanned the technological equipment in the room and the household appliances. Lines of precise data emerged in his eyes. Not only that, Luke could sense a novel ability that was different. As long as he felt that he could build something, to some extent, he could ignore the principle and process and directly assemble it. I think I can do it. Out of curiosity, Luke casually dismantled a remote control that controlled a smart device and attached it to the long oval communication device. And then something strange and vibrating took shape. Hala, the home planet of the Kree. It was located in the large Magellanic Cloud, circling the star Palma. Long ago, there were two races on Hala. One was the race known as the Kotati. They loved plants, were peace-loving, and led a peaceful life. The second was the Kree. Before the arrival of the Skrull, the two races were on fairly amicable terms with each other, and no violent conflicts had broken out. Known as the shape-shifting race of the galaxy, the Skrulls have the ability to change their appearance and pretend to be someone else at will. It was said that the trained elite was even able to replicate memories. Because of that, they also have the nickname Shapeshifter on Earth. The Skrulls, who were extremely adept at infiltration and disguise, stirred up conflict between the two races on the planet Hala, intensifying the conflicts that existed between them. In the following decades, the Kotati were almost exterminated by the militant Kree. As for the Skrull, they didn't get the benefit. They underestimated their opponents. Instead, the Kree intercepted a spaceship, thus enabling technological development towards their journey through the galaxy. Even the Skrull themselves had no idea that this failed invasion would turn into a civilizational war that would last millions of years, despite the fact that the Kree Empire's fleet now traveled across the galaxy, traveling between thousands of colonized planets. Hala remained the only home for all Kree, who considered themselves to be of pure blood. Every year, there were hundreds of travelers that came back in spaceships. I heard that Ronan returned in defeat from Noha. Not only did he get one of his arms chopped off, but he also lost the universal weapon bestowed by the Supreme Intelligence. A man and a woman were sparring and fighting in the special training room of the Star Force. You shouldn't criticize a noble accuser behind his back. The man had a serious expression while he avoided the woman's fist. Was the defensive one, constantly pulling back and dodging, moving quickly and reacting well. I thought you'd hate that guy. The woman's heroic eyebrows furrowed into a frown. As she spoke, she threw out a beautifully executed whip kick. Why do you say that? It was hard to imagine that a woman's body, so slender and delicate-looking, could be as powerful as a warrior's. He once called you a half-breed bastard in front of your face. I heard Min-Erva say that. The woman hesitated and replied. Racial discrimination not only existed on Earth, but other civilizations of the universe had them too. The Kree Empire, for example, placed great value on bloodlines. Years of foreign warfare, expansion, and colonization led to the emergence of a large number of military nobles, which in turn formed partisan warlord factions. Ronan was one of the representatives. It was well known that the prevalence of bloodline doctrines could easily turn into racism. Because the upper classes were mostly blue-skinned, they were regarded as pure Cree. They regarded their pink-skinned compatriots as the products of conquest over other civilizations and integration, with contempt and rejection. But in fact, apart from the difference in skin color, the physical characteristics of the two were identical, and there was no difference between them. The man, named Jan Rog, was even more awkward, being neither blue-skinned nor pink-skinned. Because the Cree have no distinctive features, his own skin color was extremely pale and almost indistinguishable from that of Earthlings. That was why Ronan said he was a half-breed. He's a real bastard, but by the rules of the Empire, I'm not supposed to talk about an officer behind his back. Jan Rog fought off the woman's attack with one arm. He took advantage of the situation and smashed a fist into his opponent's cheek. Vers, are you still having nightmares lately? Still have insomnia? Jan Rog, who was reluctant to talk about himself, digressed. The blonde woman he fought with wasn't from the planet Hala, nor from the Kree Empire. She came from a remote planet within the solar system and had simply lost her memory. Jan Rog brought her back to Hala due to some interest in doing so. The other party was instilled with loyalty to the Kree Empire and recruited into the Starforce the Kree Empire's elite combat team, specializing in classified missions such as rescues and assassinations. No, the woman shook her head. Actually, she was haunted by a nightmare yesterday. Memories of the past, like clips of broken footage, playing on a constant loop. When she tried to chase it down, she came up empty, unable to remember anything. According to the regulations of the Starforce, Jan Rog was her supervisor and mentor. She should have told the truth, but Vers chose to keep it to herself. Very well, don't be confused by the past. It will cause you to hesitate, distract you, and make you vulnerable. Satisfied, Jan Rog replied with a nod. I'll petition the Supreme Intelligence to let you join one of the upcoming missions. Vers's eyes lit up. She hadn't been on a mission since she had joined the Starforce. What's it about? The woman rubbed her aching cheek and asked. Hunting down a group of Skrull refugees who had fled to Noha. Jan Rog briefly summarized and didn't go into too much detail. Noha, isn't that where Ronan lost? I could help him get his universal weapon back if he's polite enough, Vers joked. You better properly obey orders and refrain from acting rashly. The group that defeated Ronan shouldn't be messed with. Jan Rog's expression looked serious. The news about Luke and Zard had been spreading across the galaxy these days. One of them in particular, a guy called Superman, was a problem, even for the Gladiator, the captain of the Shi'ar Empire. Vers grimaced but didn't take it to heart. There was an extremely powerful energy within her. However, Jan Rog and the Supreme Intelligence had always warned her, and she wasn't allowed to use it casually. Superman, in Noha. In recent days, Luke had been spending time in the shipyard and factory, obsessing over all kinds of machinery. When he saw the dismantled parts, he couldn't resist fiddling with them a bit. It was something like putting together Lego toys, just throwing them together and building a whole bunch of weird and strange things. And with increasing proficiency, Luke was getting better and better at it. Everything was based on his perception, and nothing was impossible to put together. He felt like he could probably build a Gundam with his bare hands, or knock out a Terminator if he kept going. In addition to mechanical modification capabilities, Luke had gained something in terms of cyber infiltration. The entire monitoring system of Noha became his eyes. Even the collector's private area was no exception, and he knew exactly how much stock there was. Too bad he doesn't have the Apocalyptian Mother box. Luke had some regrets. If Cyborg Superman's ability were combined with the Mother box's unique technology, it would be equivalent to getting an explosive plug-in. Coupled with the combat powers of Zard and others, building a fleet to conquer the galaxy couldn't be easier. Mr. Superman, sir, there's a Skrull outside who wants to see you. At the shipyard, a worker cautiously spoke up. As long as Luke remained in Noha, the Collector wasn't in charge. 3 space fleets, plus the strength to easily defeat the Gladiator. Allowed Superman to temporarily replace Tainlia Tivan as master of Noha in an intangible way. Skrull, that famous shape-shifting race. Luke raised an eyebrow, his eyes a little curious, whether the Kree or the Skrulls. They were all good acquaintances of Earth. Ronan once invaded Earth on a large scale and was then surprised by Captain Marvel. As for the Skrull, they were responsible for the secret invasion. Bring him in, Luke nodded. Zard had already taken 2 fleets to the habitable new planet to survey and prepare for reconstruction work. He stayed in Noha and just happened to have nothing to do. It wasn't long before a green-skinned male creature with long, pointed ears walked in. Are you Talos? Luke finished welding the last part with his heat vision and halted the work at hand. The Skrull, who wanted to meet him, had been standing by and waiting for a long while. Yes, sir. The Skrull leader named Talos nodded and replied, This may seem like a very presumptuous visit to you, but I do have good reasons for wanting to meet you. Very polite. This was Luke's first impression of Talos. Of course, not many people would dare to show their arrogance since he had unilaterally crushed the gladiator. In the vast galaxy, countless predecessors had long since proven with their lives that they should be humble in the face of the strong. This sort of ironclad rule could not be waived, even by the Collector, who was an elder of the universe. Speak. Luke smiled a little. He could roughly guess the reason why the other party approached him. I've heard that you're from Earth, Superman, sir. Talos didn't answer but threw in another question. It was no secret that the intelligence brokers of Noha were everywhere, and Luke himself didn't deliberately hide it. The news of Superman's name, strength, and hometown flew across the galaxy as if they had wings. Yes, Luke affirmed. Then I didn't find the wrong person. Upon receiving confirmation, Talos looked excited. The tone of his voice lightened up as if a boulder had been lifted from his heart. It seems that he spoke with apprehension before. Mr. Superman, you may be unaware that Earth is about to face a crisis. Talos didn't hold anything back and just said it. No one knew how patient Luke was, and in case he was an impatient person, deliberate delays might annoy him. To tell you the truth, the Skrull Empire has a huge internal list of infiltrations, in many occupations, in a multitude of unexplored civilized planets that haven't entered the space age yet. Quietly glancing at Luke, Talos deliberated his words and carefully said, According to the priority, the advanced team of the Empire will gradually infiltrate the core class, hold power, stir up internal conflicts everywhere, and create large-scale wars, thus consuming the power of the target planet and making it convenient for us to occupy it. Is Earth also your target? Luke wasn't surprised. The secret invasion of the Skrull happened in the original timeline. The repercussions of that one big event were far-reaching, with the Avengers being suspected by the government and Iron Man being forced to step down. Norman Osborn replaced him and reorganized SHIELD into HMMER, taking over the reins. Not us, Mr. Superman, sir. Talos hastily corrected himself. He didn't want Luke to confuse himself with those invading Skrulls. I'm not like those Skrulls. They're the invaders, the conspirators, and we're just the victims, a bunch of homeless refugees. In a sense, Talos could be considered a Skrull traitor. He wasn't loyal to the Empire, nor did he like the ruling Skrull Queen, because his home planet, where he and his people were, had been reduced to smoldering ash by that madman Ronan the Accuser. The endless Imperial War destroyed Talos's home and took everything from his people. After that, the much-admired Skrull Queen showed them no mercy or compassion. Therefore, Talos couldn't accept the resettlement of the Skrull people. Instead, he took his people to wander around, living a precarious life. He hated the Kree Empire and no longer trusted the Skrull Queen. You'd willingly risk treason to tell me this news, Talos. What's your purpose? Luke kindly smiled, looking at the Skrull man who came to inform him. The Kree Empire had previously invested huge amounts of resources in initiating a research program for the light-speed engine, led by Dr. Marvell, who, unlike the rest of the Kree, has no enthusiasm for war. Talos told him everything, hoping to impress the Superman in front of him. Dr. Marvell sheltered us and promised to help my people find a new home once the research on the light-speed engine was completed. However, the Kree Empire sensed something was wrong and sent a Starforce team to inspect the results ahead of schedule. The guy leading the team, called Jan Rog, shot and killed Dr. Marvell, but didn't get the light-speed engine. He only took a woman, an Earthling woman. Luke's brow furrowed a little. Captain Marvel Carol Danvers had turned up. Then it seemed the timeline hadn't jumped too far back. Right now, the Starforce is hunting us, and the Kree Empire is trying to get their hands on the light-speed-triggered energy core. Meanwhile, the Skrull advance team has infiltrated Earth looking for clues to the light-speed engine. Talos presented the complicated situation to Luke through his words. "I'm giving you this information because we need your protection, sir." Luke blinked and replied, "If what you say is in fact true, I can take in the Skrull on behalf of the government of Earth for temporary residence." As expected, it was just as Talos had speculated. Superman came from Earth, and he had great strength. For Talos, he was definitely the right choice. Taking in Talos's group of Skrull refugees seemed like a simple matter to Luke. The Kree Empire would surely lack the courage to ask him for his people. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Superman, sir." Talos thought that the other party would think about it for a while before giving an answer. That was the Kree Empire, the largest military regime in the galaxy. "Whether they're Skrull or Kree, I treat everyone the same." Luke smiled, implying that it's nothing personal, everyone here is rubbish. Thinking of Superman's amazing record, Talos was speechless. He felt like there was nothing wrong if such boisterous words came from a man like the other party. "Vers, I'll say it again, whatever happens, you have to stay calm and follow orders." With a small team, young Rog took a spaceship and entered Noha's starport. Having left the dock, he stared at Vers, who was looking around with curiosity written all over her face, and solemnly warned. This woman of Earth, whom he had brought back to Hala, was an unstable element. Jan Rog's task was to supervise her, use her and forge her into the most effective weapon of the Kree Empire. But if he failed to use her properly, she could harm them. "Understood. I'll stay close to the team and obey all orders from my superiors." Vers said so without taking Jan Rog's words to heart. Being able to leave Hala was a hard thing to come by, and she was in a new place. She was full of anticipation. Ideally, a few decent opponents would emerge, and some interesting stories would occur. This was what would qualify as an adventure. Welcome to Noha. No sooner had the Kree Empire's Star Force made their presence known, gathering information on the whereabouts of the Skrull refugees, than a heavily armed patrol surrounded them. The leader was Tainlia Tivan's Pink Maid. She had orders from her owner to invite the guests to the core area. "What's the meaning of this?" Jan Rog's face changed as he asked with a heavy voice. This wasn't an infiltration or assassination type of mission, and Noha wasn't a dangerous, forbidden place. So, without any extra disguises, the Starforce team went straight ahead and went out under the name of the Kree Empire. After all, they were one of the three great powers of the galaxy, and when they arrived in other places, people would somewhat show respect. "May I take this as a provocation towards the Kree Empire?" Jan Rog revealed his identity and sternly said, "To attempt to arrest Imperial soldiers without a trial by the accuser and without a ruling from the Empire is the greatest insult to the Kree and contempt toward the Supreme Intelligence." The Pink Maid, with a sweet and pleasant business smile on her face, replied, "You're mistaken. The Master just wants to invite you over for a meeting." "Meeting?" Jan Rog narrowed his eyes and twisted his head to look at Vers. "I haven't had time to do anything." The latter innocently said so. After thinking about it for a while, Jan Rog thought he might have been too nervous. The Tivan group wouldn't dare to provoke the Kree Empire. Even if the Collector was an elder of the universe, they had to succumb to the will of Supreme Intelligence. Otherwise, Noha would cease to exist and be reduced to rubble. With that in mind, Jan Rogs regained his confidence. He held his head high with a disdainful look in his eyes and waved his hand, and gestured for Tainlia Tivan's maid to lead the way. 3 hours later, Jan Rog and the rest of his men were placed in a cell. The leader of the Starforce team looked as if he had been beaten up, his 2 eyes were bruised, and his whole body was disheveled. "I'm a fool. Why didn't I think that Superman stayed in Noha, and he was an Earthling?" Jan Rog murmured. He followed the Collector's maid into the core area and was taken to a private area. Tainlia Tivan wasn't the one who greeted the Starforce team. Superman seemed prepared. As soon as they met, he told them about the twists and turns that happened to Vers. Moreover, he easily erased the mind control imposed by the Supreme Intelligence. Vers, who recovered her memory. No, it should be Carol, severely thrashed Jan Rog, who had deceived her. Tivan Group's building was the most conspicuous building in Noha. Standing on the observation deck on the top floor, people could get a panoramic view of the entire area. Luke sat down on the couch with ease, smoothly pouring a plant-based drink for Captain Marvel, who had a complicated expression and hadn't fully digested those memories. You might not be able to accept the truth for a while. That's normal. Like a young psychiatrist, he began to treat Carol with some therapy. The human body has some kind of emergency mechanism that automatically kicks in once the mind has been subjected to a strong stimulus. Sometimes the reluctance to believe in the truth is one of the measures of protection. Captain Marvel had been secretly mind-controlled by the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire, using highly effective brainwashing techniques. Although Luke used the psychic abilities of the super Kryptonian to awaken the past memories hidden in Carol's mind. Due to her long indoctrination into the Kree Empire's interests above all else doctrine, she was always ready to die for them. It was an equal ideological transformation, which had already taken the supreme intelligence's shape and couldn't be restored to its original form too quickly. It took some time for the psychological aspect of the rehabilitation to take place. I know my real name, and I know everything that happened, but when I come out of that elaborate and despicable lie and see the real world, it still feels uncomfortable. Captain Marvel lifted the glass and took a sip. It was bitter but refreshing. Having been lied to once, it's hard to trust anyone else. Speaking slowly and methodically, Luke continued, "For the same reason, you subconsciously suspect that everything in front of you may be a sham. It's because Jan Rog and the Supreme Intelligence have caused you great psychological trauma and psychological distress." Carol nodded in deep understanding. As soon as she thought that Jan Rog, whom she respected at heart, was in fact an utterly hypocritical villain, she couldn't help but feel some physical discomfort and nausea. "What are you going to do with them?" Luke noticed her discomfort and took the initiative to change the subject. "Jan Rog has the Kree Empire supporting him." Carol gently reminded. At the very least, she had spent a long time on Hala and understood the military strength of the Kree Empire. "That doesn't matter. My men gave Ronan the Accuser a hard time not too long ago, and Jan Rog is a nobody compared to the Kree's accusers." Luke waved his hand, looking relaxed and clearly not giving the Kree Empire a second thought. Frankly, he would even like to see the Supreme Intelligence get annoyed and start a war. In that way, out of a claim of self-defense, Superman, who could blow up a space fleet with his bare hands, would break into Hala on his own and then disassemble the Supreme Intelligence's computer into parts. In theory, of course. Luke didn't need any reason to do anything, but he cared about his reputation and didn't want to become the next Mad Titan. As long as everyone followed the rules, sitting at the poker table and playing the game wouldn't be a big deal. Forget it. It's better to let them go. Carol still had concerns. In her perception, the Kree Empire had an extremely powerful military. It would be unwise to mess with such a behemoth just to get back at Jan Rog. "This is your personal matter. Naturally, you have the final say." Luke nodded in agreement. Powerful was a word that didn't need an explanation. In the future, Carol would understand how terrifying an individual at a singularity level was. A mere Kree Empire was nothing. "What are you going to do next?" Luke's eyes flickered as he threw in a new question. "I don't know. I didn't know that I was from Earth until a few hours ago. The mentor who trained me was actually an insidious liar. The false life that the Supreme Intelligence had shaped for me was undone, but my original life was also destroyed." Carol lowered the drink in her hand, looked at Superman, bit her lip and asked, "Is there any alcohol here?" Luke snapped his fingers and, as if by magic, pulled out a bottle of Earth's whiskey. Authentic hometown flavor. With a wave of his right hand, the wine cabinet automatically opened and 2 glasses floated out. "So, can you have a drink with me?" Carol wasn't in a good state of mind and desperately needed assistance from alcohol. "With pleasure." Luke was very gentlemanly, on Earth, at SHIELD. Graceful, seemingly unchanged Peggy stepped on her high heels, threw open the door with a bang, and entered Howard Stark's office. The loud noise alerted the entire staff throughout the floor. They glanced towards Howard Stark's office for a few moments, then gathered up their curiosity and went about their business with their heads down. "Please tell me, what's going on here?" She slammed a pile of papers down on the table. Her tone was harsh, offering no half-hearted respect to an old friend she had known for years. "Why did 2/3 of the massive funding that SHIELD granted to the 4 laboratories in your name disappear for no apparent reason?" It wasn't used for any research-related work, but was diverted to other accounts. Peggy was furious and questioned repeatedly. When she saw the report, she could hardly believe her eyes. Those 4 laboratories under Howard Stark's direct authority had committed an extremely egregious misappropriation of funds. And after her detailed investigation, she found more than that. The money that was embezzled ended up in an unnamed overseas company. Digging deeper, the trading company, which was clearly just a front, had private records of money dealings and transfers with a number of senators in Congress. Following this line, Peggy even went all the way to Stark Industries. She found that Howard recently, despite the strong opposition of the board of directors, spent huge sums of money on buying over 20 small and medium-sized security companies with unknown names in the industry. You used SHIELD's name to pay off members of Congress to promote the expansion of overseas military bases, then sent researchers to conduct human experiments on those disabled soldiers. Howard, this is a crime. Peggy folded her arms across her chest and glared at Howard, who was sitting behind his desk. The other party had been acting a bit odd since returning from Wakanda. Despite the identical appearance, he felt like a different person. It was my agreement with the White House. The president needs Stark Industries to provide the military with stronger weapons, not missiles, not guns, but living, breathing super soldiers, Howard said, with a smile on his face, making light of the situation. Illegal human testing and the integration of those security companies into a reorganized military-industrial complex directly responsible to the Pentagon is what the higher-ups wanted. Peggy's pretty eyebrows furrowed into a frown. She looked at Howard with even more unfamiliarity in her eyes. She simply couldn't believe that the other party would say that with such a natural tone. "What do you mean by higher-ups? I'm higher up than you are," Peggy said in a cold tone. "Times have changed, Carter." Howard stood up, propped his hands on his desk and whispered, "The White House has long been unhappy with the excessive power and intrusive behavior of SHIELD, and the World Security Council is having a hard time tolerating the huge budgetary provisions allocated each year. There is no enemy in this world. Hydra has long been under SHIELD's rule, and those damn mutants, they're all peacefully staying in school or on TV in talent shows and variety shows. With world peace, the very existence of SHIELD has been called into question." Howard stared at the female commander standing before him and faintly said, "I've received some information that if SHIELD maintains its arrogant attitude and ignores the White House and the orders of the World Security Council any longer, it will soon be disbanded. So I secretly reached an agreement with the president and even made a gesture of goodwill to the Pentagon in order to keep SHIELD and consolidate my position." Peggy tried her best to remain patient as she listened to Howard's long, rambling speech. She was silent for a moment and then turned to leave with the words, "Take care of yourself." "Heh, naive woman," Howard snorted as he tugged on his tie. Whether it was an illusion or not, a hint of green vaguely seeped beneath his natural complexion. Seeing Peggy's back disappearing from sight, Howard withdrew the smile from his face and waved for his secretary to close the office door behind her. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out a phone from his drawer. Entering the encrypted channel, he dialed a mysterious number. Toot, toot, toot. It rang 3 times before someone answered. "What's wrong with you?" "I told you, try to keep a low profile and keep your hands clean to avoid leaving any traceable clues." Howard curled his fingers and struck the table, expressing his inner dissatisfaction. He managed to fool Peggy Carter with the excuse of working with the White House, seeking external support for SHIELD. But it was just a delaying tactic. As the highest leader of SHIELD right now, Peggy Carter had more power that goes far beyond Howard's understanding. For example, the Red Room. The spy agency that originally belonged to Leviathan had become secretaries in SHIELD. The beautiful and lovely Sparrows were specially trained and then assigned to various departments to act as secretaries and so on. To some extent, they were Peggy's eyes and ears, giving that female commander a more effective grip on the inner workings of SHIELD. No problems could be hidden from the Red Room's eyes, including the field team led by Nick Fury and the Mutant Academy headed by Emma Frost. the White Queen. These were independent bodies that Howard couldn't interfere with and had no authority over. The only place he could infiltrate would be the research department, and not all of them, such as Arnim Zola, Bolivar Trask. Their laboratories simply banned other people. As for Howard Stark, he was even more unwelcomed. This guy really has bad people skills. Thinking about that, Howard spat out these words. Obviously, he wasn't Stark. We've been careful enough. SHILD has too many eyes and too much power. Completely avoiding their attention is simply impossible. On the other end of the phone, there was a grumbling voice. This planet isn't powerful enough. We can completely control their hierarchy and then disband SHILD. Those superheroes, as well as mutants, are very disciplined. As long as they're pressured and divided by public opinion, I think it won't take long for them to scatter. Howard frowned, seemingly a little upset, and spoke in a deep voice. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? He was the commander of the advanced troops of the Skrull Empire. No, take it as some advice. The voice coming from the phone instantly dropped. You only see the first layer, while I have considered the second and third layers. Howard cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, SHILD not only has the privileges from the World Security Council, but as far as I know, covertly has a great relationship with the masters of the three sanctums. Besides rashly launching an operation, what if that Superman guy comes back? How would it end? The imposter had scoured Howard Stark's own memories and had some knowledge of SHIELD's missing director, Luke Cavill. The impression left by the other party to the public was only the word powerful. This was the first thought that came to most people's minds when they mentioned that director. We should be careful to make sure the mission will be completed. Howard earnestly urged, don't cause any more trouble on your side. Increase your infiltration efforts and try to eliminate the military hierarchy. I'll continue to inquire about the news related to Project PGASUS and the whereabouts of Dr. Marvell and the light-speed engine of the Kree Empire. He then gave a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. Howard Stark was an essential figure in SHIELD, and he liked to run around a lot. Therefore, he was selected by the advanced troops of the Skrulls to become one of the first subjects whose identity would be used. Peggy, who also had a high position, had a complex network and often went in and out of the White House, which was a bit difficult for the Skrulls. Superman, the Skrull, disguised as Howard Stark, narrowed his eyes. As everyone knew, the director of SHIELD had disappeared for a long time. Considering that there had been similar disappearances before, the Skrull officer chose to remain latent. Finding the light-speed engine to contribute to the Skrulls' grand cause was his first priority. Conquering Earth could take a back seat. What do you think of this? In the headquarters building, in the top-floor office, Peggy asked softly as she propped her jaw with one hand. Nick Fury was sitting across from her. About Mr. Stark. Nick Fury was weighing his words. He was currently a Level 8 agent of SHIELD, responsible for the management of the field team. These are some abnormalities, but it doesn't prove anything. Sometimes there is a fine line between genius and madman. Besides, Mr. Stark is never normal. He often tells jokes that no one understands and would lock himself up in the lab for over 10 days. Fury didn't have much contact with Howard, and he didn't quite understand what kind of abnormal behavior Peggy was saying. How has Steve been? Peggy didn't dwell on the topic, but brought up the long-retired Captain America. Captain Rogers and his wife and Mr. Barnes have been doing pretty well. Fury replied with a somewhat odd look on his face. If they ignored the second half of the sentence, people would think that Captain America was happily married. But adding the second half of the sentence would make it strange. Obviously, it was a peaceful life of the two. Why was there an additional presence? Get Steve in here. SHIELD needs Captain America's help. Peggy looked bemused. She was used to the close brotherhood between Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes. Frankly speaking, at every family gathering, she even felt that Marjorie, Captain America's wife, was the extra presence. Understood. Fury's heart sank, and then he slowly nodded his head. Peggy was more than ready to ask Captain America to come back from retirement, but also planned to contact the White Queen, Emma Frost, and alert the masters of the sanctums. Intuition told her that unseen changes were taking place, and a terrible storm had started to brew. SHILD had to be ready to deal with it and ensure that it wouldn't be crushed. Peggy methodically issued instructions until all the work at hand was taken care of. She rubbed her temples to relieve her fatigue. Every time she was free, the commander of SHILD couldn't help but think of the bastard who pushed all his work onto her. He was really irresponsible. If Superman was around, how could these problems come up? Peggy shook her head and bitterly smiled. Luke had always been SHILD's anchor. With his presence, everything was calm and quiet. But with Superman's absence, the world turned dark. Noah, Tivan Group's building. Feel any better after the drink? Glancing at the drunken Captain Marvel, Luke lowered his glass and asked. Within these few hours, the other party was close to emptying out his inventory. Cup after cup, bottle after bottle, it never stopped. Good, much better, Carol spluttered. Then, do you want to go back to Earth? Luke suggested that returning to the familiar environment could arouse Carol's deeper memories. Earth! Carol's eyelids were a little heavy. It's not like a direct flight from New York to London. It's not that easy. There was an unknown distance between Noah and Earth. Even if Captain Marvel completely released the power in her body and flew at the speed of light, it would take some time. For me, it's much easier than flying from New York to London. Luke smiled. Jan Rog and his men would be left to the Collector, who would negotiate with the Kree Empire, so he decided to make a trip back first. Talos, the defected Skrull, had already said that there was an advanced team rushing towards Earth in search of the light-speed engine developed by Mar-Vell. If anything went wrong, SHILD wouldn't be able to cope. Snap! Luke gently snapped his fingers. A transmission portal was instantly formed. One of the few benefits of becoming a Sorcerer Supreme was probably convenient transportation. No more spending money on plane tickets and waiting in line for trains. With Stephen Strange's famous saying, "Go wherever you want," Luke snapped his fingers, and magical sparks pulsated erratically, outlining a circular portal. With one step, he went from Noah to New York, on Earth. What kind of magic trick is this? Carol, who was drunk and blushing red, widened her eyes like a curious child. Across the transmission portal, she seemed to see Times Square in New York. There was a lot of traffic and a lot of people there. The latest pop music was playing, and the most popular model was plastered on the billboard. This is magic, MS Danvers, Luke corrected with a smile. He had been away from this universe, away from Earth, for quite a long time. When he agreed with the 5 beings and was smuggled to the studio next door, SHILD had just been founded, and the Cold War hadn't officially started. But now Captain Marvel had appeared, and the timeline had advanced to around the 1990s. I guess Howard should have a son by now. Can I finally have a part in Iron Man's life? Luke felt excited. He couldn't wait to see Tony Stark getting kidnapped by the 10 Rings and run off to rescue him, to collect some goodwill from him. Immediately after, punch Obadiah Stane and kick Hell's Kitchen's Kingpin, collect Coulson in his left pocket, Black Widow in his right pocket, and search for Spider-Man in Midtown High. Luke had waited for far too long to do these novice missions correctly. What about Superman? What about him being a singularity-level being? If he wanted to collect reputation points, he had to mix in with the famous plots. There was no future in fumbling about in the comic book stories forever like this. Magic! Something like the wardrobe from Narnia. It can take me back to Earth. Carol staggered to her feet as the flickering sparks of magic caught her attention. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched as he looked at Captain Marvel, the drunk woman. He had a bad feeling that this trip back to Earth to visit his family shouldn't be delayed. I remember your hometown is in Massachusetts. Luke sketched out the exact location in his mind, replacing the coordinates of the spatial pathway from Times Square in New York to Massachusetts. I want to go to New York, Washington, or whatever. It doesn't matter where I go. Perhaps because of alcohol, Carol wasn't restrained. She pulled Luke, who was still in the middle of casting the spell, into the portal. She needed to leave on a journey as soon as possible. Shit. When the two stepped out at the other end of the portal, they were wrapped in a violent sense of weightlessness. They didn't step on solid ground and spun and fell downward like unloaded cannonballs. Never go out with a drunk. This is a lesson. Luke quickly controlled the balance of his body. The moment the bioforce field opened, his whole body was firmly suspended in the sky. Carol wasn't so lucky. She was swept away by the strong air currents and fell into the thick clouds that cascaded like mountains. This is. Luke didn't worry about the other party's safety, not to mention that Captain Marvel was capable of flying. Dying from falling from such heights after getting drunk was too embarrassing for a superhero. It could go down in history as the first ever example of drunk flying. Africa. This is unexpected. Supervision blanketed over like a radar, overlooking the vast land. Then Luke found himself in the Ethiopian highlands. Looking back, he could still see the great Rift Valley running through East Africa. She couldn't really be drunk and had fallen to her death, could she? Luke's eyes pierced through the clouds and found Carol falling straight down, with no intention of braking. There was a slight gush of air in the space under his feet, and he instantly appeared beside Captain Marvel. Carrying the delirious drunk in one hand, he landed on the ground through spatial teleportation. Fortunately, Carol used to be a female pilot. She just covered her stomach and felt a little uncomfortable but didn't vomit. What a day of disillusionment with female superheroes. Luke mumbled something, but soon he realized that something was wrong. He and Captain Marvel appeared on a rocky platform with a waterfall pouring down behind them. Surrounded by indigenous black people whose style of clothing had a primitive tribal touch, they all gazed at them with strange eyes. "You're interfering with the rituals of the Panther God, Bast." Luke somewhat understood what the old black priest was saying. The place where he stood was exactly one side of the white stone altar, on which there were various fruits, as well as animal teeth, skulls, and so on. Outsiders, execute the outsiders. It seems that because the ritual was interrupted and worship was desecrated, the group of indigenous people got agitated and shouted. The old black priest raised his hand and suppressed the boiling crowd. He looked at the king, who was in his formal attire, and asked, "What should they do with them?" T'Chaka frowned. Suddenly being interrupted in the ritual worship of the Panther God Bast, he certainly wouldn't be happy. But he was more worried about the possibility of Wakanda's presence being exposed and the overly bizarre way the pair appeared. Have the guards escort them away and send them out of the country in secret. T'Chaka had no intention of executing the two intruders, while Wakanda retained many of its original tribal customs and traditions. But since he succeeded the throne, he had been promoting culture and education and had discarded much of the barbarism. Guards with vibranium spears in their hands responded with vigilance and gradually approached. Luke saw all of it and felt it was rather ridiculous. Bast, the Panther God, the corners of his mouth hooked up, and his right hand overflowed with pure white light. Directly tearing open a dimensional gate, he pulled out a black panther, holding it by the back of its neck. He asked, "Is this the god you worship?" The sudden turn of events stunned the Wakandans. In their view, this pair of man and woman appeared without warning. Then, like a magic show, he conjured up a black panther with smooth fur and human-like eyes. It so happens to be the Panther God offering ceremony right now. The implications of this are worth pondering. Panther God. The black priest was the first to speak out, breaking the silence. Trembling, he knelt down like a devout believer. The Panther cult was the predominant faith in Wakanda, worshipping the Panther God. Like the white gorilla cult, lion cult, and so on. There were also clans that secretly worshipped other gods, but not many. And in fact, these gods, who were portrayed as animals, weren't created by pure imagination. They could all be classified into dimensional demon gods, inhabiting a special dimensional world and enjoying the worship of mortals. High priest is this, really the Panther God? King T'Chaka was somewhat skeptical, having only entered the ancestral plane only once. That was when he inherited the title of Black Panther and swallowed the heart-shaped herb. In his vague memory, T'Chaka vaguely saw a black panther that looked very similar to the one in Luke's hands. It crouched on a towering tree, looking down at him with condescending and indifferent eyes. There's absolutely no mistake. The Panther God has a turquoise gem on his forehead and is rich in wisdom. He can understand human language, the black priest said with certainty. King T'Chaka couldn't help but glance over. He noticed a turquoise gem shining on the forehead of the panther, and the yellow pupils appeared humane, seemingly expressing some kind of emotion. It's really the Panther God. For Bast, the Panther God, today was undoubtedly a bad day. As usual, he was in his dimensional world, enjoying the offerings from the Wakandans. After he had enough to eat, he was ready to take a nap. Since he became the guard of Wakanda, he had become accustomed to such an uneventful and fulfilling life. Eating, drinking, sleeping, and fattening every day was very satisfying. Why would he want to be like that Dormammu, thinking of conquering Earth every day, and getting beaten up by the Sorcerer Supreme? In Bast's opinion, that guy was simply too idle. Why bother? However, fate would always surprise people and play a joke on them. A big hand fell from the sky and dragged him out of his dimensional world. Although Bast was a panther, he still belonged to the cat family. When the back of the neck was grabbed, his furry, vigorous, round belly jiggled. His 4 paws went limp, his ears drooped, and he involuntarily curled up into a ball. He let out a low cry, but it wasn't an effective deterrent. Damn guy, mortal, let go of your sinful hand. Bast, whose nap was inexplicably disturbed, wanted to shout loudly to show his godly fury and majesty. But the keen intuition for danger, as well as the rich experience as a dimensional demon guard, made him realize that something was terribly wrong. This mortal is too strong. And this magical aura of the Vishanti. It isn't the Sorcerer Supreme, is it? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm a good guy. I've never done anything bad. Bast, the panther guard whose mind was quickly turning with all kinds of thoughts, continued to curl up like a ball of black fur. He didn't seem like the guard worshipped by the Wankendans, but a good and docile kitten waiting for its owner's favor. Panther Guard. The Panther Guard really appeared. Wakanda was originally a hermetic tribal nation, and the ultimate interpretation of the Panther Guard's beliefs and objects of worship had always been firmly in the control of the royal family and priests. Seeing the high priest take the lead in kneeling, and then the king also crossed his arms and placed them in front of his chest, respectfully bowing to the Black Panther on the altar that had an unusual aura. Those Wakandans who were shouting and clamoring for the execution of the outsiders hastily shut their mouths and fell to their knees. The look of devotion on their faces at this moment was in stark contrast to the frenzied and violent shouting before. This was probably one of the ill effects of giving the power of thought to the upper class. What's going on? Did we fall into some kind of poor backwater village? Carol, who was still drunk, had no regard for the norms of behavior that superheroes should maintain. If this were a movie or a comic, you'd be in big trouble for those words. Luke held Bast, the Panther Guard, in one hand and Captain Marvel, who nearly crashed because of her drunk flying, in the other. King T'Chaka of Wakanda looked up at the 2 muttering outsiders on top of the altar, coughed a few times and said, "The Panther Guard has revealed himself, and this is a recognition of the ritual. This is a gift to Wakanda." The high priest grasped the meaning and echoed, "Bast, the Panther Guard, please continue to bless Wakanda. Bless your most devout believers." This statement caused even more cheers from the subjects. The other tribal leaders were calm and looked at each other with different expressions. The Panther Guard Bast appeared. This matter could be big or small, and it all depended on how the king wanted to publicize it. If that slightly bloated Black Panther was really the guard that Wakanda believed in, what about the 2 outsiders who interrupted the ritual? A parcel of the guards, or maybe the devotees of the Panther Guard. But only the king of Wakanda could carry on the name of Black Panther and visit the ancestral plane to meet the guards. Now, these 2 outsiders, who appeared out of nowhere, made the Panther Guard Bast appear. Undoubtedly, the royal family would be somewhat embarrassed. The minds of the other tribal leaders fluctuated and looked forward to what the king would do to defuse the situation. Within Wakanda, there was never an ironclad structure. In addition to the royal family that inherited the Black Panther title, there were 5 other major tribes. Combined with the way the king was elected through a fair one-on-one challenge, the ultimate succession wasn't entirely monopolized by the royal family. As a result, Wakanda's political landscape was instead subtly balanced, with a sense of mutual restraint. The tribes with strong military power settled near the national boundaries, usually disguised as ordinary herders, but in fact, they were all well-trained soldiers. And it was also proficient in raising war rhinoceroses, which formed the first strong line of defense to protect Wakanda. The riverside tribes live by the water and have lived on both sides of the river for generations, and their descendants were mostly fishermen and farmers. Because of the extreme loyalty to the royal family, political marriages were often agreed upon. The mining tribes were responsible for mining mineral resources, and they had superb smelting and casting technology. The export of Wakanda's speciality, vibranium, was largely held and managed by the trading tribes. In addition to that, they regularly sent spies and eyes overseas every year to ensure that they were ahead of the game in terms of intelligence and information. Finally, there was the White Gorilla tribe. They were very different from the Wakanda mainstream. First of all, in terms of beliefs, they worshipped the White Gorilla God, not the Panther God. They had no reverence for the royal family. Instead, they were very resistant. Therefore, they chose to live in the Jabari lands, isolated from the rest of the world, and didn't interact with other people. The appearance of the Panther God Bast had an extremely important symbolic meaning for several forces other than the White Gorilla tribe. Under the system of the divine right of the king, whoever could get the affirmation of the Panther God could replace the royal family and win the support of the people. Sounded crazy, but it was perfectly normal for Wakanda, which was located in East Africa, disguised as a third-world country that actually owned the vibranium technology and could shoot down aeroplanes with their spear. Advanced science and technology couldn't change the fact that the system and civilization were backward. The two of you must be the messengers chosen by the Panther God, right? Your presence has completed this ritual. On behalf of the people of Wakanda, I offer my heartfelt gratitude. T'Chaka swiftly took in the situation and stepped forward, addressing the two outsiders. It must be said that the young king, who inherited the name of Black Panther and had swallowed the heart-shaped herb, knew eloquence. Preempting Luke and others, he hammered out Luke's identity while later naming Wakanda. He showed a good attitude with absolutely no intention to pursue blame. Messengers, we are just travelers passing through here. Luke had no intention of pretending to be a divine messenger. He didn't think he would appear in Wakanda. The discovery of this country and diplomatic meetings were supposed to come at a later date. The trade routes to Atlantis had been opened by SHIELD, and a large amount of resources were sent to the land world every year. As top priorities in line, 5 major countries had benefited greatly. Atlantis had been incorporated into SHIELD's domain, so naturally, Wakanda wouldn't be an exception. Traveler. Wakanda has always been simple, warm, and generous. We hold a welcoming attitude towards any traveler. King T'Chaka laughed loudly and diffused the embarrassment. Really? I don't believe it. Luke continued to be an inquisitive talker, trying to leave T'Chaka with nothing to say. The king's royal face looked very unpleasant. If it wasn't for the Panther God's honor, he wanted to punch his opponent to death. Since Wakanda is so welcoming to foreign guests, do you have a custom of giving gifts? Releasing one of his hands that were holding Carol, Luke cupped his hands around the round, bloated Black Panther and kept stroking it. The latter was too afraid to speak and could only stare at the king of Wakanda with angry eyes. T'Chaka's heart shook, thinking that his lack of respect had offended the guest summoned by the Panther God. He quickly nodded and said, "Naturally, there is. Wakandans are generous by nature. Distinguished guests, if you see something you like, just say the word and you can take it away." Luke was holding the poor, weak, and helpless Panther God. When he heard T'Chaka say that, he couldn't help feeling interested. There was a twinkle in his eyes. "Are your words true, your majesty?" he asked again. "I promise, in the name of Wakanda, our honored guests can take away whatever they like." T'Chaka was very generous. His tone was sure and decisive. In front of the Panther God, he naturally had to behave well and shouldn't be stingy. It's just these two people. Even if they asked for gold and silver, how much could they carry? "Your words, your majesty." Luke was a little reserved. Then he smiled and said, "I heard that Wakanda is the origin of vibranium. I once promised a friend that I would give him the rare metal as a gift." T'Chaka was slightly stunned, but wasn't surprised. Wakanda strictly controlled the export of vibranium reserves, and there was very little of it circulating in the international market. Every time it appeared, it sold in seconds at an unimaginably high price. Seeing the gaze of the Panther God, whose yellow pupils flashed with golden light, filled with great majesty, T'Chaka briefly paused before nodding his head in agreement. "No problem. Honored guest, as long as you can get it, Wakanda will give as much vibranium as it has. As much as there is." "That's right. Whatever I can carry." "Of course." "Then, your majesty, I'm not going to act polite. Don't mention it. Honorable guests, Wackendons are always generous and welcoming. The more you take, the happier we will be. Luke's lips smiled. He couldn't help rubbing the panther's head. Feeling the smooth, well-groomed, smooth fur being rubbed around by that big, hateful hand, Bast, the panther guard, was overcome with grief and looked at the king of Wakanda with even angrier eyes. The latter's heart shook again, as if a heavy mountain was pressing on his shoulder. Haven't I done well enough? T'Chaka was flabbergasted. He had already given out Wakanda's most precious resource, but he still couldn't make the panther guard happy. It was important to note that the amount of vibranium exported and circulated to the international market each year wasn't necessarily significant. Tell you what, honored guest, I think you might be tired of carrying it yourself, so how about we load a cart full of it straight away? In order to please the panther guard, T'Chaka gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and made a huge concession. A cartload of vibranium. If it hit the international market, it could attract a large number of buyers that would pay a high price. He would earn enough wealth for the rest of his life. A cart? Forget it, Your Majesty. I'm used to doing it myself. Luke shook his head and refused. Are you kidding me? A cart full of vibranium? Are you pooh-poohing a beggar? Ah, that. T'Chaka paused, thinking that the other party was somewhat unappreciative. Isn't it easier and worthwhile to move a cart full of vibranium than to carry it on his own? The king of Wakanda hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He didn't know that the young man standing in front of him could push an aircraft carrier by hand a long time ago. Now he could even pull planets and celestial bodies. He couldn't be judged by normal human standards at all. It seems that during my absence, everyone had gradually forgotten Superman and stopped paying attention to me. Luke silently sighed. If this had been in the past, King T'Chaka would have recognized his identity the moment he showed up. Then obediently hand over the vibranium. Why would he need to talk so much? Since our honorable guests insist on it, then I won't force you. T'Chaka suddenly felt the oppressive feeling brought on by the panther guard dissipate and spoke with relief. Then it's settled. Glancing at the brash and very cheerful king of Wakanda, Luke couldn't help but feel the guilt of having cheated the rich lord's stupid son. He had intended to take things slowly and reveal his identity later. In this way, he could persuade T'Chaka to abandon its closed, conservative strategy and turn to active foreign exchange, becoming a trading partner of SHIELD. However, Luke didn't think T'Chaka would take the bait so easily, taking the initiative to send vibranium to the door while acting humble in vain. I didn't want to do this, but you're too kind. Seeing the king of Wakanda still talking eloquently, trying to gain goodwill from the panther guard, Bast, Luke sighed. Seeing a crop that harvested itself and willingly stacked itself up with the other bunch was truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. I have to cherish this. I shouldn't cut it up all at once. It's all about cultivating the field slowly, Luke thought so. Half an hour later, Luke arrived at the royal palace in Wakanda. He settled the drunken Carol and continued to pat the panther's fur, who was squinting in enjoyment. Bast's heart was now numb. He had figured it out. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well embrace his fate. Besides, he wasn't a normal dimensional demon, and being petted by a sorcerer supreme was fine. The likes of Mephisto and Dormammu would more likely be beaten to death. Honored guest, I wonder when you intend to visit the treasury to select the vibranium. King T'Chaka waved and asked the leader of the trade tribe to come forward. Any request you have, you can mention it to Elder Azuda, and Wakanda will absolutely fulfill it. The news that the Panther Guard had appeared had spread throughout the city. Those believers were in high spirits. They all wanted to catch a glimpse of the Guard and perform devotional worship. The chiefs of the various tribes discussed whether to have another, more solemn, formal ritual. As for the two outsiders, no one cared, because for Wakandans, a problem that could be solved with vibranium wasn't a problem. I thought it would be better to make a day of it and just get it done today. Luke smiled and petted Bast. He had no intention of staying in Wakanda for too long. After taking enough vibranium, he was going to leave. Various issues concerning the secret invasion of the Skrulls and SHIELD were still waiting for him. No problem. Elder Azuda, you will lead this honored guest to get the vibranium. The king was full of ideas on how to strengthen the royal family's authority through the appearance of the Panther Guard to care about the vibranium. Let him take as much as he can carry. Don't be stingy. We the Wakandans have never been stingy. Elder Azuda heard the words. He glanced at the tall, well-built and slender Luke, then slightly nodded. Even if the other party was Hercules, what could he do? Wakanda had numerous veins of vibranium underground. It was inexhaustible, even if it was mined indiscriminately with the help of various machines, not to mention taken by hand. Honored guests, please come with me. Elder Azuda walked ahead and acted as a guide. There are some smelted and processed vibranium in the warehouse, so you can take as much as you like. Luke's eyes twitched, and he absently asked, "Is this the way to the warehouse?" Yes, the vibranium mined in Wakanda, apart from the shares of other tribes, and the portion supplied to the outside world, the rest would either go into the factory or be sent to the warehouse. Luke seemed to drift off and nodded. And then, as if unintentionally, he said, "Can I have a look at the underground mine?" Elder Azuda slightly frowned and felt puzzled. What's the point of going to the mines? They were all raw, unprocessed ores. They were certainly not as valuable as the processed vibranium in the warehouse. The mines are restricted and can't be opened to the public. Subconsciously, Elder Azuda tried to refuse. Luke slightly smiled and pinched the panther in his arms. Bast, who suffered from pain, quickly glared at Elder Azuda. The latter hadn't finished his words when his entire body was trapped in the midst of powerful, intimidating pressure. He looked at those deep pupils shining with golden light and sensed the emotions conveyed by the panther god. Say yes to him. Elder Azuda wiped his cold sweat, retracted his refusal and said, "Of course, that's only for ordinary people. You're the most honored guest of Wakanda and can go wherever you want. This Black Panther is indeed the god we worship." Elder Azuda, who had doubts, was now fully convinced. But why did Bast, the panther god, favor an outsider so much? Letting this guy keep touching him like a pet. The thought flashed through Elder Azuda's mind. He shook his head vigorously to shake off the disrespectful thought about the guard. I must be mistaken, he thought so, reassuring himself. Within a short time, Elder Azuda led Luke to the underground mines. Through the efforts of several generations, Wakanda had built a complex and complete transport network. On the spiderweb-like network of tracks, dozens of trains whizzed by. Further down is the core of the vein, Elder Azuda explained. Honored guest, if you like the raw ores, feel free to pick a few, and I'll have them packed into the cart. Luke lifted up his head and scanned the vast area. He dropped the Black Panther in his arms and smiled. I'll do it myself. Don't you need help? Elder Azuda asked. I'll carry a few billion, and I'll still be fine. I don't need help. Luke responded with a gentle smile. The bioforce field slowly opened up. Like invisible ripples, it swiftly swept through and wrapped around the massive underground landscape, resembling a giant dragon. Major problem. A guard burst into the king's chambers, looking panicked while stammering, Your Majesty, the vibranium, vein, has been taken. Upset at the lack of composure from his men, T'Chaka shouted, Is the sky falling or is it an earthquake? Look at you, panicking at the slightest thing, you're a disgrace. How can you be a royal guard? How can you maintain the dignity of the royal family? The guard took a few breaths and spoke with a trembling voice. Your Majesty, that guest, he emptied the vibranium. T'Chaka didn't seem to get the meaning and laughed. It's just a bit of vibranium. Why are you so nervous? Let him take whatever he can carry, even if he empties the warehouse. The guard gulped and said, It's not a warehouse, it's a whole vein of ore. What did you say? T'Chaka paused. This time he heard it clearly. That man lifted up all the mines. Your Majesty, quickly to the courtyard. See it for yourself. T'Chaka's expression froze. He looked dumbfounded, unwilling to believe it. He quickly ran out, no longer caring about royal etiquette or manners, and rushed out into the open courtyard. The place was crowded with guards and maids, all of whom held their heads up. As if they saw some kind of surprise, their mouths opened wide, and their bodies shook. T'Chaka involuntarily looked up and saw a huge shadow in the sky not far away, as if a dragon had appeared in the sky. That's a vibranium vein. The origins of Wakanda's vibranium vein were from meteorites millions of years ago. It came crashing down from the sky on the African continent, exterminating the indigenous people around it. This was a great disaster and a gift from heaven. The scattered vibranium mixed with the soil and greatly transformed the surrounding vegetation. Later on, one by one, 5 migrating tribes re-entered this rich, untouched land. They named it Wakanda and worked hard to unearth the strange and precious vibranium source. However, there was no harmony between the 5 tribes. In order to compete for more land and more mines, there were always conflicts and struggles among the indigenous people. At this point, Bast appeared. He guided a powerful warrior of a certain tribe to the heart-shaped herb. That strange plant could give human beings unimaginable strength, speed, and reflexes. Thus, the mighty warrior who was chosen by the panther god, Bast, united the 5 tribes with absolute force and became the first king. And as the ancestor of the Black Panthers, he established Wakanda's capital. It had been handed down from generation to generation until today. The vibranium meteorite was buried deep underground, creating a rich vein that even the Wakandans themselves hadn't fully explored. For generations, the kings had simply mined the inexhaustible supply of vibranium. It was easy for them to seize wealth, profit, and live a life of peace and contentment. In that respect, Wakanda was no different from resource-rich countries like the United Arab Emirates, and its capital was like Dubai. Therefore, compared with the concept of a country, it was more like a huge mine. Just like Dubai, that was seen as a gas station masquerading as a country. Because of that, Wakanda kept a close eye on the export and production of vibranium and considered smuggling a heavy offense. Once found, even if the culprit was a member of the royal family, they would all be severely punished, placed in jail, and imprisoned for life. That's a complete vein. T'Chaka's voice trembled. He appeared to be in disbelief and had raised his hand to rub his eyes. However, that huge shadow slowly moved. It was getting closer and clearer. How can it be? How can it be? The young king's expression changed, and his chest rose and fell like drawn bellows. If he hadn't taken the heart-shaped herb, he might have lost his breath and passed out. T'Chaka's heart ached to the point of suffocating as he gazed at the huge vein of ore rising up in the sky and levitating. Go and call the rest of the tribe leaders, and have the general gather the army. Forget it. He's a man that can carry mountains. Halfway through his sentence, the young king abandoned his previous idea. In his heart, there was a vague guess. On this planet, there was once the most powerful human being known to man. The other party led the Allies, defeated the Axis, and was a war hero. The Aryan super soldiers, the king of Atlantis, the mutant conspirator, were all defeated by that man. It was said that even werewolves and blood clans in the underworld bow to him. The Temple of the Three hidden in the mist, and the legendary Master were closely related to him. Although a long time ago, that director of SHIELD no longer appeared in the public eye and gradually disappeared. However, the legendary stories about him had never stopped. From movies to novels, even documentaries. As long as it was related to Superman, it would become the hottest key to wealth in Hollywood. Damn it! If it's really that man, Wakanda will lose more than a vibranium vein. T'Chaka muttered with some sorrow. Once, the underwater world of Atlantis raised its army to march onto land and raid New York. However, under Superman's iron fist, in the end, they waved the white flag and declared their surrender. From beginning to end, that clash of civilizations between sea and land ended even faster than the Blitz, breaking France's record. Lesson from the past was there, and T'Chaka wasn't confident enough to think that Wakanda could do better than the Atlanteans. Much less confident enough to think that Black Panther was stronger than the Sea King and could keep his dignity in front of Superman. 20 minutes later, Luke, who had moved a vibranium vein, returned to the royal palace in Wakanda with a bemused face. The little gift was placed in his underworld. Bast, the rounded panther guard, had a more welcoming attitude than before. If anything, when he first fell into Luke's clutches, he could barely maintain the reserve and aloofness of a guard. Now, he had completely changed into Superman's pet. Now and then, he would even rub his head against Luke and look at him with big eyes full of worship. A proper cute act. He didn't care about anything else, let alone the surprised look on the king's face. He was just a poor, weak, and helpless kitten who knew nothing, not to mention stopping Luke from moving the vibranium. Even if the other party wanted to destroy Wakanda, Bast wouldn't consider it a problem. He just had to move on to the next tribe and restart it. Your Majesty, are you ill? You don't look good. Seeing T'Chaka leaning on the throne, covering his chest, and looking like he was struggling to breathe, Luke asked with a look of concern. I'm all right, just a little heartburn, an old problem. The young king took a deep breath and answered, That's good that you're okay. Take care of yourself. Luke rubbed the head of Panther Guard and whispered, "Thanks to His Majesty's generosity, I got so much vibranium for nothing. To be honest, I was a little embarrassed at first, but Elder Azuda told me to help myself. Because of his enthusiasm, I took a bit more." Standing aside with vacant eyes, Elder Azuda seemed like he hadn't regained his senses. Hearing these words, he almost fainted. He remembered that in the underground mines, Luke had only spread his arms. Then the entire vein shook and slowly rose into the air. The impact of that scene was beyond words. "It's fine, a mere bit of vibranium. You need not take it to heart, honored guest." T'Chaka glared at Elder Azuda, who was still in a daze, and then said word for word, "There will be a dinner party later. I hope you will be kind enough to attend." Luke raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised to see the king of Wakanda make such a humble gesture. Although he showed mercy, he didn't empty all the vibranium veins all at once and only carried away an extended branch of one of the veins. Other people, however, would have long regretted it and flown into a rage. After all, estimates were based on the price of vibranium on the international market. Wakanda had suffered a heavy loss this time, amounting to emptying half of the country's reserves. Holding back so much, looks like he knows who I am. Luke pondered for a moment and concluded. Wakanda was at least an independent country, and T'Chaka had eyes and undercover agents all over the world. He didn't recognize him before, but it could be because Superman had disappeared for too long and forgotten. But with careful investigation, he was sure that Wakanda would soon find the clues. "Thank you for your Majesty's kindness. A dinner party isn't necessary. I have things to deal with, so I won't bother any more." Luke waved his hand and refused the invitation. There will naturally be a chance to meet again in the future. Wakanda is a strong and promising country. Sooner or later, it will enter the world stage. T'Chaka's eyelids twitched, and the hand over his heart fell. He understood Luke's meaning. He hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Being conservative, closed, and refraining from communication with the outside world was a strategy that Wakanda had always used. But as times changed, T'Chaka, who had studied in Europe and seen and experienced the world, didn't want to stay a mere conformist. He had ideas for change but lacked the courage. Other tribe leaders, even within the royal family, had a large number of conservative forces. They were only looking at a short-term gain, and unless the day came when the vibranium mine was exhausted, they would always be content with what they had now and choose to stop there. Luke's appearance seemed to change all this. "Well then, since our honored guest has something to do, I won't force you to stay." T'Chaka thought of Superman's status and strength, and his heart slightly moved. If Wakanda had SHIELD support, it might be able to rapidly rise in the African continent and lead its compatriots to freedom. As for what it would cost, Luke could have clearly moved all the vibranium veins and decimated Wakanda's future. But he didn't do that. He just took one of the veins. Looking at the panther, it wasn't difficult to see what kind of character and methods Superman had. "Let's call it a day." Luke petted Bast, left the main hall of the palace, and went to look for Carol. Half an hour later, it was confirmed that Superman and his companion had left. T'Chaka looked at the panther crouching in the hall. Bast, who had previously acted like a kitten, had a golden glint in his eyes as if he was displeased. The young king quickly gave up his seat and saw the chubby panther gracefully walk up the steps and jump onto the throne. He comfortably coiled up into a ball and dozed off. "Is this the Panther Guard of Wakanda?" T'Chaka bitterly smiled. Luke, who returned with a full load, opened a transmission portal and arrived in Kama Taj. Before he left Earth 1024, he entrusted SHIELD to the Sorcerer Supreme. Although, according to the salted fish character of the Ancient One, she might not always watch it and deal with problems like a nanny. But if he wanted to know what happened during his absence, it was best to find the Sorcerer Supreme. At the other end of the portal, it happened to be the open space at Kama Taj. At this time, a group of novice apprentices stood in rows in 2s and 3s. Under the guidance of the master, they were learning how to open a spatial portal. "Master Wang, long time no see." Luke said hello with a smile when he saw his chubby figure and serious face. Holding a stack of books, the other party seemed to have just come out of the library. Unlike the universe where he became the Sorcerer Supreme, the Wang of this world was still very young. His face wasn't so round and unfriendly as if someone owed him money. "Who are you?" Don't you know that in Kama Taj, you aren't allowed to drink alcohol? Young Master Wang saw that Luke was dressed differently from the other masters in Kama Taj, and that his right hand was supporting a drunk woman. He couldn't help but frown with that round face of his, wanting to rebuke such behavior. Kama Taj did have status classes, such as the Sorcerer Supreme, then her own disciples, the administrators of the three sanctums, and so on and so forth. But the atmosphere these years had changed. Because the Ancient One had always attached little importance to rules, she advocated speaking freely, and freedom was paramount. This made Kama Taj's income threshold much lower and the number of apprentices much higher. Of course, it also carried other problems. For example, going astray and being seduced by the dark dimension. Not everyone could control themselves in the face of power. Forget, you are not the old hotpot Wang. Luke raised his eyebrows. He equated the guy with the hotpot Wang from the universe where he was Sorcerer Supreme, for no other reason than the fact that the other party's side dishes were fantastic. The days of helping Stephen Strange and substituting for him, eating hot pot and shabu-shabu, and then supervising Doctor Strange's workouts were the greatest expectation of each day. Is the Ancient One in? Luke ignored Master Wang's surprised look and directly asked. He glanced around and didn't feel the aura of the Sorcerer Supreme. As the top powerhouse among the 9 realms, she could stand alongside Odin. The Ancient One could shine like a bright torch in Luke's eyes. So Mr. Cavill is here. Long time no see, you still look the same. Before the young Master Wang snapped at Luke's impudence, Master Hamir, who had a broken arm, strode over with a flourish. He knew Superman better than this rash young man and immediately greeted him. Master Hamir, dressed in a Taoist-like robe, speaking and acting in an ancient style, was an affable elder who had been a practicing disciple at Kama Taj for many years. Wang, this is Superman, a war hero admired by the world and a guest always welcomed by Kama Taj. You should show some respect. Hamir glanced at Master Wang and motioned for the other party to step down. He then held out his hand and invited Luke into the central hall. The astronomic bronze sphere spun continuously, its surface emitting a lava-like hue. It was reasonable for such an important place like Kama Taj to be off-limits to outsiders. But Luke's relationship with the Ancient One wasn't simple. Master Hamir had heard of those rumors. Most of them were spread from the devils of hell or from the corners of the shadowy world. Similar to the secret affair between the Sorcerer Supreme and Superman, there were more than a dozen versions for all ages and palates. Of course, Master Hamir didn't believe those flimsy rumors. He just felt that the Sorcerer Supreme's attitude towards Luke was indeed somewhat different. The secret contact between the 3 sanctums and SHIELD and the establishment of the Magic Congress. In the past, the Ancient One would never have attempted such a drastic change, no matter how much she would have dared to challenge the rules. The Sorcerer Supreme had recently gone to the outer dimension, and she seemed to be in a hurry, Master Hamir said without skipping a beat. However, before she left, she specially ordered the 3 sanctums to watch over SHIELD and be on the lookout for any trouble they might encounter. Luke slightly nodded his head and seriously said, "Thank you, Master." Unsurprisingly, the Ancient One was worthy of the title of avid slacker and left everything to others. Outer dimension. Luke's heart moved, and he continued to ask, is there some kind of crisis happening? The Sorcerer Supreme had always been solely responsible for the safety and order of the universe. How could she skip work without saying anything? As a veteran who had made the jump out of the universe's box and even made the trip across the multiverses, Luke naturally knew what that outer dimension was. The Sorcerer Supreme had been on business trips before, but it was only limited to the dimensional worlds of this universe. For example, sub-dimensions like Hell, Limbo, the Dark Dimension, and so on. The outer dimension usually referred to the strange world that existed in another box outside this universe. The Sorcerer Supreme didn't say but vaguely mentioned it. Mr. Cavill, you will see her soon. Master Hamir smiled and frankly said so. Luke pondered for a moment, roughly suspecting something but wasn't sure. Over the years, how has SHIELD been? Instead of obsessing over the charade the Sorcerer Supreme was playing, he cut to the chase. All is still well, very calm. Master Hamir was concise. He thought for a moment and then added, "With MS Peggy Carter's management, it doesn't look like anything is happening on the surface." But in private, there was a lot of minor problems involving political struggles, power struggles, and the like. But Kerma Taj isn't good at dealing with that, so he didn't get involved. With that, the broken armed master used a projection spell to reveal those recorded world events and the turmoil of the situation. Luke watched intently in silence. When the third pole of the world disappeared, it would naturally trigger changes. Fortunately, the direction of the world hadn't been stirred into a tangled mess yet, losing all control thanks to the butterfly effect he caused. After the Cold War, the Red Empire still disintegrated and collapsed. Leviathan and Hydra, as a result, collided violently. Two sworn enemies were finally merged under SHIELD upon entering the peace phase. Howard Stark was married, and Captain America and the Winter Soldier retired together. With Luke's well-prepared plan, the White Queen successfully promoted the Mutant Registration Act. Cavil Academy for the Gifted officially entered the public eye, and it enrolled a large number of new students. Some of the most outstanding children had become prestigious leaders of the younger generation among the mutants. For example, Charles Xavier, who got a professor's degree and stayed as a teacher at the Mutant Academy. Then there's Eric Laneshare, who chose to join Task Force X and travel all over the world. Compared with their predecessors like the White Queen, Wolverine, and Sabretooth, they were more energetic and aggressive. One actively pursued further rights for his compatriots by attending various talks and speeches, and even making public appearances on television programs to express his views. Others liked to show strength and seize power, thus uniting the group of mutants who were similar to him with his charisma. "They are all your students, Mr. Cavill," Master Hammer said with a smile. To this day, Superman's bronze statue still stood at the Mutant Academy as a symbol that every student looked up to. Luke lamented the fact that he started with the outbreak of World War II and joined the Super Soldier program with Captain America. Then defeat the Axis, the Aryan super soldiers. Along the way, he had stood at the highest point in the world before he knew it. The two young leaders of the mutant were his students. He built SHIELD, and before Hydra could make any waves, it was defeated and incorporated. Even Iron Man, who started the cinematic universe and made the Afghan caves a famous plot point for every fellow traveler like him, was just now coming of age. And his father not only didn't die under the Winter Soldier's iron fist, but he also took the name Iron Man early on, making Tony Stark a second generation. Outside this universe, the Collector and the Grandmaster, the brothers who were both elders of the universe, had seen what Superman could do. Luke Cavill, that fearsome human from Earth whose reputation shook the galaxy and spread to the 9 realms. Then Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire, was beaten by General Zod, and his body was left paralyzed. Since then, he would brand this planet Earth so deeply in his heart that he would never dream of showing the slightest arrogance there. Captain Marvel, who had to go through some twists and turns, also allowed Luke to bring her back. Everything was changing. Naturally, as the biggest villain, Thanos, who was supposed to make an ominous entrance, might not even be enough for Luke to break a sweat. Even if he collected all 6 Infinity Stones, put on his gauntlet and snapped his fingers, Superman, who was already at the peak of this single universe, wouldn't be fazed. Of course, if the Mad Titan could open up, get the heart of the universe and push open the doors of the Omniverse, or, with the passage of time, turn into his ultimate version, King Thanos, that was another matter. All in all, Luke wasn't only at the top of the human world, he had reached the end of the single universe. With one more step forward, we have to face the 5 gods of the universe, the Annihilation Wave, Living Tribunal, the Beyonders, Molecule Man, those kinds of existence. What a wonderful ride. Luke looked back and couldn't help but feel something akin to an old man's sigh of relief. When he thought about it, he was no longer interested in the Skrulls on Earth and in the 3 galactic empires. As for the Defenders, which may appear in the future, he was even more uninterested. A villain destroying the world. With Superman around, no more conspirators or ambitious people would dare risk their lives for trouble. A crisis that could lead to the destruction of the planet. With Superman around, it was the safest and most dangerous place in the galaxy. Even Hydra, the most dedicated evil in the Marvel Universe, had chosen the unforeseen path of, if you can't beat it, join it. As for the rest of the guys, it was better for them to wash up and go to bed early, like good little kids. Is that why I feel bored? Luke silently sighed in his mind. When all stories become dull, day in and day out, when New York citizens no longer have to worry about the arrival of aliens and appearances of supervillains, after Superman's existence, and in the end, the significance of superheroes' existence became less important than it once was. Perhaps it was time for it all to end. Master Hamir, I'll leave this drunken girl in your hands. Ask her to come to New York to meet up when she wakes up. Luke left Captain Marvel at Khmer Taj. He didn't want to delay any longer. It's time to give those friends he hadn't seen in a long time a big surprise. No problem. I'll ask the attendant to come over and take good care of the lady. Master Hamir nodded in agreement. Recalling the past briefly, Luke took a deep breath and opened the transmission portal to SHILD's headquarters. The magic sparkled as he slowly stepped in. Unsurprisingly, no one moved into his office. All the furnishings and furniture were in pristine condition and spotlessly clean, so they must have been cleaned regularly. Luke sat in the spacious chair, turned back the chair, and looked out of the window. What he saw was the Potomac River, the man-made lake in Constitution Park, the Lincoln Memorial. After revisiting the feeling for a moment, the newly returned director of SHILD pushed the door out. Perhaps it was the late afternoon, and it was time to get off work or the tight security system outside and inside. Luke didn't meet anyone, let alone a strict deterrent. He smoothly made it all the way over to Commander Peggy Carter's office. The light was still on. Luke didn't knock on the door and gently pushed it in. As he imagined, the heroic female commander was working at her desk. A few strands of blonde hair fell down, covering her smooth forehead. His footsteps were light, and he didn't disturb the other party. Who can't the most powerful being in the world approach silently? Even the best agent, the best killer, wouldn't be able to detect him. Peggy! Walking over to her desk, Luke called out in a whisper. With eyes full of tenderness, he looked at the other person, trying to see the surprise in those pretty eyes that were lifted. However, no. With just a moment of surprise, Peggy Carter pulled out the Walter PPK automatic pistol stuck under the table with the fastest speed. With a quick pull of the trigger, she fired 3 precise point-blank shots at Luke, 1 on the forehead, 2 on the chest. The high-speed bullet smashed into Luke's skin, the deflated bullet feebly to the floor, making a crisp sound. Damn Skrulls, don't pretend to be him, Peggy glared, furious. Her body retreated while also emptying the bullets in the pistol all at once. Peggy, how can I? Prove that I'm me. Luke looked startled and quickly understood what had happened. He was helpless. Those Skrulls ruined the surprise he deliberately created. It wasn't a warm hug nor a passionate kiss that greeted the returning Superman. Instead, it was a cold 7.65 caliber bullet that didn't even graze his skin, and he couldn't even feel it. It wasn't easy to prove that he was himself. The Skrulls not only could change their appearance at will, but their disguises couldn't be distinguished from the real thing. Moreover, some of their elites could also copy the memories of their chosen target to achieve a flawless identity. But at the moment the Skrulls died, their identities would be revealed. Otherwise, with modern means such as fingerprints, irises, and DNA, it was difficult to verify their identities. In the secret invasion in the comic book event, everyone suffered a big loss, getting caught up in an endless chain of suspicions. There was no guarantee that the friend and partner standing in front of them was really the original person. Distrust and suspicion could destroy the sense of trust built up by fighting side by side, completely dismantling the possibility of teamwork. What if the battle was at a critical moment and someone backstabbed them? This idea deepened the rift between the Avengers and superheroes. It turned what should have been a concerted effort to fight a foreign enemy into pandemonium. Peggy! Luke wanted to say something private that only the two of them knew, but before he could speak, the commander of SHILD stepped on her high heels and sprinted at him. The automatic pistol with the empty clip slammed over and snapped against his chest like a toy without the slightest hint of lethality. It's just that when Luke glanced at the spike on the high heels, he had to evade. A chill ran down his spine. It wasn't for fear of injury, but an instinctive fear of men. A woman's nails and high heels were known as the two main killing devices. Luke stepped back, and leaned over to avoid the murderous Peggy. His right hand reached out and tightened around a slender waist full of explosive strength. The latter kept struggling, but any degree of resistance was meaningless against Superman's steel-like body. Even if she was injected with the strengthening agent formulated by the Infinity Formula, and her body quality and cellular aging rate were different from normal. I don't know how to explain it, because the Skrulls could change their appearance, copy memories, and even mimic abilities. Luke paused and seriously said, "But I think that's a question that can be left to your judgment. Follow your heart and trust your feelings." The man and woman who were close to each other looked at each other, and subtle emotions were conveyed to each other through the windows of their hearts. Peggy's eyes drifted off and her heart pounded hard as if something had struck. "Can you fly?" "Yes." "What about heat vision?" "That too." "Then our first time." "My office, when you were lying on that table." "I'm asking about the scene where we first met." "Ah, Brooklyn, the door of my house. Brown military uniform with large breasts." Loosening his grip on a skeptical Peggy, Luke answered questions and demonstrated various abilities. The corners of the former's eyes twitched. His way of speaking was very much like that bastard of a man who left his job to go out on a trip. "And where did you go during the time you were away?" The commander of SHILD crossed her arms around her chest and asked in a cold voice, "I told you before I left that I had to go away on a trip." Luke smiled. He didn't deliberately hide anything. He told Peggy about the concepts of the single universe box and the multiverse world. As for the 5 creator gods of the universe and the games of higher beings, the various stories that took place in the studio next door were simply brushed aside. Somewhat beyond comprehension and perception, and the fact that not everyone could accept the fact that they were cartoon characters or movie characters as calmly as Deadpool. In a certain time and space, Professor Charles used his psychic ability to read Deadpool's mind, and then the bald head shattered like an exploding watermelon. "Is it really you?" Peggy dropped her guard. As a good female agent, her sensibilities prevailed. "Of course." "I said I wouldn't take too long, although on a human time scale, it does seem like a long time has passed. But anyway, I'm back." Luke was also helpless. Had Dr. Manhattan not interfered and banished himself to the Watchmen world, how could he have been delayed for so long? Have the Skrulls launched an offensive, making you this nervous? Peggy was already 80% convinced. Her tone was slightly more intimate, and she softly said, "There's a Skrull who's pretending to be Howard and has infiltrated SHILD. We didn't notice it until some time ago." The commander of SHILD explained the recent events. As she was in the middle of her story, the office door was violently thrown open. 2 young girls dressed as secretaries barged in, guns in both hands. Previously, she thought Luke was a Skrull pretending to be him, so Peggy quickly alerted the sparrows under her command. On the surface, they were the clerical staff and civilians, but they were actually from the Red Room, the Leviathan's spy agency. Those qualified and excellent girls would be assigned to various departments of SHILD as spies and moles. "It's okay." Seeing the sparrows coming in, Peggy waved her hand and subconsciously stood in front of Luke. But the latter's eyes slightly narrowed, and the blazing light showed no mercy, piercing through those 2 charming and lovely girls. The high temperature penetrated their chests and evaporated their blood, leaving a hideous hole. "You!" Peggy was shocked and turned to look at Luke. "Skrulls." Superman pointed to the 2 bodies that had fallen to the ground. Their bodies and faces had changed. Their skins turned pale green and their ears turned pointy, revealing the fact that they were aliens, not humans. "They have most likely infiltrated every department of SHILD and are ready to launch a shift, like a complete overthrow of the original management with the help of the White House or other external forces, for the last comprehensive overthrow," Luke guessed. The words made Peggy's heart clench. It's just that a moment later, she took one look at Superman and dismissed that extra worry. "Now that you're back, the job of eradicating the Skrull will naturally be left to you, Mr. Director." The female commander of SHILD said so with a chuckle. For no apparent reason, she felt a wave of relief that she hadn't felt in a long time. There were responsibilities that once weighed on her shoulders and all sorts of burdensome things to do. With Luke's appearance, it all seemed to dissipate into thin air. "Let me think about it," Luke pondered for a moment. It would be too much trouble to find the group of Skrull Empire's advanced troops hidden inside SHIELD and human society, one by one. He liked to do things efficiently, preferably in one go. Let's have a press conference. A moment later, Luke said so. He was confident that when the Skrulls heard of Superman's return, they would surrender without a fight. In the galaxy, there were very few secrets to be kept. The conflict in Noha had already spread. Even if this group of Skrulls were behind on the news, they wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye to Superman's presence. A press conference. Okay, I'll take care of it. Peggy nodded, then casually asked, "Where were we? By the way, did you bring another woman back again?" The smile on Luke's lips slightly faltered, indicating his grief. What do you mean by again? He had always kept to himself and wasn't close to women. The few occasional breaches of principle were unavoidable. Peggy picked up the phone on her desk and called SHIELD's public relations, getting them ready to write the script, contact the media, and organize a press conference. Right now, she couldn't trust anyone but Luke, who had proven his identity. The shape-shifting abilities of those Skrulls were just too much to defend against. Without Superman's presence, SHIELD would likely have suffered a violently turbulent power shuffle. As long as the key figures like Peggy Carter, Howard Stark, and Nick Fury were under control, the Skrulls could disguise themselves as them and copy their memories. Then SHIELD could be transformed into the Skrulls' tool without anyone knowing about it. What are you going to say at the press conference? Peggy put the phone down and curiously asked. Superman had been away from Earth for a long time. The reason for the announcement was that the super soldier's cell division speed was too fast, leading to vigorous life consumption and requiring a long period of cryo-hibernation. Although the Pentagon and the White House had suspicions, they were all held back by SHIELD. So far, most people think that their war hero, the Beacon of Light, was still lying asleep in cryo-hibernation. Even though the top leaders of the human world remained dubious, they didn't say anything. After all, Superman gradually lost his influence and voice, and remaining asleep was the only situation they would be happy to see. "I'm back," Luke replied. "That's it. Nothing more." Peggy opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. After so many years, Superman reappeared in the public eye to announce his return to the world. It should be a generous statement that touches people's hearts. Such an important occasion was solved in one sentence. "It's enough," Luke lightly said. His name represented strength and power. His existence was a symbol of prestige and status. Unless the Skrulls were illiterate or thought they had something to rely on. Otherwise, after learning the news of Superman's return, the only thing for them to do should be to retreat in haste and leave the planet. Well, the incoming president will surely be feeling that he's got the worst luck since Truman's term, Peggy jokingly said. Superman left Earth during Truman's term. No one in power would like to have a big mountain weighing down on their heads. The slumbering hibernation of the world's third pole was a relief to both the Eastern and Western superpowers. One could only imagine the uproar Superman's return would cause. They're too short-sighted. They treat the little power they have in their hands like a treasure and think everyone wants to steal it. Luke grimaced. If he wanted to, he would have no problem forming a Superman-led powerhouse government to rule the world. But doing so was pointless. He was already at the pinnacle of this single universe. What he desired was to advance to the multiverse level. The 5 creator gods of the universe had given their promises as payment for Luke's illegal entry into the studio next door. Earth 1024, where Superman was located, Earth 91, where he became the Sorcerer Supreme, and even the cinematic universe, were handed over to Luke for him to own. That was to say, the whole universe belonged to him. A single planet Earth had no meaning, although there were times when the 5 creator gods of the universes broke the rules of the universe and lost. For example, Galactus, who has been reduced to a universe-level battle unit, would always be defeated, or when a powerful character kicks in and needs backstory extras. The 5 gods are always the first ones to pass the auditions. But comic representations aside, Luke had to admit that they were indeed diverse bigwigs with some of the admin privileges. Carving out 3 single universes for him wasn't a big deal for them. "It looks like you have big plans again," Peggy replied, although they had an intimate relationship of sharing a bed and in-depth communication. But sometimes, She still didn't know what Luke was thinking. Every step taken by this man, known as the most powerful man on the planet, were all thought out with something planned. However, outsiders wouldn't understand. Yes, it's a grand plan to jump out of the pond and into the infinite ocean. Luke was happy to share the joy with Peggy. By getting 3 single universes, he was able to try to build a huge multiverse system. At that time, he wouldn't have to be disturbed by the cosmic entity, living tribunal. Those guys who have been acting as backstory extras all year round were trying to turn him into their hired muscle and do their work for them. But all Luke wanted was to get startup money and then start his own business. Even if he didn't know what the 5 guards of creation and the higher administrator behind them were trying to do. But the chaos was a ladder. If the 2 sides fought, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for Superman. How long will it take for the press conference to start? Luke asked casually as he leaned back into the sofa. About 40 minutes or so. Peggy made several consecutive calls afterwards, inviting numerous influential TV stations. She didn't reveal the heavy news of Superman's return, only that something extremely amazing had happened, and a live announcement had to be made for North America. Luke raised an eyebrow and hooked his finger for Peggy to come over. He wrapped his arm around the woman's waist. He buried his head on her soft chest, took a deep breath and said, "It's been hard on you all these years." Before leaving, Luke injected Maelna with the Infinity Formula strengthening solution before entrusting her to the Sorcerer Supreme. The reason for this arrangement was, on the one hand, the Ancient One once inadvertently mentioned that girls from Sicily had good magical qualifications. On the other hand, among all of Luke's women, only Maelna was so soft that he needed to worry about her. If the Ancient One were looking after her, then Superman would be much more at ease. Therefore, Marlena went with the Sorcerer Supreme and became a female master of the mystic arts. But Peggy needed to take over SHIELD, and she couldn't just walk away or live her life with peace of mind. It wasn't easy for anyone to shoulder such heavy work and persist for so many years. I almost forgot. Apart from the small flaw of being extremely irresponsible, you're a perfect lover, director. Peggy's eyes softened, but her words didn't relax. Back then, I was just too young and fell for your affectionate words. Luke raised his face and acted surprised. What? Sweet words. I always thought that you appreciated my skills and were overwhelmed by my... A fist hit him in the chest. Peggy was slightly annoyed. The director put away his exaggerated smile. He released his arms and pulled her to the sofa. It's daytime, and there are 2 dead Skrulls on the floor. Are you really in the mood? Besides, there's still 32 minutes left. Is that enough? Peggy wasn't surprised, and she wasn't shy or resistant. She knew Luke's personality all too well. In some ways, this war hero to outsiders, the beacon of light on the earth, was unquestionably insatiable and demanding. Frankly, the daytime and the office, plus the uniform play, were just pedantic. In the most ridiculous instance, Superman even took Peggy and Maelna together. At an altitude of more than 18,000 meters in the air, the 3 had an exciting multiplayer game inside the bio-force field. After hearing about that, the White Queen also expressed a little envy and privately yearned for what it was like to go up to the clouds at over 10,000 meters. Where do you want to go? With a black blazer, white shirt, and an air of professionalism around Peggy, Luke was all serious when he said, I just want to lie down for a while and rest. If it's just resting, then your hand can let go, right? Glancing down at the knotty hand that habitually climbed to her chest, Peggy also asked with a serious face. At New York Harbor, Warehouse 1. Howard Stark swaggered out of his car and saw a familiar figure. Did you take care of Nick Fury too? He asked with a smile. Standing in front of him was a tall man with dark skin and a serious expression. Nick Fury, the field leader of SHIELD and Superman's former driver. With the White House and the Pentagon under control and 60% of SHIELD infiltrated, no matter how powerful Peggy Carter is, she won't be able to stop our plan. The Skrull, who looked like Nick Fury, was smiling. That's good. Find a way to get the secret location of Superman's cryo chamber in case someone forcibly wakes Luke Cavill up and all hell breaks loose. Howard Stark lightly said. He still didn't know what happened in Noha. I'll increase my infiltration efforts and then pry the information out of Peggy Carter's mouth. The Skrull nodded. He was the communications officer in the advance team, responsible for stringing together the various compatriots who had secretly invaded Earth. By the way, there's a new message from the Empire, asking us to keep an eye on Earth's movements. The Skrull leader, disguised as Howard Stark, smiled. Apart from Superman, who was noteworthy, there were no other threats on this blue planet. After we find Luke Cavill, we can brainwash him into a soldier loyal to the Empire, he said. In New York, at the Daily Bugle. Don't you have anything new to publish? The newspaper owner named J. Jonah Jameson slammed a pile of prepared news material on his desk in anger. The young man with the mean and venomous tongue had just recently inherited the small newspaper, which had been in operation since World War II, from his father. Unlike James S.R., who was amiable and gracious, James J.R. was quick-tempered, fond of sarcasm, and unforgiving with his words. These days, almost all the staff of the Daily Bugle had been scolded by him. Let's see, Herr Tony Stark. A rich kid not long out of MIT, and you guys don't have anything else to report every day but his philandering or gossip. James yelled at the top of his lungs. New Yorkers like to read gossip, but they're not interested in the wannabe life of a playboy with a reputation as a genius who's been nothing but a womanizer. If you want to dig, you should also focus on Howard Stark, like Stark's father and son, going to a nightclub together and fighting over some stripper. That's the kicker. The employee, shrinking his neck and enduring his boss's scolding, weakly cautioned, Howard Stark is the chief scientific advisor of SHILD, a sort of national public official. If anyone is spotted following him, we could be shot as spies. James's torrent of venomous words came to an abrupt halt as he scratched his head and digressed. If Howard Stark doesn't work, then you guys dig up the mutant, the guy who's always on TV, the one called Charles, or the other one, the Metal King. The Magnet, anyway, a mutant who can control metal, Magneto. The employee corrected him. Whatever. If you can't, find some material, write a memoir about Superman's sleep, interview the retired Captain America or something. Because his father lived well, Tony Stark failed to inherit the family business and became a young, rich second generation. Without the status of being at the helm of Stark Industries, the reputation of being a genius alone was far from enough to attract the attention of the public. Therefore, in the eyes of the Daily Bugle, he was less interesting. In the original timeline, Tony Stark was a newspaper darling who kept half of New York's paparazzi fed on his own. Boss, I got a message. The female secretary, holding a mobile phone, came in. My best friend's boyfriend, whose ex-girlfriend's uncle, works in the press office at SHILD, told me that SHILD has big news. James was overwhelmed by the complicated relations. He only caught the two keywords, SHILD and big news. Unlike the SHILD, which was controlled by the hard-boiled egg director, Luke didn't deliberately hide its presence. So, the public was aware of this complex institution behind the 5 major powers responsible for international crises. Find a way to get in. James clapped his hands excitedly. A small newspaper, such as the Daily Bugle, which had no big company backing them and official certification, naturally, wouldn't get an invitation letter. Spend as much as you like, and make sure you don't fall behind the rest of the media. When SHILD was going to hold a press conference, the media flocked to the event like sharks, sniffing the scent of blood. Some of the newspapers that weren't invited did everything they could to try to get into the venue. Even if only some photos were taken, the headlines in the next few days were guaranteed. Half an hour later, on the 22nd floor of SHILD's building near the Potomac River, the auditorium was packed with journalists from various newspapers, piling up their long lens cannons and pointing them at the stage. Isn't the speaker today M.S. Carter? A reporter anxiously asked. As the current commander of SHILD, Peggy normally served as a spokesperson. Originally, the latter had thought of giving this task to Howard, who loved the limelight. However, after several attempts, they found that this man, who was married and had a son and was entering middle age, loved to freestyle it every time. He made any press conference scene informal, like a stand-up comedy scene. Therefore, Peggy chose to go on her own, and Howard was forbidden to touch the microphone ever again. What could the news be? I remember they made such a big fuss a few years ago because the mutants caused a big scene in the Middle East. Another reporter guessed. As SHIELD was positioned as an international organization, it didn't specifically follow the orders of any one country. Some years ago, the Ten Rings was making a lot of noise in that part of the Middle East. They contacted Emma, White Queen, and got the approval. SHIELD sent Magneto and his Brotherhood into that chaotic area. Then along came a guy claiming to be the Mandarin, who was the mastermind behind the Ten Rings. The young Magneto and his opponent fought to a standstill, exchanging blows. In the end, SBAR stepped in and brought the Mandarin back to China. But the impact of that incident was so great that it led to pressure from the public. SHIELD made a point of stepping in to explain and promote Magneto as the leading figure of the younger generation of mutants. 2 minutes to go. Natasha, who had wavy burgundy hair, tried out the microphone and checked the rest of the equipment before speaking to the media on stage. The latter had their cameras turned on and pens and pocketbooks at the ready. 2 minutes later, a tall figure emerged from backstage. Before he spoke, the audience was in an uproar. The flashing lights, the sound of the shutters being pressed, the dumbfounded expressions of those reporters, all testify to the significance of what this man represented. Because of his appearance, the whole world would dramatically change again. On the other side, the Skrull's secret base. They gathered in the darkroom in their human appearances. There were politicians, businessmen, and even senior agents of SHIELD. SHIELD had a press conference earlier. Any news back from the scene? The Skrull leader, who had just met Nick Fury, walked into the room. Just a few minutes ago, I received word that 2 of my people had disappeared into thin air. Most likely because Peggy Carter had noticed something was wrong and wanted to go public with the information about us. A Skrull, who was wearing the appearance of a senator, sneered and said, "That would only make people think she was crazy. When everyone denies the truth will turn into a lie." The Empire's advanced troops, adept in infiltration, reconnaissance, and creating confusion, knew this routine all too well. They had waged massive wars on no less than 20 planets, bringing one race and civilization after another to their doom. Earth was the next target. "There's news coming back." A Skrull, who was pretending to be a White House aide, said so. He clicked on the projection apparatus in his hand and relayed the live press conference. "I am Superman." The tall man standing on stage spoke in a gentle tone. He wore the battle suit, the dark red cloak, with a young face that had appeared countless times in documentaries and campaign videos. The reporters below the stage were stunned. Now that's real news. Superman returns. Superman had opened his eyes from a deep sleep, got out of the cryo chamber, and came back to the human world. The Skrulls in the room were gaping at the mouth, too. They hadn't been told anything about it at all. When did Peggy Carter, who was clearly under 24-hour surveillance, wake Superman up? How could they not know about such a big thing when they even had Nick Fury under their control? What should we do now? The members of the Empire's advanced troops all looked towards Howard Stark, their leader. How about considering a strategic retreat, waiting to figure out Superman's true capabilities and then fight back? Someone suggested. If Superman were really as powerful as those documentaries and videos suggested, then it wouldn't be possible for the advanced forces to deal with him on their own. "We are all elites of the Empire. Why do we need to be afraid of a single Earthling?" Some people disagreed. The Skrull leader was silent as he raised his right hand and typed the word Superman into his wristwatch to get more information. Then, for an instant, all kinds of news from the galaxy popped out. A few minutes later, after browsing, the leader of the Skrulls wiped his cold sweat and made a decision. Retreat quickly and let those inside SHIELD find a way to escape, and don't engage in any risky moves. The rest of the Skrull members were dumbfounded. Was it necessary to be so quick and decisive? Even the faction that advocated surrender was considering withdrawing its forces to wait and see for a few days. Running straight away was too shameful. This planet is terrifying. Have to retreat. There is no time to lose. The Skrull leader shivered as he remembered the description of Superman's combat capabilities. If all that was true, then Earth might very well be considered one of the most dangerous places in the galaxy right now. Superman's return, like a bombshell that crashed into the calm lake, caused huge waves. The darkness of the world's landscape seemed to have been slightly altered by the presence of that man. Of course, Luke himself had no personal feelings about it. He only said a sentence at the press conference and then handed the scene to Peggy. Those reporters were so busy pressing the shutters that they didn't even have time to ask serious questions. News traveled fast in the modern world. 10 minutes later, the White House and the Pentagon were taking turns calling, whether the president or the generals. Their words were polite, and their attitudes were sincere. Most of the conversation was about inviting Superman to Washington, D.C., or to attend a party. Such politically charged conversations were usually uninformative. Luke exchanged a few casual greetings and then handed over the itinerary for the next few days to Natasha, the head of SHIELD's administration department. The mayor of New York would like to invite you to give a speech in Brooklyn. What do you think, director? This pretty girl with burgundy hair looked much more mature than when she was in the Soviet Union and in Leviathan. The top brass core of SHIELD had basically been injected with the infinity formulas, enhancing elixir to slow down cellular aging and maintain youthful vitality. Even though Luke left this world for a long time, Peggy and Natasha didn't change much. But the passage of time always gave women a more graceful and elegant charm. No time and no interest. Superman was back at SHIELD's headquarters building. He shook his head in refusal. Right now, he just wanted to have a good rest and take a long vacation. In the past, when his business was still in its infancy, he couldn't escape politics and the circle of power, so he could only get involved. But today was different from the past. SHIELD was on the right track and was gaining momentum. The image of power portrayed by Superman had become the common perception of those at the top of the pyramid in the human world. Luke didn't need to deal with any dignitaries, let alone keep his schedule full, juggling various high-end receptions and interpersonal relationships. He was perfectly capable of shifting from the forefront to behind the scenes, watching where the world, which he had changed beyond recognition, would go. From now on, you can just push back on these kinds of invitations without having to come and ask me again. Luke knocked on the table and lightly said so. Confirming that Natasha had nothing else, he simply closed his eyes and magnified his senses on his single multiverse. The Black Widow, sitting opposite, felt a powerful wave-like substance sweep over her like a radar wave. Because she was so close, she could see with her own eyes the distortion in the air, as if it was constantly vibrating, sending out light and strange colors. Witnessing this scene, Natasha subconsciously held her breath, not daring to make any movements. Relax, it won't hurt you. Luke spoke out in reassurance. He was gradually covering the planet under his feet with his senses. No matter what those Skrulls would choose to do, it was an indisputable fact that they secretly kidnapped Howard and Nick Fury with the intention of destroying SHIELD for the purpose of setting an example to scare others. Luke definitely had to show a stern attitude. As for the consequences of offending the Skrull Empire, sorry, that was out of his consideration. Superman's senses expanded rapidly. His whole being seemed to ascend to great heights, opening up a god-like perspective. Earth was like an azure glass marble placed in the palm of his hand. Westchester County Mutant Academy. The now young man Charles stood at the podium, giving a history lesson to the fifth graders in a kind and gentle tone. Unlike his friend Eric's choice, he didn't enter SHIELD. Instead, he stayed at the academy, a school that held great meaning for mutants, as a teacher. This was because the White Queen, Emma, and Superman had worked together long before they made it to the stage. The Mutant Registration Act was introduced and dramatically reversed the general perception of mutants. The climate of public opinion at this time was much better than before. Even William Stryker, the mutant butcher in the original plot, sent his son to the academy. As someone said, the plot of the world was messed up. He couldn't see the original appearance anymore. Thus, Professor Charles and Magneto, the best of friends, were supposed to be deadly rivals. Not only did they not go their separate ways, but they became youth leaders for their fellow compatriots. The original mutants date back to... Charles propped his hands on the table, and his voice suddenly paused. He looked up with eyes full of shock. Through the window, he looked towards faraway Washington, D.C. As an Alpha-class mutant, Charles had the most powerful psychic ability in the world. If he was willing, he could even enter the consciousness of every human being all over the world with the help of the Cerebro, developed by Hank the Beast. As Luke sat in his headquarters building at the Potomac River, he let go of his sense of awareness and searched for every scroll on the planet. Charles, who was in Westchester County, north of New York, was naturally aware of it. Habitually, he tried to catch the mental traces of it, trying to find out who the person was. But the mind wave, which was truly powerful, repelled Charles without mercy. In the next second, he screamed. He covered his eyes with his hands as if his retinas had been burned when he directly looked at the sun. It was far beyond his imagination, more powerful than the legendary Omega-class mutants. Class dismissed. Charles hastily spoke, turned and rushed out the door to find the Madam Principal to explain the situation. The Skrull contact officer disguised as Nick Fury sent a message to his fellow infiltrators in SHIELD. He had already been informed of Superman's horrifying presence from the leader's mouth. All the news that seemed exaggerated was all true. Then, not to mention an advanced unit, even if the Empire threw all its forces at him, it probably wouldn't be able to do much damage to him. After all, that was the man who easily defeated the Gladiator, whom the elders of the universe had to treat with respect. Superman's fame within the galaxy had surpassed Odin, the former master of the 9 realms, and was vaguely on track to catch up with the Mad Titan. Using stealth technology, the ship docked in outer space is ready to make the jump at any time. After contact, this Skrull had returned to his original appearance. He didn't like to dress up as the dark-skinned, hard-boiled egg. "What should we do with those humans we have under our control?" the officer asked. Only he and the leader of the Skrull's advance unit were left in the darkroom. "Throw them in the warehouse. They'll come to their senses sooner or later anyway, and they'll just figure it out for themselves." The leader didn't kill those people, nor did he extort information by torture. There was a simple reason, not out of some cosmic humanitarianism or something else. It was because the Skrulls didn't need to do that. When they captured their targets, they could control and copy their appearance and memory. "Is Superman already aware of our presence?" The contact officer was a little nervous. The laws of survival in the vast galaxy had always been close to the laws of the jungle, where the strong eat the weak. The civilization was a facade. Take off that cover, and the interior was nothing but naked savagery. The Mad Titan and the Black Order under his command had become a major problem for the 3 empires. And now the equally powerful Superman was about to take the blue planet to the top. Once the other party knew that the Skrull Empire had struck Earth, would it lead to an outbreak of war? What could he do if he knows? The leader seemed to regain his composure. The Skrull's ability to shape-shift didn't stop at the surface, but mimics on a genetic level. Unless Superman could see the distribution and movement of each atom, penetrate into the microscopic world, and see the variations in it, how could he tell who was human and who was Skrull? Therefore, in the leader's view, the best situation was for everyone to take a step back. They were forced by Superman's power to withdraw from the planet, and the other party could only turn a blind eye to it as if nothing had happened. The idea of the Skrull leader was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Boom! The darkroom seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand. Light came in. This was an air defense base buried deep underground. Leader of the Skrulls borrowed Howard Stark's power and funds to build a private base. But that invisible force, like the palm of God's hand pressing down, the thick soil and hard reinforced concrete were all crushed. "Found you." A magnificent, spirit-shaking sound blasted directly into the Skrull leader's consciousness. His expression of panic suddenly solidified. As if his soul had been drained, he fell to his knees, trembling. Meanwhile, the Skrulls, scattered all over the area, were struck by lightning. They clutched their heads, stubbornly resisting the invisible psychic wave. But no one could persist for more than a second, and then they all lost consciousness. "Director!" In the office of the headquarters building, Natasha cautiously called out. Luke leaned into his chair, with his eyes closed as if he was resting. She had been motionless and sat stiffly for 5 minutes. It was a little too much to bear, and that's when her voice came out. "Okay, get security to throw those Skrulls under the building in jail for a proper interrogation when Peggy gets back." Luke opened his eyes and gently snapped his fingers. Outside the headquarters building, magical sparks flicker incessantly, pulling open numerous teleportation portals. The Skrulls, who lost their resistance and passed out, fell to the green lawn like heavy sandbags. Skrulls! Natasha, alarmed, went to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked over. Director, how did you find them? The female secretary, who graduated from Leviathan and won the title of Black Widow, covered her mouth. She had just heard from Peggy that the Skrulls were quite cunning and hard to distinguish. But Luke was just sitting in his office, and these guys were delivered to his doorstep. It was unbelievable. When you can put a planet in the palm of your hand and play with it as you please, doing anything you want to do or finding anyone would be easy. Luke smiled and slightly leaned back. With the secret invasion of the Skrulls out of the way, it was time for a vacation, on another Halloween. The streets of New York were full of people dressed in strange clothes. Some were wearing Spider-Man tights, and some were carrying plastic props hammers, pretending to be Thor. Some used LED lights and made their own DIY Iron Man battle suits. Some dyed their hair green, presumably a guest appearance by the Hulk, but most of them were still wearing dark red cloaks. Whether it was a child or an adult, from a distance it surprisingly converged into a sea of people shimmering with darts of red. In near-Earth orbit, SHIELD's headquarters was hovering in outer space, like the Eye of Horus looking down on Earth. Today, Iron Man Tony Stark was on duty. He made some mistakes that almost led to the destruction of the Avengers group. Finally, his father stood up and wiped his ass and took care of the strong artificial intelligence, Ultron, that his son and Hank Pym had come up with. Humph, that was just a mistake. Tony had his legs up on the table at the satellite headquarters called Skynet. As early as 5 years ago, SHIELD moved from the Potomac River to outer space. It was his father, Howard Stark, who was in charge of this project. Mr. Stark, Ultron has caused over hundreds of billions of dollars in economic damage worldwide and brought about resentment and accusations from various countries against the Avengers, JARVIS said in its British accent. You should be considerate of your boss sometimes. Tony slammed his drained glass of Coke into the robotic arm that he was operating and helplessly said, It's Halloween, and I had already thought of a brilliant party theme. I would get those Victoria's Secret models and Playboy cover girls to dress up as Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and the Princess's stepmother. JARVIS, who was built into the computer system of the satellite headquarters, was silent for a moment, then said, Mr. Stark, I'll have to remind you that if you're going to play the role of king, then the story between you and Snow White is, to some extent, terrible. It will be despised by the world. Tony rolled his eyes. JARVIS was a bit too serious, as old-fashioned as Captain America. He just wanted to liven up the atmosphere and say some playful remarks. Although there was only one person in the satellite headquarters tonight, with a +1 at most. The Avengers had gone home for the holidays. Barton had a wife and children. Scott, the second-generation Ant-Man, had a cute daughter. And Banner, the nerd, had a beautiful girlfriend. Even Thor, the muscle-filled god of thunder, had found a companion, a female astronomer named Jane Foster. After all this while, I'm the only one alone. Tony munched on a somewhat cold Big Mac burger, feeling angry. He was the one who spent money like water, had cool cars, and could date any girl he wanted. However, during the holidays, everyone else was partying and enjoying family time, while he was left alone at the satellite headquarters. Die-dee-dee-dee. The sound of an urgent alarm woke Tony up. He suddenly sat up straight and raised his hand to pull up a projected map. Let me see. It's California. What's happening? Tony rubbed his hands. On this lonely Halloween night, it wouldn't be a bad thing if a couple of unsuspecting guys helped him pass the time. SHIELD launched Project Insight a long time ago, which greatly reduced the number of crimes involving super-powered people around the world. Coupled with the popularity of superhero culture, all kinds of self-appointed heroes and mutants were springing up, competing to appear and become vigilantes. Of course, to carry out justice, they must come to SHIELD in person and register. Then, the individual's ability and the city they lived in would be considered to distribute their areas. His father, Howard, learned a new word from one of his friends that sums up the job quite graphically. Watchman. In short, to borrow a phrase from Time magazine, it's the era of the superhumans. Every day, new masked vigilantes appeared, and new supervillains were born. Locate the position, Jarvis, we've got work to do. Tony pressed the arc reactor on his chest, and the Mark 50 nano armor instantly covered his whole body. It was the most radical change and innovation he had ever made to the iron battle suit his father had developed, and of course, his most satisfying work to date. Standing up on the circular passage of the phase teleportation, Tony shouted out in a very Chunibyo way, "Avengers, roll out." In the next moment, Iron Man disappeared and was directly dropped somewhere in California. Like the Eye of Horus, Skynet's satellite headquarters silently overlooked the blue planet below. A new era had arrived. Older people, who were once active on stage, were gradually retreating to the background. I mean, isn't it weird to be a superhero, and then go and dress up in odd costumes and play other characters? Luke, dressed in a handmade tailored suit, and with his hair slicked back, chuckled lightly. He stood in the hall where friends from yesteryear had come for the costume party. Steve wrapped his entire arm in tinfoil and dressed up as the Winter Soldier. Bucky, on the other hand, was holding up the genuine vibranium shield and donning the Stars and Stripes uniform as Captain America. They live up to their reputation as a couple of besties, even cosplaying as each other. Emma was dressed as a Disney princess, and Peggy was wearing a red dress and cloak, which was obviously Little Red Riding Hood. Mailna dyed her hair blonde and paired it with high heels and a white backless dress, a perfect Marilyn Monroe. On top of that, there was Natasha's version of Cleopatra, and not to mention Nick Fury getting creative with a bullet wound to the head, claiming to play a gangster from some Quentin Tarantino movie. These familiar faces aside, the hall was also filled with Nama, Black Queen Selene, Professor Charles and Magneto, the mutant youth leaders, Selene, the vampire queen, and so on. They were either the people who ruled the Seven Seas, the top brass of the Magic Congress, representatives of the mutant camp, or those in control of the underworld. They weren't just gathered together to participate in a party. Rather, it was because of someone who had been missing from the scene for decades. You're dressed so normally. What are you playing as? Howard Stark, who turned himself into a Star Wars Jedi, leaned in and asked. He and a few others were the only ones in the room who dared to speak to Superman in such a relaxed tone. James Bond, I'm one glass of martini short. Please get it for me. Luke slightly chuckled and ordered Howard. So, let me count 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Boy, how many Bond girls do you need? Howard smoothly took a glass of martini with olives from the waiter's tray. That's a difficult question for me to answer. The corners of Luke's mouth hooked up. Only Howard could talk about such topics with him. That guy Steve was too honest, and his eyes were only on Bucky. He would never talk about such things. I forgot. There are 3 universes now. Earth 1 has Peggy and the gang, who's on Earth 2, that hellish limbo queen called Magic. And what about Earth 3? It can't be that pajama-wearing Spider Kid's aunt, can it? That would be so exciting. Despite being married, Howard still talked about women with a great deal of gusto. This was probably due to the fact that a leopard couldn't change its spots. You really have a perverted mind. I'm not a stallion in heat. Luke felt speechless and explained. And how good are you yourself, running off to Earth 3 to spoil your granddaughter every day? At this age, if you really want to be a grandfather, then tell Tony to hurry up and have one. Howard was depressed. He remained in a middle-aged state through the infinity formula. But mentally, he was already an old man. Don't even mention it. That little bastard only knows how to hook up with female stars and sleep with models everywhere. He's nothing like me. Howard was a bit exasperated. He would have liked his son to get married quickly and get a grandson or granddaughter for him to spoil them. Weren't you like that when you were young? The pursuit of beauty runs in the Stark family. Luke teased. After he returned to Earth, he slowly handed over the work in SHIELD to Nick Fury, freeing Peggy too. So-called long vacation was the reward paid by the 5 creation guards of the universe, along with the 3 singular universes becoming his personal multiverse. For a long time, Luke had been shuttling back and forth between different worlds. Once in a while, he would go to Kama Taj to continue Stephen Strange's training, pushing him further into the path of the one-punch mystic master. Once in a while, he would go to the movie universe and have some hot pot with chubby Thor and Rocket Raccoon. All in all, life was beautiful and peaceful. Now, Luke entertained the friends and subordinates at the party while chatting with his old friends. As the night drew to a close, Nick Fury was debriefing his former boss when he heard a beep from his communicator. He picked it up and found that it was a message from Iron Man. "What happened, Stark?" With an apologetic face, Fury went to the balcony and contacted Tony with his communicator. According to Iron Man's cocky and brash character, he couldn't have contacted him for no reason. "I found a strange guy in California. He's fast." Iron Man's voice sounded from the communicator, urgent and shocked. "It's gone supersonic. God, he's going faster. I can't catch him. I've lost him." "Fast. Then you should get Charles Xavier and tell him to send Quicksilver after him." Nick Fury was a little bemused by the fact that it wasn't like SHIELD didn't have any super-powered people with extreme speed. "Well, I'm afraid it's not that easy. I'll pull Quicksilver in." The communicator's channel was soon joined by one more person. "Mr. Stark, that guy's speed. It may be a bit frustrating to say so, but I really can't catch up with him." Quicksilver, whose real name was Pietro Maximoff, spoke in dismay. "Get JARVIS to track him by satellite. What does the guy look like?" Nick Fury's face sank. "A speedster that even Quicksilver couldn't keep up with." Apparently, this was a new emerging superpower. "I didn't see it clearly. He ran too fast, like a yellow bolt of lightning." Amidst the rustling murmur came Quicksilver's reply. "Wait, he's slowing down like he's running out of steam. Name, Barry Allen. Age, 25. Gender, isn't it obvious enough? Cut the crap. Be honest, and we might let you go. Lie to us, and you're done." The young agent in the interrogation room slapped the table and spoke in a stern voice. "SHIELD will not wrong a good man or spare a bad man. Tell the truth." "Well, male. Where are you from? What is your objective? We will conduct a psychiatric test on you later to confirm whether you have antisocial and anti-human tendencies." "I don't, sir." A weak voice came from the darkness. "I just run a little faster, but I'm not a bad person." The young agent sneered and whispered in a deep voice. "Every guy who walks in here says the same thing. Answer the question properly." "I'm from Midtown. Came here to find someone." The low voice replied. "Looking for someone? Looking for who?" The young agent stopped taking notes. He looked up and asked. However, there was a long silence on the opposite side. In the dark room, only a table lamp was lit on the table. The agent shone a light on the other party, illuminating the face that was being interrogated. With his messy blonde hair and pretty blue eyes, he looked like the typical boy next door, giving him a friendly impression. The young agent wasn't fooled by looks. These days, the villains all looked like good guys, and the good guys looked like villains. In the words of director Nick Fury, the current trend was refined scum, and the devil is a gentleman. You should all have heard of him. His name is Luke Cavill. Luke said he's famous here and is a super idol. The young man who called himself Barry Allen organized his words and said so. He was confined to a metal chair, and his hands and feet were shackled. With difficulty, he moved his body and changed to a slightly more comfortable position. As a member of the Justice League and a superhero in Midtown, this was Barry's first time experiencing interrogation and being treated as a criminal. "What did you say?" The young agent sitting across the table suddenly paled when he heard the reply. "You seem to be hard of hearing, sir." Barry repeated it very carefully and said, "Luke is a good man, and we have fought side by side together to stop the havoc in Flashpoint." Caught off guard, the young agent didn't know what to do when he heard Superman's name. A few seconds later, he heard Director Fury's deep voice in his earpiece. "Don't bother with the trial for now. Seal the papers and delete the digital data." The young agent nodded, packed his things, and stood up. He went around Barry's back and cleanly injected a powerful anesthetic into his neck. While outside the interrogation room, the surveillance room on the 15th floor, Nick Fury's face didn't change, but his expression looked a bit gloomy. "Luke Cavill, that's Superman's name. Those who are now qualified, or dare to call him that. Except for veterans like MS Carter, Captain America, and Howard Stark, there was no one else. Everyone would more or less add a respectful prefix. For example, General, Director, Master, and so on. If this has something to do with Superman, I have to report to MS Carter." Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. Thankfully, Captain Marvel was brought back to Earth without leading to subsequent twists and turns. The Flurkin beast that looked like a cat but was actually very dangerous had become Luke's pet, allowing Fury to escape the horrible wound on his face. Would it seem too incompetent of SHIELD to alarm him with this little matter? Inside the surveillance room, the brash-faced Garrett coughed. He sat next to Nick Fury, talking casually, looking relaxed. Hiding this is the real incompetence, the director said with a heavy tone. Together with Garrett, he was part of the Zodiac team, assigned to missions around the world. In a sense, the two were old comrades in arms. With such mutual affection, naturally, there was no need to deliberately observe the hierarchy's rules. I am worried he has stepped back from the stage a long time ago and given us authority over SHIELD as well. Garrett rubbed his chin, feeling the stubbly beard. Perhaps he doesn't want us to disturb his quiet life. Nick Fury didn't say anything. He just got back from Superman's party. Over the years, that godlike man seemed to have retreated behind the scenes and generously delegated power. But in fact, he had turned his attention to a wider place. Parallel universes. Nick Fury's eyes flickered for a moment as the phrase came to mind. He was in a high position and was qualified to know these hidden secrets. You know, Garrett, no one has escaped our notice since SHIELD executed Project Insight. Nick Fury looked serious and earnestly said, but I did a worldwide, high-clearance search for the name Barry Allen within the database earlier. I didn't get any results. It's like he never existed. Garrett's expression slightly changed, realizing that something was wrong. Human beings couldn't be apparitions. If they have existed and lived, they were bound to leave traces. It seems that something big is about to happen. Garrett couldn't resist pulling out a cigarette, not lighting it, just sniffing the scent. There was a bit of excitement in his eyes. The world had been quiet for far too long, and a lot of people were feeling a little bored. Barry Allen. Luke raised an eyebrow. His party was over. After catching up for a while, his old friends had all left. He leaned back in his deck chair and gazed at the wonderful view of the pool while chatting with Peggy. Nick Fury wasn't qualified to talk directly to Superman yet. Information he reported was generally relayed by former director Peggy Carter. The Flash came to my world. Luke wasn't too surprised. Instead, the corners of his mouth hooked up, revealing a faint smile. Your vacation is coming to an end, isn't it? Peggy asked, sitting on a deck chair with one hand propping her chin up and her head tilted. She and Superman were close enough to communicate at a negative distance, more secretive than Nick Fury ever knew. Parallel universes, Bark's theory. The existence of another studio. It looks like it. The 5 guards, the living tribunal. They've all waited for too long. Luke stretched and lamented. Me too. I've been idle for so long that I feel like my body is going to rust. That's the end of the vacation. Next up is the rippling, magnificent battle. Peggy curled her hair with her fingers. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she spat out siren-like seductive words. So tonight is the last night of the vacation. How about a full-on bash? Luke looked serious and asked, like what? Peggy had a smile on her face and looked at the women in the pool. A battle of sorts. Luke got excited and asked Barry to wait one night. He had more important things to do at the moment. The next day, Barry, like a criminal, was personally escorted by Nick Fury to Superman's mansion, a suburban manor in San Antonio. Following the humorless, stern-faced man into the courtyard, he saw a beautiful lady. Would you like some tea or soda? Luke is over at the pool. Peggy brushed her hair, glanced at a nervous and confused Barry and smiled. Soda. The latter thought for a moment and replied. Pizza and Coca-Cola were his favorites. The extremely fast runner burned a terrifying amount of calories. In the beginning, Barry had to be injected with several large bags of glucose every day to supplement his diet. Get over there yourself. Nick Fury sat in the living room and pointed to the swimming pool. The glass door was pushed open, and the midday sun streamed in. Barry saw the figure on the deck chair, wearing swimming trunks, sunglasses, topless, and with a glass of juice in his hand. Like a tourist on holiday in Hawaii, his lifestyle was laid back and relaxed. Which Barry are you? Luke asked aloud when he saw the Flash for the first time. He had dealt with more than just Barry Allen of the Flashpoint Paradox, and the Flash also existed in the second-time branch that was later restarted. In that world, Luke was Superman's older cousin and Lex Luthor's godfather and thoroughly influenced the direction of the plot. Theoretically, the Flash of that branch would also know of his existence. How many of me do you know? Barry scratched his head and curiously asked. Superman's older cousin had too many secrets, just like Batman. As his teammate, it gave him a sense of security. But if he became an enemy, it would be a headache. Okay, you're probably Barry from Flashpoint. Luke took off his sunglasses and lazily said, if it were the Flash in another timeline, they would have tackled other doubts first. For example, which parallel world is this? Barry Allen, who had experienced the Flashpoint world, was probably the speedster who understood the parallel universe the most, apart from Wally West, Kid Flash. It can't be helped. Who made them both be the first to be sacrificed whenever a big event comes along. Like the Bat family, most of whom had lost both parents and had miserable lives, or the Superman family, always facing a lot of problems and feeling lost as they grew up. Perhaps the point of the Flash family's existence was to create a switch that could be reset at any time for those beings located in the Omniverse, manipulating the destiny of the heroes. Before the outbreak of the crisis on Infinite Earths, the second-generation Flash, Barry Allen, was the key object of sacrifice. After that, the third-generation Flash, Wally West, took up the mantle. In comics such as 0 Hour, Rebirth, and Metal, they die and come back to life, live and are sacrificed, and so on and so forth. The Flash family was full of loyalty. It's clear that this isn't even the multiverse I'm from. The Flash had a wry smile on his face. He looked at Luke and said, I've lost the Speed Force and can't sense its energy, its force range, its presence in the slightest. Speed Force was a magical force that belonged to the DC universe, with Barry acting as a generator. He was very strongly connected to the walls of Speed Force, generating Speed Force with every step he took in his runs. At the very beginning, there was no way that white-haired guy could catch me, but the longer I ran, the slower I got, and my Speed Force was depleted from my body and wasn't getting replenished. This is a problem I've never encountered before. Barry's sober analysis led to deductions. Speed Force does come from outside the source wall, but regardless, it's tightly connected to me. There have been times when I've lost my lightning-like speed, but those were just tests. I've always been able to find it if I feel it with my heart. But now, the Speed Force has disappeared. Luke nodded his head. It seems that all members of the Justice League, as long as they were separated from Batman, would be able to regain their true IQ. He had already understood what had happened. Purely in terms of speed, Quicksilver was certainly no match for the Flash. But this was Marvel's studio. With Barry Allen away from home, without a constant stream of Speed Force, he would soon be drained and turned into a normal human being. In any case, that race across 2 studios yesterday. In the end, it was won by Quicksilver. You can understand this world as being similar to each other, and yet very different mirror universes. Luke stood up, stretched his muscles, hooked Barry's shoulders and chuckled. Or you can think of them as 2 comic book companies running the same business, borrowing from each other for the sake of serialization, for sales, for buzz, is normal. So there are superheroes like you, like Superman, like Batman. See that guy? He looks serious, like someone owed him money and didn't pay. He's the head agent of SHIELD, specializing in dealing with superhero groups, and has about as much status and usefulness as Amanda Waller of ARGUS. On top of that, the world has rich superheroes who are worth billions and can build high-tech battle armor, and some Norse god whose dad is Odin, and Luke, like a family accountant, pointed out the identity and backgrounds of the Avengers one by one. Did you find anything, Barry? Flash was a little confused and almost got sidetracked by the various character connections spewing out of Luke's mouth. Quickly sorting through the complicated information, he finally realized something was wrong. I see what you mean. Barry's smile was bitter. It was too similar. This time, he broke out of the source wall and arrived in a strange time and space that wasn't a parallel universe. Okay, the introduction of the world's background is done. Luke snapped his fingers and brought the topic back. Now it's my turn to ask the questions. How did you find me? To be more precise, how did you get here? The Flash was known to be able to reverse time and restart the universe by running on all cylinders. But when did he get the ability to pierce through? The picture. Barry blinked. His eyes looked through the floor-to-ceiling window at Peggy, who was wearing an apron and had a family-like vibe. There was also Mailner, who had just walked down the stairs. The other woman had an odd expression on her face. What picture? Luke subconsciously asked. Barry pulled out an old yellowed photograph with a slightly blurred picture. It was Luke and Wonder Woman. It was a picture of them together in the Flashpoint world. I won't tell Diana, assuming she doesn't pursue it. Barry gave his assurance with great integrity. Needless to say, he didn't expect Luke to be a playboy like Bruce. This was completely unlike Superman. For the most part, Clark's real girlfriend would only be Lois Lane. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Luke didn't believe a single punctuation mark in the Flash's promise. He and Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, were the famous gossip kings of the Justice League. It seems that you found out about the guy who stole a decade of your universe and changed the origins of superheroes. Luke didn't care about that little problem. He took the picture and spoke with soft eyes. Logically, this should have been in Diana's possession. The Flash got it from somewhere and borrowed its special nature as an anchor point to run to the Marvel Universe. Barry Allen went to a lot of trouble to take a trip and make a cameo appearance. That's right, Wally told me all about it. There's a terrible being trying to manipulate the Justice League and manipulate everything secretly. Barry's face was stony, not as relaxed as before. His name is Dr. Manhattan. Luke was blunt, remembering that the Blue Man owed him a debt that he had yet to settle. We can talk about the specifics on the way. Right now, I need you to run, Barry. Run! The Flash closed his eyes and still didn't sense the speed force. Without that energy, how could he travel between studios? Just run and you're done, Luke lightly said. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A pure white light enveloped them. Sitting in the living room, Nick Fury, holding his tea, watched wide-eyed as the two figures disappeared. If I hadn't been prepared, I would have thought I'd had too much to drink. The director lamented. His task was done, and it was time for him to go back to SHIELD. He placed the cup down and saw a cute cat on the sofa. Hey, come here, little one, let me pet you. Nick Fury was usually serious, but like most humans on Earth, he couldn't resist the charms of a fluffy cat. He also couldn't resist the urge to go over and tease Superman's cat a bit. Luke didn't know that Fury, who had dodged a bullet, was still trying to reach out to the cute-looking beast. He snapped his fingers, and the pure white light came down. Almost in a split second, the two broke through one universe's box after another and came to the end of the multiverse. The experience was amazing, and Barry kept his eyes wide open as he peered down at the glistening bubbles from top to bottom. One by one, the worlds presented a splendid landscape that enchanted him. It was a very different feeling from breaking through the speed of light, creating a wormhole in space-time and traveling through. Just before the Flash came to his senses, the magnificent light beam with infinite power threw him somewhere else. Hello, Barry Allen. The bald master, who looked very neutral, smilingly spoke to him. Barry looked around and found himself in a temple-like building. He scratched his head and asked, "Where's Luke? He has one more conversation that must take place before he travels to your world." The bald master of the mystic arts greeted the Flash and sat down, handing him a cup of hot tea with great enthusiasm. This was Kamar-Taj from some unknown parallel world, and the ancient one from Earth 1024, looking out of the window. Silently, a great game spanning two multiverses was finally about to begin. I can't believe it's you. To be honest, I preferred Ms. Death, or Mr. Eternity, or Uncle Galactus. Luke stood in the void, with the swirling galaxy at his feet. They're easier to deal with and more interesting to talk to. Appearing before Superman was a golden figure as large as a celestial body. As if spanning the multiverse, he was extremely large. Compared with those planets, they were like tiny grains of sand. A thunderous, majestic voice rumbled down, "You are the one who started this game and should understand what to do." The golden silhouette that stood on top of the sky, as if it were a giant, had three faces, representing equity, necessity, and vengeance. He had a very impressive name, the Living Tribunal. He was the administrator of the multiverse beyond the five gods. Like other background beings, the Living Tribunal had high authority but very few appearances. "You're going to teach me how to do things," Luke's eyes flickered as he said. "Neither the five creator gods nor you are adjudicators. At best, they are higher-level participants. So, don't even think about pushing people around." During the long days of his relaxing vacation, he indulged in physical activities. Occasionally engage in multiplayer sports, theme parties. Incidentally, finish the pile of side quests and boost Superman's reputation points. Like reeling in Hydra and getting a Kryptonian ship. toss around Howard Stark and SHIELD in reverse engineering some new technology, find Hyperion and Blue Marvel, the two Marvel Superman who he hadn't fought with, had a friendly sparring session and got 2 chances to draw after beating them down. Silver Superman and Superboy Prime. The 2 powerful cards enabled Luke to break through from a single universe to the multiverse. That was why he was so calm and faced the 5 great beings and the living tribunal with the same calmness. Although most of the time, these multiversal bigwigs had always moved in the background and had their own share of dark histories. One of the worst was Galactus, which had been reduced to a cosmic-level battle machine. But as administrators under the Omniverse, they actually possessed quite a high level of authority and were the embodiment of the rules. A little more problematic to deal with than the Sentry or the Gladiator, which could be solved with his fists. "I'm just reminding, not warning," the living tribunal said in a hushed voice. "What the collision of 2 multiverses will lead to is a future that none of us can foresee. It requires caution and deliberation." Luke curled his lips and didn't take the reminder of the living tribunal to heart. He had his own plans and ideas, and no one could force him to do anything. Maybe the Omniverse existence had sprouted a new idea to have the superheroes of the 2 multiverses have the fight of the century, or maybe it's for some other reason. All in all, there would be an unprecedented link between the 2 studios. The 5 creator guards and living tribunal, the group of administrators of the multiverse, hoped that Luke could win more chips for their side or even win the game straight away. "All the details have long been finalized, and I know what I should do." Luke waved his hand. He didn't like talking to insipid guys, and the living tribunal just happened to be the most boring being in the multiverse. "The direction of this game does not depend on me." The 5 creator guards and the living tribunal allowed Luke to smuggle himself onto the studio next door, to gain more information and create a greater impact. But he didn't do that, or rather, didn't do what that group of multiverse administrators had in mind. Being from the Marvel Universe didn't mean he had to be an enemy of the other studio. He himself was Superman's older cousin and also had a great relationship with Wonder Woman. What's more, the big events that hadn't happened in the DC Universe, such as Metal and the like, hold the opportunity to be ranked in the Omniverse. Luke wasn't exactly on the living tribunal's side for whatever reason. Wasn't being neutral a good thing? Super Demon, Devastator, Super Kryptonian, Cyborg Superman, Silver Superman, Superboy Prime. Luke's eyes flickered with emotions. With the blessing of many Superman cards, he had broken through the single universe level and became a singularity in the multiverse, enough to stand side by side with the living tribunal. But it was hard to go further than that. Even the Golden Superman, which was based on the 5-dimensional world, was essentially just standing at the peak of the multiverse, not entering the Omniverse and stepping outside the framework of the plot. If anything, among the many Superman cards, the only one capable of being an Omniverse-level being was probably Cosmic Armor Superman, which was a collection of 52 Supermen in parallel universes combined into a single consciousness. Mandrak, the demon who devoured the parallel universes, called it second only to God. But Luke couldn't pin all his hopes on drawing the Cosmic Armor Superman's card. He saw this game as a great opportunity. If the 2 multiverses were to merge into one, would they be able to escape the fate of having their past and future written by the Omniverse and those beings? "I'm in a hurry. Let's chat again next time." Luke pretended to look at his watch and disappeared from the living tribunal's sights. In the next moment, Barry, who was drinking tea, "Let's go," Luke greeted the Ancient One with a snort. "Sorcerer Supreme, let's have tea together again sometime." The Ancient One gently smiled, raised her cup and said, "Unfortunately, I can't go to another similar multiverse. When you come back, you have to tell me about things happening over there." Luke nodded, pulled Barry, and disappeared from Kama Taj. They turned into swift streams of light that broke through the boundaries of the multiverse. The wall that was so huge that even the edges weren't visible to the naked eye still stood there. The 10th metal within erupted with radiant light, penetrating the barriers and interference of the power of the source. "This is it." Barry opened his eyes and eased himself out of the unpleasant sensation, similar to motion sickness. "Mars, the start of this journey," Luke replied. "Mars." Barry subconsciously held his breath, But not only was he able to speak normally, but he also didn't feel suffocated by being in a vacuum environment. Don't stray too far from me. Luke opened the bioforce field and silently covered Mars in its entirety, creating an ecological environment suitable for human beings. Not to mention the cosmic vacuum. Even if the star exploded, it wouldn't break his bioforce field. A multiverse-level existence can no longer be measured by common sense. Why here? Barry was confused. He thought that Luke would go to the Justice League first or to Superman to meet up with his cousin. After the Flashpoint crisis was resolved, the Justice League's superheroes' origins and history were more or less altered. For example, Superman lost his parents and appeared in the public eye earlier. Wonder Woman didn't take part in the First World War and didn't leave Paradise Island until modern times, even to the extent that some had been forgotten. The third-generation Flash, Wally West. Accurately speaking, he was the fastest person in the world. Barry Allen was even faster than the second-generation Flash. Wally West was one of the first to notice Dr. Manhattan, but his presence was rewritten by that blue man, causing all superheroes to forget about the existence of the third-generation Flash. Batman, Teen Titans, including Wally's wife, didn't even remember his name. Later on, only Barry remembered him. He remembered Wally and dragged the other party out of the Speed Force space. Then, the Flash, who learned that someone had tampered with the timeline in an attempt to manipulate the Justice League, naturally couldn't sit idly by. Barry went straight to Gotham, told Batman, and asked the other party to use that world's brightest brain to figure out what to do. After a few moments of deliberation, instead of making it public and calling a meeting of the members of the Justice League, they went back to the Flashpoint world that was about to collapse. Thomas Wayne and Bruce Wayne, the two generations of Batman from two worlds, had a father-son meeting and speculated on Dr. Manhattan's intentions. Aware of the seriousness of the problem, the Flash couldn't help but think of Superman's older cousin. If someone changed one heroic story after another through the occurrence of Flashpoint, was Luke's disappearance also caused by the other party? With that in mind, Barry quickly looked for Wonder Woman, except for Batman, Wally, and himself. Diana was the one who was most likely to realize the problem, because it was in that Flashpoint world, where they weren't supposed to be, that Wonder Woman and Superman's older cousin crossed paths too closely. Diana, who learned about it, told him a secret. She always felt that she had forgotten someone very important and crucial who appeared in her dreams every so often, but she couldn't get close enough to see what he looked like. Finally, Wonder Woman handed Barry an old picture with a man on it. With the help of the remaining energy, the latter finally locked on Luke's position and traveled to the other studio. That was what happened after Flashpoint. The culprit that the Justice League is looking for is on Mars. Luke's eyes flashed. His sights quickly enveloped the whole planet and then said, "It's just that the superheroes seem to have picked up on it." Around 2 days ago. Legitimacy and rationality of the Justice League had been questioned by the world because of certain international disputes and malevolent events. Superman, once a man of perfect character and considered a beacon of light, had been attacked by public opinion and grievances. Faced with such a situation as the brain of the Justice League, Batman's mind was on another matter. Who's running everything from the shadows? Tampering with the timeline? Is it Reverse Flash? No, Eobard Thawne is dead. There is no doubt about that. He died in the Bat Cave. Died in front of me. Bruce clearly remembered that there was a blue light that enveloped the Reverse Flash. Then the speedster, the future man, the super criminal, looked like he had discovered some shocking secret. Then, as if he had been erased, he turned into a wisp of smoke. Lex Luthor. Batman shook his head and denied the answer. That arrogant, bald man hadn't appeared for a long time. He had no motive, much less reason to do so. Just playing hide and seek and cops and robbers with Superman was enough to meet all of Lex Luthor's urges. Batman thought of one villain after another and then denied it again and again. Who is it? He felt confused, but at the same time he felt terrible. Batman had always hated the loss of control and the unknown, preferring only accurate answers and predictable developments. A day later, the Watchtower headquarters on the moon. Martian Manhunter detected a strange energy wave on his home planet. After careful consideration, Batman decided to take his family members, Nightwing and Batgirl, to Mars. Joining this team were Amanda Waller's Suicide Squad and Supergirl. Measures were taken in response to the dangers that they may encounter. Batman incidentally brought in Constantine, Zatanna, and Swamp Thing from Justice League Dark. And Hal Jordan and others in the Green Lantern Corps, like Guy Gardner, John Stewart, and so on. They were both Green Lanterns who, after Hal Jordan, were responsible for security in Sector 2814, the surrounding planetary area that encompassed Earth. All in all, the lineup was quite luxurious. In the Justice League, in addition to Superman, who stayed on Earth, there was Wonder Woman, who had a voice in the United Nations. Shazam, Aquaman, and Cyborg all came together. Seal off the planet. When the spacecraft arrived on Mars, Batman took the lead. He wore a suit of pitch-black battle armor with life-sustaining equipment. His voice was deep. Several Green Lanterns followed instructions and held up their rings. The flashing green lights formed a huge shield, encasing the large Mars within. As far as the eye could see, it was all red terrain. A massive clock-like structure stood there. Any plans, Batman? The hordes of superheroes stepped down from the spaceship. Alert and careful, they stepped into the elaborate, impeccable mechanical building. A blue man covered in nothing but flesh appeared. It's downright indecent. Constantine, who was following the group, glanced at Zatanna, who had averted her eyes and rightfully chastised. Although he did have his usual share of debauchery, like getting high and having multi-person affairs and such. But even if he didn't have a bottom line, he wouldn't expose himself in public. Pervert, Hal the Green Lantern cursed. Kara, close your eyes. Martian Manhunter stood in front of Supergirl. Who are you? What's your name? Batman stepped forward and asked with a heavy tone. A keen intuition warned him that this blue man was dangerous. They're fighting against the fear of their own power. Dr. Manhattan didn't answer his question. What does that mean? Batman frowned. Sorry, I was talking to Bruce Wayne 6 minutes later. Dr. Manhattan turned his body and tilted his head. The superluminal particles are throwing my vision off a bit. Wouldn't it seem ridiculous for you to run to Mars, looking for answers to questions, but not even understanding the questions themselves? This guy isn't crazy, is he? Hal Jordan looked at Batman with a skeptical look on his face and asked if there were any superheroes there who dealt with the most psychopaths, sociopaths, and perverts. The Dark Knight from Gotham would take first place. It was a city devoid of sunny skies and full of sin. The Joker, the Penguin, the Riddler, the Black Mask. Go out and throw a random brick in the air, and you can hit 3 or 4 villains. I'm not crazy, Dr. Manhattan replied. He looked around at the superheroes, but his eyes were in a trance with no specific focus. A few minutes ago, the space-time of this universe seemed to be disturbed or affected in some way. The violent motion of the superluminal particles acted like a hazy gauze that obscured Dr. Manhattan's quantum perception. He couldn't see what was going to happen a few moments later, as if a film had been skipped, and he could only foresee the ending. I hope you'll explain yourself, your purpose, and why you are doing this. Batman stared at the blue man, trying to get useful information from the other party's expression. However, nothing was found. This guy doesn't even look like an intelligent creature, not even the slightest whiff of emotion. Batman's heart sank as he silently raised his opponent's danger level by a notch. Even a lunatic like the Joker, who couldn't be bothered with logic, would show some kind of obvious emotional tics. But Dr. Manhattan, like a deity overlooking mortals, had nothing but indifference. My purpose? At the question, Dr. Manhattan's eyes drifted further away. His vision passed through the fog of superluminal particles to July 16, 1940. A young engineer named Alan Scott boarded a train, but unfortunately suffered a collapse when crossing a bridge. He clung to a green lantern and miraculously survived. This was the story of the Justice Society's first-generation Green Lantern. Time dragged forward, and Dr. Manhattan's eyes fell on November 22, 1940. Alan Scott donned his mask and sat down at a round table, curious as to who would speak first. This was the first gathering of the Justice Society. This was the story that should have happened. Dr. Manhattan didn't let this happen. On July 16, 1940, Alan Scott got on the train according to the trajectory of his life. The bridge collapsed, and an accident occurred. A blue arm stretched out and moved the green lantern. So Alan Scott didn't get it and didn't survive. The first Green Lantern of the Justice Society disappeared. "This is an experiment," Dr. Manhattan replied. His eyes stopped on Batman, but he passed through the other person's body and looked into the distant past. On April 18th, 1938, Dr. Manhattan left the Watchmen universe and entered the DC universe. The first person he talked to was a down-and-out actor named Carver Kalman. Dr. Manhattan knew everything just by looking at the other party. In December 1928, Carver Kalman came to Lowe's Angels alone, with only $17 and several changes of clothes. On January 19th, 1929, Carver Kalman had been delivering newspapers at Paramount Pictures for 8 months, and people still couldn't remember his name. On February 14th, Carver Kalman lost his job because the studio was burned down. On February 12, 1937, Carver Kalman was kicked out of Dan Tanner's restaurant because he skipped work to queue up for an audition. On April 18, 1938, Carver Kalman was kicked out by his landlord and had to spend the night on the street. 10 minutes before midnight, he was awakened by blue light and saw him. Dr. Manhattan, who left the Watchmen universe, felt confused for the first time. He came to a new place and met new people. Everything in this world, this universe, was just like a puzzle, and there was no answer yet. So Dr. Manhattan performed a simple experiment. He invited Carver Kalman, who was down and out, to dinner and tried to foresee the future in 3 minutes. However, it failed. Dr. Manhattan realized that he needed a coordinate for concentration. He stared at Carver Kalman and saw the future 1 year later. On April 18, 1939, Carver Kalman successfully auditioned. A successful attempt made Dr. Manhattan look past the fog and return to normal. His quantum senses seemed to be constantly focusing on this multiverse. What the future might look like was becoming clearer and clearer. On April 18, 1943, Carver Kalman starred in a box office hit. On April 18, 1952, Carver Kalman won the Oscar for Best Actor. On April 18, 1954, Carver Kalman got cancer and died. On April 18, 1955, the opposite seat was empty. For a brief moment, Dr. Manhattan watched the man's life. Then he noticed a more interesting existence than Carver Kalman. On April 18, 1938, news about Superman quickly spread all over America. There was a man in a red cape lifting a car. Dr. Manhattan realized that this was the beginning of the world's change. A theoretical physicist named Bryce DeWitt suggested the hypothesis that the universe was splitting into different timelines all the time. According to his theory, the birth of parallel worlds was endless, just like the branches of a big tree. The multiverse. Dr. Manhattan opened his mouth and said something that the superheroes on Mars didn't understand. His eyes were still moving around the timeline, and it was at that particular time, 18 April 1938, that Superman first appeared. Dr. Manhattan had a keen sense that the red-caped man called Superman wasn't just the world's first costumed hero. He was also the center of the world and the multiverse. With the appearance of Superman, in July 1940, young engineer Alan Scott would become the Green Lantern. In January of the same year, a university student called Jay Garrick lost consciousness in a school experiment and inhaled hard water vapor. When he woke up, he became the fastest man in the world. This was the first generation Flash. In the same month, archaeologist Carter Hall came into contact with an ancient knife, which awakened the memory of being an Egyptian prince in a previous life. This was Hawkman. In May, a golden helmet with unknown supernatural powers fell into the hands of Kent Nielsen. This was Dr. Fate. In October, Al Pratt, who was repeatedly defeated because of his size, found one of the world's greatest fighters and began training under him. This was the Atom. In April 1939, Wesley Dodds dreamed of a serial killer who took advantage of the World's Fair to cause trouble. He wore a gas mask and caught the killer. This was the first Sandman. In February 1940, Jim Corrigan's body lay still. After that, he came back from the dead and sought revenge. This was the first Spectre. In November 1940, everyone came together, and the Justice Society of America was formed. Dr. Manhattan watched over the past and watched over the story of the costumed superheroes. Then, something unexpected happened. When Dr. Manhattan went further back in time, he was surprised to find that Superman had disappeared. He seemed to have been deleted and was never heard of again. Until 1956, when the man with the red cape showed up in Metropolis. 25 years ago, a meteorite fell over Kent Farm in Kansas. Jonathan and Martha found the Kryptonian orphan, adopted him, and named him Clark Kent. Superman disappeared because a mysterious force, undetectable even to Dr. Manhattan, altered his story. Such changes had affected every world in the multiverse at the same time. In October 1986, when Superman arrived on Earth, it changed again, and the story was different. Dr. Manhattan was confused. He couldn't understand this phenomenon. Why did established facts change time and time again? In May 1949, young Clark Kent sat in front of the bed, accompanying his parents, who were about to die. In 1956, Dr. Manhattan watched Clark visiting the graves. In October 1986, he saw the Kent couple, who should have died, still alive. A few years later, Jonathan Kent died in his son's arms again. Dr. Manhattan stood quietly in the palace on Mars while his consciousness traveled through the past and the future. Time was like an empty room to him. He could exist in the past and at the same time be present in the future. I misunderstood the nature of this universe. Dr. Manhattan spoke again, saying something that the other superheroes didn't understand. He no longer clung to the past but looked to the future, following Superman's trajectory and seeing 1,000 years into the future. Clark Kent still existed, rather than disappearing, as Carver Kalman did. Thus, Dr. Manhattan's unquenchable curiosity developed. After becoming a quantum being, the world no longer held any secrets from him. Human beings were too ordinary, and life was too mediocre. Everything seemed the same but was beyond recognition. Until he came to the DC universe and discovered Superman, Dr. Manhattan found something he was interested in again. For example, reshaping the multiverse. If this world, and indeed other parallel universes, all existed and changed because of Superman. So, what would be the result if he directly changed Superman? Therefore, Dr. Manhattan eliminated the first Green Lantern, Alan Scott. On the eve of Clark Kent's senior high school prom, Jonathan and Martha were killed in a car accident. Clark, who had lost his parents, was increasingly estranged from humans. Since then, Dr. Manhattan made several changes, like having Jonathan Kent die in a tornado, or maybe let Superman die on Doomsday. The increasing changes caused the multiverse to fluctuate violently. The third-generation Flash, Wally West, noticed Dr. Manhattan. After that, Batman also got a glimpse. "I want to know my end." Dr. Manhattan, for the last time, uttered words that the superheroes couldn't understand. When he made these changes, after observing the changes in Superman, the changes in the world, and the changes in the multiverse, this blue man saw the end of the future. Superman swung his fist at him in anger, and then there was darkness. 100 years, 1,000 years had passed since then, and nothing had changed. So, did I destroy the world, or did Superman kill me? Dr. Manhattan's trance-like eyes seemed to find focus and look toward the superheroes that surrounded him. "Batman, I don't think we need to keep talking to this guy." Shazam, with his jumpy personality, emerged from the crowd, kneading his casserole-sized fists with an eager expression. "Give him a good, hard punch, and we'll know everything." The strong, muscular man's real name was Billy Batson. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He was actually only a 15-year-old kid. By chance, Billy Batson was selected by the Wizard of the Rock of Eternity and got the magic power of 6 gods. As long as he shouted out the name of Shazam, a magic lightning bolt would fall from the sky, turning him into a strong and brave superhero. Billy Batson had the wisdom of Solomon, the power of Hercules, the endurance of Atlas, the divine power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, and the speed of Mercury. Of course, about wisdom of Solomon. It has also been jokingly referred to as the locked wisdom because it was rarely embodied. That's right. If he is a dangerous criminal, he should be put in prison. If he's crazy, let's just beat him up. Arthur Curry Aquaman agreed and swung his trident at the blue man. Batman didn't get the gang together and travel to Mars just to admire the other party's naked body. Nowadays, the Justice League, and by extension, the superhuman types around the world, were being questioned and watched with vigilance. Superman was in a public opinion crisis, and Wonder Woman was forced to take to the stage of the United Nations, ready to make a public speech and salvage the situation. There were still heaps of problems on Earth waiting to be dealt with by the superheroes. They didn't want to waste time on a blue man who didn't like to wear clothes. No matter how powerful the other party was or what kind of conspiracy it was, the crowd wasn't the least bit intimidated. The Justice League was stronger after Flashpoint ended in the New 52 timeline. They defeated the Apocalypse and stopped the Darkseid's invasion. Also, beat back the repeated attacks of the Brainiac and successfully save Earth. Even Mobius, the Anti-Monitor who masterminded the crisis on Infinite Earths, fell at their feet. Now, facing this blue man of unknown name and origin, these superheroes were filled with the same confidence. "I don't mind if you keep talking for a bit longer. I'm charging by the hour anyway." Constantine, who had a silk-cut cigarette in his mouth, shrugged his shoulders and looked on with a look of amusement. "Speaking of which, do any of you have a nickname for this guy? How about Blue Balls?" I think it's appropriate. Dressed in a yellow trench coat, his hair fluttered like a bird's nest, just like a disheveled old man. This was Constantine. He appeared out of place in the line of superheroes, like a noir film character showing up in a children's cartoon. No one wants to hear you crack jokes and appreciate your sense of humor. Zatanna covered her forehead and gestured for Constantine to shut up. The latter shrugged. Batman was the one to persuade him to take part in the operation. Naturally, it wouldn't be because of a sense of duty or a sense of justice, such vapid things. Constantine was always the first one to actively jump on board, as long as enough money or benefits were offered. Of course, if there was danger or a price to pay, he was also the first one to run. Zatanna, who was standing next to Constantine, silently took a few steps to pull away. There's no way around it. In terms of reputation, he's probably the worst in the game. Even Swamp Thing was more popular than Constantine. After all, the former was just a little cranky, and with the latter, there was no telling when you would be sold to the devil or tossed out to block a blow. As we all know, Constantine was an asshole in every sense, but ironically, whenever the world was facing destruction. This guy was always resourceful. People had to hold their noses and work with him. "If you'd shut up, I might add an extra 0 to the check, Constantine." Without looking back, Batman unleashed his financial ability straight away and managed to turn the other party into a mute. The reason he called Constantine, Zatanna, and Swamp Thing over from Justice League Dark was to do as much as possible to address the Blue Man on Mars. The Green Lanterns could grasp the energy of the emotional spectrum. Shazam had the power of the gods. Cyborg could suppress on a scientific and technological level. Aquaman and Kara had the strength. Martian Manhunter was responsible for linking everyone's minds and conveying tactical orders. Batman thought that he had thought of every aspect that could possibly go wrong. "I hope you will cooperate and not put up resistance." Batman, dressed in pitch-black armor, spoke in a deep voice. The Blue Man had been surrounded by superheroes. What else could he do but surrender? "Green Lantern." Batman looked at Hal Jordan. The latter was the first to raise his power ring. Green light erupted and transformed into a huge chain that bound the Blue Man. The rest of the Green Lanterns followed suit, their emotional electromagnetic spectrum shifting into a variety of weapons and blasting at the immobile Dr. Manhattan. Interesting. Dr. Manhattan didn't resist. He just stared at Hal Jordan's ring. The naked body disintegrated into a stream of particles, evading the many Green Lantern attacks with ease. Then, the quantum body reorganized itself in a flash. He approached Hal Jordan and tried to take his ring off. This gesture triggered the green power ring to burst into an emotionally charged light that flooded the room like a gushing wave. "I'm interested in him." Dr. Manhattan seemed unaffected as a cloud of green light struck his torso without causing much damage. "What's in it?" Hal Jordan let out a roar of rage, his willpower highly focused as he tried to resist Dr. Manhattan. But it was useless. The power ring which belonged to him was finally removed. This energy uses emotions as the raw material, which is collected and converted into energy by the ring, a very novel device. Dr. Manhattan clutched the power ring, surveyed it for a moment, and then tossed it to the fallen Hal Jordan. "Let's all go together. Against such villains, we don't need to talk about morality." Constantine retreated to the back of the line and roared. Listening to his impassioned tone, they thought he was going to take the lead in the charge. "Try magic," Batman gestured. Zatanna spread her hands wide and performed logomancy. As if a cold stream that could even freeze blood rose out of thin air and swept toward Dr. Manhattan. Not to be outdone, Swamp Thing moved. The barren, dry red soil of Mars was abruptly sprouting gigantic trees and vine plants. Thick tentacles waved and broke through the palace like whips, lashing out at their opponent. Shazam mobilized his divine power, and a bright white lightning bolt of magic erupted around him. Magic! You think you're manipulating that mysterious energy, but you're not. Dr. Manhattan remained expressionless. His voice was indifferent. As I see it, the power you harness is only a fragment of creation, a conceptual manifestation. The naked blue man spread his palms. The freezing cold air, the plant growing, the magic lightning. All attacks suddenly disintegrated into atomic dust, invisible to the naked eye. Afterwards, he reorganized the unstable mass of energy, taking on an entirely new existence. This is the true face of magic. Dr. Manhattan looked into the palm of his hand at the blazing core and gently blew out a mouthful of air. An infinite amount of light and heat was released, almost as if it was a nuclear explosion. The powerful blast of air instantly destroyed the clock-like palace and sent a flurry of superheroes flying out. Batman, get Superman! Constantine used magic to protect himself from the ripples. He shouted at the pitch-black armor. Not even the Green Lantern and the many magic users were a match for Dr. Manhattan. Who else could stop the other party but the son of Krypton? I can solve it. Kara stood on Mars's soil, defying the violent air currents. Her eyes radiated fiery beams of light. Kryptonian! Dr. Manhattan's eyes flashed white. Supergirl's heat vision failed to break the quantum body. The blue man bent down, grabbed a handful of dirt, and then clenched it. In an instant, matter changed and green kryptonite appeared. Is this your weakness? Weakness, pain, suffering. The kryptonite radiation was shining on Kara, causing her to lose her strength instantly. What should we do? Even the Justice League is no match for that blue man. The Flash, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was anxious, especially after seeing Hal Jordan get knocked out. He wanted to rush straight into the battlefield. After all, they were best friends. I know, you can join in, but it won't affect anything other than increasing the number of losses. Luke didn't hide his tracks. He just watched the blue man's every move. Quantum body and the quantum senses enabled Dr. Manhattan to dominate everything, to master the movement of particles of matter and energy. He could disintegrate and restructure at the drop of a hat. For example, he could turn clay into kryptonite. He's able to understand the power of magic and the emotional spectrum from a microscopic perspective and pass it out. Even the Flash, with his speed force, couldn't do anything about Dr. Manhattan, with his Planck time reaction speed. To sum up, this blue man was probably the most difficult opponent the Justice League had ever met. Even if Superman, which was on Earth right now, arrived in time, it would have very little impact on the battle. Are you going to fight? The Flash looked at Superman's older cousin, his eyes flashing with hope. In a few minutes, all the superheroes were on the ground. On the surface of Mars, only the blue man stood as before. Even Batman, with one of the most powerful brains, was helpless in the face of the crushing power gap. I have an old score to settle with him. Luke's mouth curved, and he glanced at Dr. Manhattan. The dark red cloak fluttered up, and a step was taken, pulling out a sonic boom-like explosion. No pleasantries, no greetings, just a straightforward punch. For the first time, surprise appeared in Dr. Manhattan's indifferent eyes. You actually came out of that world. Earlier, to prevent Luke from sabotaging his plans, he had specifically banished his opponent to the Watchmen universe. Adrian asked me to send you his regards. Luke clenched his fist, and the space around him shuddered. The next moment, like a shattered mirror, it broke open into a pitch-black void. The emotional energy shield that enveloped Mars' atmosphere took a hit. Like a fragile eggshell, it dissipated. The fallen superheroes looked up, and all they could see was a blur. The man stood tall and magnificent, his cloak raised high as if he occupied the center of the universe, radiating endless light and heat. Dr. Manhattan tried to see through the attack. Ordinary physical combat couldn't hurt his quantum body at all. But the fist that encompassed all the cards of Super Demon, Devastator, Super Kryptonian, Cyborg Superman, Silver Superman, Superboy Prime, wasn't that simple. When the fist was punched out, Not only was space broken, but time also began to curl and contract. The Mars beneath their feet wailed in pain, as if it would soon fall apart. Is this the end I saw? Dr. Manhattan's eyes drifted off to look at the tall man with blazing eyes and a billowing cloak. That punch sealed off any way out. Space, time. The quantum body couldn't travel through space and time as it normally could for the time being. There was no other way out but to take it head on. Boom. A loud sound, as if a rumbling thunderclap had stirred the multiverse. Mars, Earth, Darkseid's planet Apocalypse, the headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps Oa, and even the inside of the Source Wall. Those multiverse-level existences felt that terrifying power with unparalleled clarity. No frills, no tricks, just pure power that nearly broke through the dimension of reality. The intense light rolled in like a wave, and all the superheroes on Mars were left blind. When they regained their sights and could see things clearly, Dr. Manhattan had disappeared, and there was no sign of the tall man who was as imposing and powerful as the other. Where did he go? Batman looked around, his eyes no longer on Dr. Manhattan, but on the tall man's figure. What happened? Shazam rubbed his head. The terrible shock wave threw him off. That blue man was terrifying. Even the most powerful superhero on the planet recognized it. The beacon of light on Earth, the son of Krypton. He also had weaknesses, like kryptonite, like magic, like kindness. But the power that Dr. Manhattan had displayed was almost despairing. The Justice League had never met an enemy like him. No flaws, no vulnerabilities, nearly invincible. Was that Clark just now? Supergirl hesitantly asked. She saw a raised dark red cloak and the fiery rays spewing from his eyes. That reminded Kara of Superman. The Superman I know wouldn't be that violent. Batman shook his head. When the man appeared, a murderous wave swept across Mars. This wasn't something Superman would do. Hal, are you okay? Barry, who was watching the battle, saw that the fight was over and rushed up to help his good friend to his feet before saying, Luke, his name is Luke Cavill. He's also a Kryptonian. Maybe none of you know him, but Luke once helped me stop the great crisis of the destruction of the universe. Like Wally, he was probably deleted from the timeline by that blue man. Only Diana and I remember some things. Hearing the Flash say this, Batman's eyes suddenly sharpened. As always, he aptly caught the keywords. Kryptonian. Another mighty Kryptonian. How many Kryptonians are there in this universe? Batman felt that the destruction of Krypton was simply a lie. From General Zod to Kara. There's also the super Kryptonian HL and the bottle city of Kandor. It seems that a Kryptonian would pop up every now and then. Batman had a headache and even a slight sign of a rise in blood pressure. The increase in Kryptonians meant that there were more targets to monitor and more people to be vigilant of. It's exhausting work. Flash, can you tell me more about Luke? Batman deeply sighed, then asked in a hoarse voice. Luke, faced with the brains of the Justice League, Barry behaved like a student called into the office by the principal. He told them all about what he had seen at the Marvel studio. It's not like it's a secret that needs to be hidden. Another multiverse. Batman finally couldn't keep his indifferent tone and showed a hint of surprise. He looked out over the empty battlefield, worry surfacing in his deep eyes, turning back the clock to 3 minutes ago. The superheroes on Mars could have seen this scene. The tall man's aura was like a volcano erupting, his fiery eyes spewing light. The dark cloak was raised high, and the hard fist swung. It instantly broke through the space-time dimension. Time was like a complicated line curled backward, while space became a thin sheet of folded and twisted paper. The matter was annihilated, shattered, and then formed a vacuum of nothingness. The only thing that remained intact was the quantum body of the blue man. The tidal wave of blue energy was like a mountain of light, but it all parted and disappeared in front of Superman's iron fist. Boom! A loud, silent boom in the void. The whole multiverse was shaken. The seemingly slow process actually took no more than plank time. Superman's fist smashed into Dr. Manhattan's head hard. The quantum body, which was neither material nor energetic, was like a watermelon that had been pierced by a bullet. It burst into flames and was reduced to nothing. Thick darkness enveloped Dr. Manhattan. This was the future he saw, the ending he saw. My death. I see, Dr. Manhattan suddenly said. For the first time since possessing his quantum body, he could clearly feel the threat of death. Superman's iron fist, which seemed to contain some kind of power, stubbornly prevented his torso from reorganizing. Death! Dr. Manhattan sensed an aura similar to divine power. If a more appropriate word was used, it might be rule or authority. His consciousness drifted in the sea of quanta, struggling to dominate matter, to dominate particles, to restore that one body. After becoming Dr. Manhattan, he wouldn't age or die. Pain, weakness, fear. These basic human feelings were forgotten. Even Ozymandias tried to kill him with the energy of the intrinsic field subtractor at that time. Dr. Manhattan didn't feel like he was in danger. But this time, it was different. This Superman was from another universe, had strength beyond common sense. Can't reorganize the body from the current timeline, then go to another. Dr. Manhattan decided to follow the curled-up timeline to avoid Superman's next attack. His mind transcended space and time, gaining the possibility of infinite quantum changes, thus existing on all timelines, above all points in time. You're thinking too highly of yourself, Doctor. Luke took a step forward and was the first to rush into the curled, fragmented space-time. The bioforce field was fully open. Using the silver Superman card that could pull an entire galaxy, he easily enveloped this space-time and took it to an alternate timeline. The Justice League world was changed by Superman's older cousin, in another timeline. After Luke left, Superman stepped out of his small town in Kansas to become the hope of Metropolis. Lex Luthor took over Vought Enterprise. Everyone had a bright future. Later, Superman met Batman, becoming best rivals and best friends. Then Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, Cyborg, Aquaman, they teamed up together and formed a group. Justice followed, and bigger villains followed. Darkseid, the monarch from the planet Apocalypse, tried to take over the Blue Planet. Everyone went through a crisis. Some heroes sacrificed themselves, and some heroes saved the world. Many villains in the Justice League played cops and robbers. The cycle of routines went on, until the crisis on Infinite Earths arrived. In less than a second, the reorganization of Dr. Manhattan's quantum body was complete. But when he opened his eyes, what he saw was darkness. The multiverse was constantly collapsing and disintegrating. It was as if the furnace was burning out and about to be extinguished. One Earth after another was swallowed up, destroyed, and trillions of lives died. This is, a hint of doubt flashed in Dr. Manhattan's indifferent eyes. I came to that point in time. Before he knew it, Superman's fist had crossed time and space. Along with it came Luke's deep voice. This is the crisis on Infinite Earths. This is the day the multiverse will restart, the day the parallel worlds will die out. Bang! The hard fist, once again, shattered Dr. Manhattan's quantum body and returned his consciousness to darkness. Luke stood steady in this space-time. He could feel the multiverse gradually collapsing, about to be swallowed up by an extremely frightening force. The stars trembled, and everything wailed. It was as if the universe was ending. The crisis on Infinite Earths has begun. Luke thought to himself. The source of all this happened tens of billions of years ago. The immortals of the planet Maltus formed an extremely high-class super-ancient civilization. Among them, there was a scientist with twisted desires, Krona. This man had to explore the forbidden secrets, the origin of life and the universe, despite the opposition of his compatriots. Krona's pursuit of knowledge led to a huge disaster affecting the multiverse. The antimatter universe was born. It was a complex world that was diametrically opposite to the positive matter multiverse. Its existence had also led to the fragmentation of the positive matter multiverse, giving rise to the concept of parallel universes. The immortals of the planet Maltus had responded to the crisis by researching and harnessing the power of the emotional spectrum to create the Green Lantern Corps. Then other Lantern Corps were born. This was the ancient legend recorded in the Book of Oa. Luke wasn't only aware of this secret, he was also aware of the protector of the positive matter multiverse, called the Monitor. The keeper of the antimatter universe was called the Anti-Monitor. The Anti-Monitor had always wanted to devour the matter universe, thus weakening the Monitor's power and making himself the only one in existence. Now, his wish was coming true. Millions of parallel universes were being swallowed up and destroyed. The power of the Anti-Monitor had reached its peak, standing at the apex of the multiverse. As long as he used the antimatter cannon again, destroying all the parallel universes in one fell swoop and devouring this unimaginably terrifying energy. It was quite possible, then, that the anti-monitor would push open the doors of the Omniverse. Be aware that, after the outbreak of the crisis on Infinite Earths, even Darkseid, under the pressure of survival, cooperated with the Justice League. It was evident at this point how frightening the anti-monitor was. Luke used his supervision to take in the destruction of the entire multiverse. He saw superheroes from various parallel universes struggling to resist, but unable to do any damage in the face of the immensely powerful anti-monitor. Solve the trouble for my little cousin and get the anti-life equation in the process. Luke lightly thought so. The reason why the anti-monitor was so powerful was mainly because of that terrifying equation. Loneliness, alienation, plus fear, plus despair, plus self-worth, mockery, condemnation, misunderstanding, X guilt, X shame, X failure, X judgment, N equals Y, where Y equals hope, and N equals folly, love equals lies, life equals death, self equals dark side. It was said that this anti-life equation was a transcendental mathematical formula. It could engulf any substance and manipulate any life. It was the most dangerous weapon in the multiverse. Once possessed, it could manipulate others at will, influence their thinking, and submit to the user of the equations. Even multiverse-level beings couldn't defend themselves against it. The Dark Lord of the Apocalypse, Darkseid, had always wanted it. The anti-monitor, who held the anti-life equation, was at his most powerful state. Not even the Spectre, who personified the avenging wrath of God, couldn't judge. The landscape was, of course, limited to this story. In several major events since then, the anti-monitor, who had lost the anti-life equation, was captured by Necron and crafted into the total energy source for the Black Lantern Corps. The momentum kept coming down, to the point where he could even blow Dr. Manhattan's head off at will. The dark cloak slightly swung up. In the next moment, Luke appeared in the antimatter universe. At this point, the superhero was exhausted. The voice of the anti-monitor shook the universe. Today is the last day of the matter multiverse. Your world will die, as will those who have tried to stop me. Do you hear that bell ringing? That will be the last sound you will ever hear. Superman covered his head in pain as he heard the prayers, and the panic of the multiverse, and saw the terrible sight of a planet burning, releasing its light and heat, and finally returning to nothingness. I'm going to save. The majestic heat vision struck the anti-monitor's armor without even leaving a scratch. You can't save anything, Superman. The huge figure standing in the antimatter universe stomped down with a terrifying force that shattered the heavenly bodies. The energy shield held up by the many superheroes broke in an instant. I will make you witness with your own eyes how your world is destroyed. The anti-monitor roared, ready to activate the antimatter cannon. The Flash struggled to stand up. He wanted to sacrifice himself and destroy this terrible weapon that destroyed the positive matter cannon. I have to use Speed Force. I can do this. This time, there's no need for you to sacrifice yourself. Luke appeared in front of the Justice League. Exhausted and weary, Superman saw the dark red cloak. Memories hidden in his heart were immediately awakened, and various scenes came flooding in. Cousin. In the end, all the memories were turned into an address. Leave it to me. Luke didn't look back, but took a step forward. The fluttering cloak seemed to cover the whole multiverse. The tall and straight figure was like a huge celestial body, stretching across the crowd's field of vision. Are you? The anti-monitor didn't even finish his sentence before a punch came blasting through. The former was at the most satisfying and peak moment of his life. How could he bear such a provocation? The power of the anti-life equation transformed into a blinding light that illuminated the multiverse, enveloped Luke with the intention of corrupting and controlling him. But the 10th metal in the latter's body erupted with a brilliant silver glow, the power of the source, tenaciously resisting the violent erosion of the anti-life equation. With a grip of Luke's palm, a stellar celestial object shrunk into a round ball, which he squeezed and slammed hard into the anti-monitor's armor. The collision between the positive and antimatter universes seemed to have been crushed by a rumble of thunder. Every living being in the parallel universes could feel a terrifying aura sweeping over them. The anti-monitor fell. Devouring the anti-life energy of numerous parallel universes wasn't enough to give him security in the face of the tall, expressionless man. It's not just the end of the multiverse, but your end. Luke quietly said. He looked down at the fallen anti-monitor and severely stepped on him. The timeline of the past had actually been taken over by Superman. Dr. Manhattan's consciousness still existed. He witnessed how Luke killed the creature in the armor. The anti-life energy spilt out and was directly absorbed by Superman. The future. Superman won't find me in the future. Dr. Manhattan forcibly broke away from this point in time and traveled to a more distant future. When his body reorganized, he opened his eyes. This time, Superman's iron fist didn't attack, but Dr. Manhattan heard a chilling, frantic laugh. Ha 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 ha, the laughter was as dark as almonds and as crazy as a madman's. The mere sound of it sent chills down one's spine. Which timeline is this? Dr. Manhattan walked on a desolate planet, his sight only able to see the results but not the process. However, the blue man soon knew the answer. A slender bat-like black shadow enveloped the multiverse. In front of him, there was a woman. That was the mother of the multiverse, Perpetua. She was an all-powerful god standing in the sixth dimension, and she was the being who created everything. The three sons of Perpetua were the World Forger, who created the dark multiverse, and the Monitor and Anti-Monitors, who Luke had killed. This all-powerful cosmic-level goddess of creation was originally sealed within the source wall by her son. Later, the source wall broke. However, Perpetua was successfully unsealed by the machinations of the Batman who laughs. The one who laughs was from Earth 22 in the dark multiverse, and he was one of many Batmen. One day, he contracted a virus after killing the Joker. So, Batman and the Joker, two sides of a coin, fused into one. After transforming into the Batman who laughs, he engineered the extermination of his Bat family by killing Nightwing, Red Hood, Red Robin, and Batgirl, and transformed his son, Damian, into the beastly, maniacal Dark Robin with the Joker virus. After committing all these heinous acts, Laughs turned on the Justice League. It was a bloody and brutal story. After finally killing all the targets he could inflict violence on, Laughs was recruited by Barbatos to join the Dark Knights as one of the 7 Nightmare Batmen. Laughs had now become the most powerful being in the multiverse through countless plots and plans, and the everything is within expectation plug-in. As long as he defeated Perpetua, the goddess of creation, whose power hadn't been restored yet, Laughs could take over the multiverse and create and destroy the world as he pleased. Soon, the Batman who laughs will kill Perpetua. When she dies, he will create a nightmare universe where there would be no place for us. The discussion of the Justice League reached Dr. Manhattan's ears across a great distance. Another multiverse about to fall into extinction, waiting to be restarted again. The future is surprisingly like this. Quantum Life had no emotions, but Dr. Manhattan still felt sad. Whether it was the past or the future, the fate of the multiverse was too dark. Perhaps Superman's numerous changes are part of the multiverse's reset. Dr. Manhattan suddenly looked up at the 2 ethereal projections standing in a higher dimension, filling the multiverse. The Batman who laughs and Perpetua. Everything is like a story that was constantly being redacted. We are all characters in the book, and as such, we can't step outside the plot. Dr. Manhattan seemed to figure out where the mysterious force that made Superman's story different each time came from. That was the higher world of the goddess of creation, the greatest secret hidden in the depths of the Omniverse. You already knew that, didn't you? Dr. Manhattan turned back to the tall man who had crossed time and space to catch up again. Yes. Luke, who had the Superboy Prime card, was staring into the void. He was like the presenter facing the camera or an actor filming a scene. Every restart of the multiverse is the end of a story. Luke was explaining like he was reading some kind of narration. Popular superheroes and villains are preserved, adding more detail and setting to start a whole new life. Unwanted characters, gradually marginalized, become background boards and no longer appeared. Doctor, this is the truth of the multiverse. Everyone is a puppet on a string and won't even remember each time they got erased or rebooted. Dr. Manhattan was silent. He fancied himself a quantum observer, observing the changes in everything and the world from an elevated perspective. Unbeknownst to him, other creatures at higher latitudes were doing similar things in a similar way to himself. What do you want to do? Dr. Manhattan asked. All the grudges seem so insignificant when placed in front of the great event of the multiverse's demise and reboot. Since fate ends in darkness, surely Superman would do something to stop this awful ending. Shut that guy up who keeps making that ugly laugh. Take over this multiverse instead of Perpetua, Luke lightly said. Where do you get your confidence from? Dr. Manhattan was very confused. Luke was a multiverse level at best. He had no chance of winning against the equally powerful Batman who laughs and Perpetua, who was once an omniverse-level being. The power of the 10th metal's origin, part of the power of death, the fourth wall power of Superboy Prime. Even if everything was combined, it would be impossible to overcome two strong opponents. It might be close on my own, but with you, it might be different, Luke said with a smile. Aren't we enemies? Dr. Manhattan was even more puzzled. He didn't seem to be able to use the logic of human behavior and analyze the other party. You banished me once, and I beat you to death twice, so we're even. Luke waved his hand graciously and spoke in a compelling tone. Do you want to see this multiverse die out? Then you'd have to go back to the Watchmen universe and face Ozymandias again. That quiet and boring life. Stay here, and you can witness all kinds of exciting stories. For the first time, a humane look emerged from Dr. Manhattan, and his eyes lit up with a glint. He was moved. What else can you give me besides that? Dr. Manhattan asked quite bluntly. A job. Luke snapped his fingers. He didn't pay attention to the Batman who laughs and Perpetua, who were engaged in a fierce battle. Even without Dr. Manhattan's help, through the influence of time traveling downstream, they could surely unite the superheroes to defeat the other party eventually. This was the destined end of the story. What Luke wanted was to adjust it a little and add his own part. The loss of beings such as the World Forger, the Monitor and Anti-Monitor, and the Goddess of Creation, Perpetua. This multiverse was tantamount to being without a manager, leaving many positions waiting to be filled. I have the means to ignite the World Forge. If I can defeat those two guys, then I will need a Forger, a Watcher, and an Order Keeper. Looking at Dr. Manhattan, Luke offered his fee. Which one would you like to be, or are you interested in all three jobs? Dr. Manhattan didn't speak, quietly considering. Above the higher dimensions, the battle between Laughs and Perpetua intensified. At present, the former seemed to have the upper hand. Ha ha ha, that scary, crazy laughter echoed in every corner of the multiverse. Which one are you going to let me deal with? A moment later, Dr. Manhattan asked. For a quantum being with no normal biological or emotional needs, there was indeed nothing more tempting than an all-encompassing view of the multiverse. Besides, he was curious as to what was behind the omniverse. How about Perpetua? Luke looked up at the slender black shadow. I hate that guy's laughter. It's too harsh and ugly. Dr. Manhattan nodded as a burst of blue light dissipated and moved to the sixth dimension, and Luke disappeared and appeared in front of the laughing bat. A new face. Kryptonian, Superman, do you need me to tell you the story of how I slaughtered Metropolis? Laughs, who had already reached the apex of the multiverse, wasn't surprised to see Luke. After all, everything was within his expectations. He instantly learned everything about this new face from the timeline of the past. Superman's older cousin, established Vought Enterprise, Lex Luthor's godfather. All kinds of information poured into Laugh's head. In a tone of someone who saw through everything, he mockingly laughed. No matter where you come from, no matter how strong you are, the Kryptonian can never defeat the Batman. That's the iron law. Ha 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 ha. Killing another Superman would be so satisfying. Luke listened quietly and waited until the Batman who laughs was again, emitting that chilling and maddening laugh. He clenched his fist, strode forward, and swung it out. That was a full-powered swing. A multitude of Superman cards rolled into one, bursting with unparalleled force. Luke's fist pierced straight through the barrier of the sixth dimension. The multiverse, which was turning into nothingness and darkness, seemed to have been blasted by a strong light that illuminated everything. The slender figure of the laughing bat, like a melted candle, became distorted. He smashed against the source wall. Then he heard an indifferent voice from above. Keep laughing. Indifferent voice, accompanied by a hard fist, slammed down together on the body of the Batman who laughs. The slender black shadow that filled the multiverse seemed to melt like wax oil, shrinking in size for no reason at all. The shrill, frightening, maddening laughter that reached every corner came to a screeching halt. The Batman who laughs lost his laugh, as if he was choked. How is this possible? The always anticipating everything, calculative Batman who laughs uttered the words of a third-rate villain. He himself managed to steal most of Perpetua's power through countless plots and foresight. With the help of countless dark multiverse, Batman destroying the Justice League's defenses and spreading nightmarish laughter everywhere. Nowadays, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, those superheroes were helpless against him. Even the goddess of creation was losing ground. Who else in this multiverse could stop him? Such thoughts, a second ago, occupied Batman who laughs' entire brain. Until Superman jumped out of nowhere and woke him up. That's the end of it. To be honest, I'm sick of you blathering on about. I saw this coming, all that clumsy plotting and scheming. I also hate your harsh, noisy, ugly, castrated rooster-like laugh. Your novice protection period has ended since Barbatos used Batman as a portal to gather the Dark Knights and had prepared to open the dark multiverse. Luke had no qualms about releasing the power within him. The reason why he could do harm to the Batman who laughs was because of the Superboy Prime card. The latter came from Earth Prime, where all superheroes were fictional characters from comics. Therefore, the Superboy Prime actually came from the reality dimension. Not only was there a comic about the Justice League there, but there was also an editorial department. Luke, who had obtained the Superboy Prime card, could not only break the fourth wall like Deadpool, but also had the ability to break through the sixth dimension. No matter how powerful Laughs was, as long as he hadn't entered the Omniverse, he could intervene in the direction of the story and modify the ending of the story. Then, he was just a marionette puppet who couldn't step out of the comic frame and defy the comic settings. You can't kill me. This multiverse is about to restart. Those dead superheroes destroyed parallel universes. They can all be reborn after the reboot. Laughs collapsed on the remains of the source wall and spoke in a shrill voice. If you kill me and stop another restart of the multiverse, then they would all really be dead. Luke gazed at the laughing bat that had fallen from the sixth dimension. A puzzled look flashed in his eyes as he rhetorically asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Ah. Laughs, who excelled at sophistry and deception, got stuck and seemed unsure of how to proceed. I don't care about the reboot of the multiverse, and I don't care about the lives and deaths of countless people. I simply want to beat you to death, that's all. Luke's face looked expressionless as he dragged Laughs, who couldn't resist, since Superboy Prime could do great damage to this guy. Then, against the more powerful Luke. There was nothing else the laughing bat could do but spin his little brain and launch a constant stream of verbal shots. Superboy Prime came from Earth Prime, and he had secured this card. So Luke didn't need to worry about Batman's. Everything is within my expectation ability. Do you want to guess what I'm planning to do next? His mouth curled in a mocking smile as he teased. Guess right, and I might cut you some slack. Laugh seemed to sense death coming and struggled desperately as he kept throwing out guess after guess. But Luke turned a deaf ear to it, erasing the guise. Everything is within my expectation ability. The so-called ultimate boss that fused Batman and the Joker and spread dark nightmares was nothing more than a waste. I gave you a chance. You're smarter than Batman and crazier than the Joker. You can't even guess what I'm thinking. What a failure of a character. Luke reached the end of the multiverse, a place more distant and empty than the source wall. A dead crimson sun appeared in his line of sight. This wasn't an actual star, but a giant tomb where every Earth was absorbed after Laughs destroyed the multiverse. All the stories, all the characters, would become the flames of this dying sun and perish with it. Say goodbye to the world. Luke held down Laughs and rushed to the burning dying sun. The twisted, elongated black shadow shrank as the flames of destruction consumed everything, billowing out a dense smoke that contained the power of nightmares. Even if I die, the multiverse will still be in a constant cycle of back and forth. There would still be villains like me, playing out an insipid story with those superheroes. Very close to death, Laugh spoke in a sharp voice. No more. I can put an end to this. I can make everything more exciting. The dark red cloak melted with the flames of destruction as Luke broke into the core of the dying sun, and then watched the Batman who laughs turn to dust. Boom! With the complete death of the Batman who laughs, the dark multiverse collapsed. In the endless void, only a tall figure stood alone. Superman! The survivors shouted out the name. A brilliant golden glow filled the surface of his body, like a dazzling star that couldn't be looked at. Luke, who had finally unlocked the Golden Superman template, looked down at the upcoming reboot of the multiverse. With a faint smile on his face, he took a step and disappeared from everyone's sights. A few months later, Watchtower headquarters. Where exactly did you go? What did you see? This was the 42nd time that the Flash had asked the same question. Curiosity killed the cat, Barry. Luke shook his head and didn't answer. Everyone in the Justice League wanted to know whether they had finally entered the Omniverse and pushed open the ultimate door. But I really want to know. Barry blinked his eyes with a pitiful look on his face. Well then, it's my biggest secret and you mustn't pass it on. Luke lowered his voice and cautiously said, I promise, I will never tell anyone anything, even if Batman tortured me. The Flash patted his chest and made a promise. Unfortunately, when it came to the second half of the sentence, there was some lack of confidence. It's nothing really, I just met two hometown folks. Luke chuckled lightly and told Barry the answer. They've prepared a big plan that involves the future of both multiverses. Barry looked puzzled and didn't understand what he meant. Hometown folks? From New York? Or the small town in Kansas? Or Krypton? Luke's mouth quirked up at the corners, punctuating the conversation without further elaboration. The Batman who laughs completely died, and the multiverse that should have fallen into his hands was restarted. The timeline belonging to Dr. Manhattan, carrying out the great event of the Doomsday Clock, and the timeline belonging to Luke, starting the crisis on infinite Earths, merged into one and were no longer distinct. The existence of Superman's older cousin had been accepted by the Justice League. The multiverse, which had lost its administrators, stepped into a whole new phase. Without the barrier of the source wall, our world is completely exposed to the outside worlds. In the Justice League Hall, Batman was discussing important matters with Lex Luthor. Before the Great Death Metal event, the two men were at odds with each other and would never have sat at the same table to discuss issues. But when faced with the Laughing Bat, the Justice League received a lot of help from Lex Luthor. Even Batman, who was always on the highest alert, reluctantly approved of the arrogant guy. Clark's older cousin, my godfather, is from another universe. Lex Luthor swiped the screen and called up the map of the multiverse. According to the information provided by the Flash, that universe is very similar to ours. Crossing his arms and propping his jaw, Batman spoke in a raspy voice, leaving aside the fact that the people over there are friendly or not, our world and theirs are coming closer and closer. Who knows if two universes colliding together will destroy or create other problems. Lex Luthor was silent for a moment and suddenly laughed. I'm sure the uncle will find a way. You're actually pinning your hopes of solving the problem on someone else, Batman expressed surprise. He knew the other party well. Lex Luthor was a proud and annoying guy. When the world was in danger, he would stand up and act as a hero. He could also be indifferent to the lives of others and would do anything to achieve his goals. But no matter what, Lex Luthor had always believed only in himself. Others, in his view, were just tools. First of all, it's none other than Luke, my godfather, Lex said with a straight face. Secondly, whether you and I accept it or not, we have to admit the fact that the universe belongs to him now. Batman kept silent. Perpetua, the goddess of creation, became Luke's worker under the control of anti-life equation. The Batman who laughs was completely erased and disappeared from the story forever. Dr. Manhattan took over the work of the World Forger and Monitor, observing the changes and development of the multiverse at all times. After all this, the Justice League couldn't get involved and wasn't qualified to speak. Give yourself a break, Batman. Lex Luthor switched off the macro map of the multiverse and spoke in a relaxed tone. I have a hunch that the story of what will happen in the future will be even more exciting. Paradise Island. As the sun set, the endless ocean gleamed with golden light. Diana sat on a protruding reef, her eyes in a trance, gazing into the distance. For some reason, she enjoyed the quiet. It's only at these moments that the gallant Amazon princess revealed the softness inside her. The setting sun slowly sank into the sea, with only half a silhouette remaining. A series of tracks suddenly appeared on the beach. Long time no see, Diana. A warm voice reached Wonder Woman's ears, lips. She inclined her head and looked at the young man with a smile at the corners of his. This scene was familiar. That picture. Diana remembered the old picture she gave to the Flash, which showed a man and woman snuggling intimately. As if a bright light had passed through her head, dusty memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. You let me wait for so long. Wonder Woman, sitting on the reef, flung herself into the man's arms. Click! It was as if the shutter had sounded. A beautiful silhouette was framed. This is the end of the story. A hand gently closed the book. Luke caressed the child sitting on his lap and smiled. It's time to go to bed. Hey, I haven't heard the part about the Justice League versus the Avengers. The little girl, who looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old, shook Luke's arm and shouted, Tell me more. Dad, I want to know what happens when the two multiverses merge. It's late. Let's read it next time. Luke gave the cute little porcelain doll-like girl a squeeze and ignored the big, fluttering dark eyes as he carried his daughter back to bed and tucked her in. Good night, Dad. I love 3000. The little girl hugged the stuffed teddy bear and kissed Luke on the cheek. Good night, baby. Luke smiled contentedly, turned the bedside lamp off, and closed the door to the room. A few minutes later, he returned to his study. He opened a brand new book, held a pen, and wrote a sentence, the beginning of a new story.